Dawn breaks in a Spartan military camp. Amid the chill air, shields of bronze lean against the spears, and the famed Spartan hoplites prepare for battle in a way that astonishes onlookers. According to Herodotus, a Persian scout peering down on the Spartan encampment at Thermopylae did not find panic or chaos, but rather a scene of discipline and calm. Spartan warriors stripping down for gymnastic exercises and carefully combing their long hair. This peculiar ritual was not a display of vanity, but rather a time-honored custom before battle. When King Xerxes of the Persians asked a Spartan exile to explain what was happening, he was told, "It is their custom, when they are about to hazard their lives, to adorn their heads with care." Thus, from the very outset, we can see that the daily life of a Spartan soldier at war was defined by ritual, discipline, and a unique warrior ethos that set him apart from the rest. Today we're going to talk about the day-to-day routines and experiences of a Spartan on campaign, all the way from the rigorous training and camp life to battle tactics, hardship, and the unbreakable camaraderie of some of history's most fierce warriors. In terms of our sources, we're going to be drawing from Xenophon, Thucydides, Herodotus, and other ancient observers, along with some archaeology and secondary sources from modern times. We'll peel back the layers, little by little, and try to reveal the practices that made the Spartan army the terror of its enemies. So come with me. We'll step into the sandals of a Spartan hoplite and discover what a typical day at war might have been like for the men who are forged in fire. First of all, let me welcome you to the channel. I hope you're enjoying these kinds of videos we've been doing lately. If you have, then consider liking and subscribing, and thank you to all of those who took the chance to visit the merch store and the Patreon. Now, with that being said, let's get started, nice and relaxed, as always. So what makes a soldier? What makes a Spartan? Are they born, or are they made? Let's talk about the training and preparation. After all, no Spartan soldier's daily life can be understood without knowing about the training that molded him. From the age of 7, every Spartan male entered the agoge, a state-sponsored education and military training regime designed to harden the body, but also the spirit. Xenophon, an Athenian admirer of Sparta, describes how the lawgiver Lycurgus deliberately made the boys' upbringing austere. Spartan youths would go barefoot, believing it would strengthen their feet for marching and fighting on the rough terrain. They wore only one thin cloak year-round, regardless of summer or winter. This toughened them up against the heat and the cold. As for their diet, that was kept just as meager, just enough to sustain them, but never fully enough to sate their hunger. This perpetual state of slight hunger trained them to endure hardships and to even function effectively on an empty stomach. On campaign, such training would pay off when rations ran low. A Spartan could march or fight longer without food than men accustomed to plenty. And to sharpen their wits, the boys were encouraged to steal to supplement their rations. The problem was, if you got caught, you'd be severely whipped. Not for the theft itself, but for the carelessness of allowing yourself to be found out. In this way, we can learn that stealth and resourcefulness, skills invaluable on campaign when foraging behind enemy lines or sneaking up on sentries, they were important to the Spartans too. And you can see how with this start we can certainly paint a picture of how a Spartan soldier was made. Of course, it's nothing without the discipline and obedience, and that was drilled into them from childhood. A warden oversaw their education and could punish misbehavior with a whip, could and would. He would ensure obedience and modesty became inseparable companions at Sparta. By the time a Spartan completed the agoge in his early 20s, he had been forged into a professional soldier of remarkable endurance, self-control, and loyalty to his peers. The adult Spartans continued to exercise daily. Graduation would not put an end to that. They maintained the conditions of their youth. Indeed, that scene at Thermopylae with Spartans calmly exercising before the battle was a mere extension of their routine. Physical training was a lifelong habit. This relentless preparation produced soldiers who were, as other Greeks conceded, second to none. Classical saying went that one Spartan was worth several men of any other state, an acknowledgment of the Spartans' intense training and unyielding discipline. Whether on the parade ground in Lacedaemon or in a war camp far afield, a Spartan's day always featured elements of drill or physical conditioning. He was always ready for combat at a moment's notice. So what was life like in a war camp? A Spartan army on campaign was a model of organization and order. When mobilization was declared, the ephors, that is, Sparta's magistrates, would proclaim which age classes were called up for service, including not only the frontline hoplites, but also supporting personnel like artisans and servants. As Xenophon notes, this ensured the army in the field had all necessary trades at hand, from smiths to mend weapons and sandals, to carpenters to fix wagons. All common equipment was gathered and loaded onto carts and pack animals, so that nothing essential would be missing on the march. Each Spartan hoplite was accompanied by several helot attendants, who served as porters, cooks, and light troops. At the Battle of Plataea, 479 BC, for example, 5,000 Spartans were each attended by 7 helot squires, meaning an entourage of 35,000 helots handling the army's menial tasks. These helots pitched camp, prepared food, and carried heavy gear, freeing the Spartans to concentrate on combat-related matters. A typical day in the camp thus began early, with the slave-like helots lighting fires and preparing simple meal, while the Spartan soldiers shook off sleep and prepared for morning routines. Despite being away from home, Spartan soldiers maintained strict routines in their camps. At daybreak, after a modest meal of barley, porridge, or bread, and maybe some wine diluted with water, they would conduct devotions and sacrifices to the gods. The Spartan king, who would always accompany the army, acted as chief priest in the field. Before any march or battle, he offered sacrifice to seek divine favor. Only if the omens were acceptable would the day's operations proceed, a commitment to religion that sometimes tested Spartan patience. In one famous instance during the Battle of Plataea, King Pausanias repeatedly sacrificed, while his men stood under a hail of Persian arrows, waiting for a favorable omen to come. The Spartans would refuse to advance until the gods signaled approval, enduring casualties rather than violating their ancient custom. When at last the sacrifice gave a good sign, Pausanias's men charged with ferocity, and the enemy was routed. Things like this, that shows the daily interplay of piety and discipline. The Spartan soldier may chafe at the delay, but his conditioning taught him to trust the leader, and above that, the will of the gods. After morning prayers and any needed drills, the Spartan hoplite spent much of the day in routine activities, maintaining equipment, sharpening spears and swords, and drilling in formation. The Spartans often practiced maneuvers to keep their famous phalanx formation razor sharp. Ancient observers who marveled that even complicated field matters were executed by Spartans with perfect ease. Years of training had made it all second nature. For example, one eyewitness noted how Spartan columns marching could swiftly wheel into the battle line upon command, each rank pivoting smoothly into place. Daily training in camp reinforced such tactical skills. During downtime, Spartans would also engage in athletic contests or mock sparring. It was their way of keeping up morale and their bodies honed. But music was another important staple of Spartan military life. They were known to sing paeans, or battle hymns, along with patriotic songs. The poet Tyrtaeus, himself a Spartan of the 7th century, had composed exhortations to the courage the Spartan soldiers to reputedly sing on the march. His verses extolled standing firm in line and encouraging one's comrades. With his words he encourages the man who is stationed beside him. Here is a man who proves himself to be valiant in war. Such poetry, memorized since youth, reminded the Spartans of their ideals each day, and that is loyalty, courage, and victory or death. No exceptions. Mealtimes in a Spartan camp were no exception either, a continuation of this communal life. The Spartans always ate together in mess groups, even when encamped abroad. A midday meal, well, it might not be much. Bread, some dried figs, maybe some cheese if you were lucky, just enough to sustain them until the main evening mess. Dinner featured the famous Spartan black broth, a staple stew of pork boiled in blood and vinegar. This fare was so notorious that outsiders doubted how the Spartans could stomach it. Actually, we have a humorous anecdote from Plutarch that the Sicilian tyrant Dionysius obtained a Spartan cook to prepare black broth for him, curious to taste the warrior's food. He found the broth so vile that he spat it out in disgust. The Spartan cook wryly remarked, "It is necessary to have exercised in the Spartan manner, and to have bathed in the uretas, in order to relish this broth." In other words, only a Spartan hardened by the training and simple life back home could find any appreciation in such a dish. Around the campfire, older Spartans would give their meat portions to younger men, just as they did at home, a gesture that built solidarity between generations. They drank wine in moderation, enough to enjoy camaraderie, but never to the point of drunkenness. And drunkenness indeed was severely frowned upon. In fact, after the communal dinner, Spartans even trained themselves to navigate at night without torches, walking back to the quarters in complete darkness. This practice made them confident, operating at night, a useful skill if the army ever had to reposition or stand watch in the dark. And, come nightfall, as the sun had gone down, the Spartan camp was a secure fortress of its own. Tents were minimal. Many Spartans simply slept under the open sky in their cloaks, another habit that startled more comfort-loving Greeks. They posted sentries, too, and pickets around the perimeter, notably a very special unit called the Skiritae, often handled night patrols and outpost duty. These Skiritae, who were drawn from a highland district of Laconia, were light infantry attached to the Spartan army, and ancient sources Note how they took the leftmost position in battle, and likely served as scouts and lookouts in camp. With vigilant helots and sciritae keeping watch, most Spartans could rest, knowing that their perimeter was secure. But still, a true Spartan was always ready, sleeping lightly with a spear and shield in arm's reach. The rhythm of camp life was unchanging. Prayer, drill, maintenance, meals, rest, all punctuated by the absolute obedience to the ephors and officers' command. It was this consistency that gave Spartans a sense of normalcy, even in foreign lands. The Spartan army on campaign was often compared to a moving city-state. It carried its laws and its customs wherever it went. Indeed, one could say that the Spartan soldier's daily life at war was in many ways just an extension of his daily life in Sparta. Except, this time, the enemy is a little bit closer at hand. So let's talk a little bit about the arms, the appearance and the armor of a Spartan hoplite. Spartan soldiers were known not just for how they behaved, but for how they appeared on the battlefield. Greek observers often remarked on the uniformity and majesty of the Spartan hoplite's attire. According to Xenophon, it was Lycurgus himself who prescribed the essentials of a Spartan warrior's panoply: a scarlet-red cloak and a bronze-faced shield. The red cloak, called a phoenikis, was adopted, Xenophon says, because it was the most suitable for war and had least resemblance to women's clothing. The bright crimson color was not only striking, it also concealed bloodstains, keeping the Spartans looking unflustered even when wounded. Each man also grew his hair long once he reached adulthood, a custom in stark contrast to other Greeks who kept their hair short. You see, the Spartans believed that long hair added an aura of dignity and fearfulness to the veteran warrior. Before battle, they would meticulously comb and oil their hair, as with the example at Thermopylae, turning this personal grooming into a ritual that symbolized readiness to face death, always looking their best. Thus, in full array, a Spartan hoplite was quite an imposing sight. His heavy bronze helmet, crest adorned with a black horsehair plume, framed eyes that stared out from those narrow slits. He carried around a shield about 3 feet across, its bronze surface polished to a gleam. By later 5th century, Spartan shields were often emblazoned with a red letter lambda for Lacedaemon. This is kind of looks like an A without the cross in the middle, or like an upside-down V. This was a practice not in the Persian Wars, but becoming common later to identify Spartan units. Over his torso, a Spartan might wear a bronze cuirass or a boiled leather corselet. Many, by Peloponnesian War, favored lighter equipment for mobility. Bronze greaves also protected his shins, and on his feet he might wear sandals, although many Spartans, toughened by the habit of it, even marched and fought barefoot. His primary weapon was an 8-foot spear for thrusting in the phalanx, backed up by a short iron sword, the notorious Spartan she-force, often noted to be shorter than the other Greeks, forcing them to fight up close with deadly efficiency. Every piece of this was maintained with pride. Spartans would polish their bronze shields and helmets to prevent them from tarnishing. It was a point of honor that their gear was in the best condition. A rusted or dirty shield would be disgraceful. The shield, aspis, or often called the hoplon, was particularly sacred to Spartan warriors. It was large and concave, held with a bronze armband and hand grip. To lose one's shield in battle was the ultimate disgrace, since it meant that one had likely thrown it away while fleeing. Spartan mothers famously impressed this upon their sons. As one mother handed her son a shield on the day of departure to Thermopylae, she exhorted, "Either with this or on this." In other words, return with your shield or carry it home dead. Spartans did not mark individual graves for those who died in peace, but a man who fell in battle was honored with his name on a tombstone. Valor in war was the only glorious death for them. Small wonder, then, don't you think, that a Spartan's arm and armor were almost an extension of his very identity. He and his comrades in the phalanx locked their shields together, presenting a bristling wall of bronze spear points to the enemy. Now that's threatening. Like a venerable porcupine, an echidna. The uniform red cloaks, the shining bronze line of shields and helmets, and the silence of those disciplined men slowly advancing step by step. Outnumbered or not, this would unnerve any foe, and it often did. When marching into battle, the Spartans added a further psychological theater. They advanced at a very slow, measured pace, to the sound of flutes, keeping their formation perfectly dressed. Thucydides observes that this use of flute players had nothing to do with religion, but was meant to make them advance evenly without breaking their order. An entire army stepping in unison to music gave the impression of an effortless, inexorable force. They also often sang a rousing battle hymn, the paean, as they closed in. The effect on their opponents was memorable. In fact, one enemy at the Battle of Mantinea confessed that the sudden sight of the Spartans bearing down in complete order was the greatest shock that he ever felt. Each Spartan hoplite knew his own place in the formation. The chain of command ran from the kings, who acted as generals, to the polemarchs, the field commanders, and then the logagoi, company captains, the pentecostiers, lieutenants of over 50-man units, and the enemotarchs, the file leaders of the smaller squads. Orders relayed down this chain could swiftly reach every man, since, as Thucydides notes, almost the whole Spartan army, save for a small part, consists of officers and under-officers. In practice, this basically meant that even a private Spartan soldier was trained to respond instantly to commands and adjust formation without the slightest ounce of confusion. All these elements, the impeccable equipment, the discipline, the distinctive dress, and the deliberate battlefield choreography, they were key parts of a Spartan soldier's experience at war. They took pride in looking like the elite warriors that they were, every day presenting themselves as worthy of Sparta's fearsome and ancient reputation. The ferocity of battle. When battle was joined, that was where the true ethos of a Spartan soldier had its opportunity to shine. Trained to never panic, to never break rank, Spartans fought shoulder to shoulder in the hoplite phalanx, a formation that demanded absolute trust in one's comrades. The Spartans' daily training in obedience and unit cohesion paid off in the crunch of battle, where it really counted. Ancient commentators frequently praised the Spartans' remarkable discipline under fire. At the moment of engagement, while other Greek armies might charge with wild shouts, the Spartans instead moved slowly to the music of the many flute players, maintaining their steady line. They were forbidden to rush. Instead, they closed the last yards to the enemy at a walk, shields up, spears leveled. Only when the lines crashed together did they unleash their full strength. Thucydides, describing the Battle of Mantinea in 418 BC, notes that initially the Spartans were caught off guard, a rare occurrence that saw part of their line ruptured. Yet, even utterly worsted in respect of skills, Thucydides went to say, the Spartans showed themselves superior in point of courage. Their center, including the king's 300-strong elite guard, never wavered. While one wing fell back in disorder, the rest of the Spartan army executed a swift counterattack that snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. 2 Spartan officers had failed to obey an order during the chaos, and they were later banished for their cowardice, a harsh reminder that there was no tolerance for any lapse in discipline. However, typically such punishments were seldom needed. The Spartan system had already weeded out the weak long before the battle had even begun. And so the average Spartan hoplite fought with a cool and calm determination, focusing on his job in the formation, not overthinking it, just doing what he was trained to do. Each man protected his comrade on the left with his shield, while trusting the man on his right to protect him. This created a literal and psychological interdependence. As one classical saying put it, the Spartans do not ask, how many are the enemy? Only where they are. We see this reflected in a quip attributed to a Spartan named Dionychus at Thermopylae. Told that the Persian archers were so numerous that their arrows would darken the sun, he replied with a laugh that this was good news, for, I quote, if the Medes darken the sun, we shall have our fight in the shade. Such dry wit in the face of danger. That's the laconic spirit. It also served to steel the nerves of Spartan soldiers, turning fear into a grim humor. Of course, in combat, the Spartans were ruthless. They aimed to break the enemy line by pushing with their shields and thrusting with their spears in a well-drilled coordination. If a Spartan spear broke, he drew his short sword and fought on without hesitation. Their close quarters swordsmanship was feared. Spartan blades were only about a foot long, but in the crush of a phalanx combat, this was an advantage. They could maneuver in the tight spaces, stabbing. Spartan valor was often literally a fight to the death. In the historic last stand at Thermopylae, the Spartan king Leonidas and his 300 companions, along with Thespian allies, battled the Persians until their weapons shattered. Then they fought on with daggers, then with bare hands, and then with their teeth, until completely overwhelmed. Herodotus writes, they defended themselves to the last, a standard of courage that all future Spartans strove to live up to. Surrender? That was unthinkable. Indeed, no Spartan ever surrendered in battle until the notorious episode of Sphacteria in 425 BC during the Peloponnesian War. In that instance, 120 Spartan hoplites, cut off an island with no food or water and surrounded by Athenian forces, were forced to give themselves up. Thucydides reports that when these emaciated survivors were paraded in Athens, the Greek world was stunned. It had seemed completely unbelievable that Spartans would ever surrender, no matter what the condition. The shock was so great that Sparta itself sued for peace immediately after, and desperate to recover those men, though ultimately the negotiations failed. The Sphacteria incident was an outlier born of extreme starvation, You see, under normal circumstances, the Spartan oblate preferred death to dishonor. The mentality was drilled into daily camp life, too. Spartans constantly reinforced to each other that honor and loyalty were paramount. The worst insult was to be called Delos, a trembler, a coward. Any Spartan suspected of cowardice, well, he would face social death, shaming, exclusion, and even being made to wear patches on his cloak and shave half of his beard as a mark of disgrace. So little wonder, then, that in battle each man stood firm, propelled by lifelong conditioning, under the watchful eyes of his comrades. Even the Spartan approach to wounds and death reflected their training. They were taught from boyhood to endure pain without complaint. The famous, if perhaps apocryphal, tale is told of a Spartan boy who allowed a fox he'd hidden under his tunic to gnaw his belly rather than cry out. In battle, a Spartan gravely wounded would call out to his comrades to continue advancing over him rather than to stop and help. After an engagement, Spartans would tend to their injured and collect their dead with reverence. One moving example of Spartan fellowship comes from Plataea. There, a Spartan named Aristodemus, who had been dubbed a coward for missing Thermopylae, redeemed himself by fighting with so much bravery, falling in the thick of combat. Though, tellingly, the Spartans granted him no special honors, since he seemingly courted death out of shame rather than duty. Those who fell in line of battle received only accolades Sparta gave, their names etched for posterity, and their memory was held up as an ideal. The daily life of a Spartan soldier at war, therefore, was imbued with this awareness that any day, any moment, any second could be his last, and that was completely acceptable, provided he fell obedient to Sparta's laws. An epitaph at Thermopylae famously reads, "Go, stranger, and tell the Lacedaemonians that here, obeying their commands, we fell." This was the ultimate fulfillment of a Spartan soldier's life, to die for Sparta. Every meal shared, every joke exchanged by the campfire, every step marched in unison, was geared towards forging men who, when the time came, would stand and die together rather than let down their city or each other. Hardships and camaraderie. While Spartan warriors were superbly trained, there's no doubting that, they weren't immune to the hardships of campaign life. Long marches under a hot Mediterranean sun, cold nights on the colder ground, and the ever-present danger of enemy action tested even those tough soldiers. But the same regime that made them formidable in battle also helped them cope with these difficulties. Their sparse diet meant that they could function on minimal food. In emergencies, Spartans could and did endure on a few handfuls of barley or dried figs a day. Thucydides notes that during forced marches or sudden offensives, Spartan commanders would even forego the customary sacrificial meal simply to save time. The troops pressed on with empty stomachs if necessary. Their bodies are used to the hunger. And then there was fatigue, another constant companion. But Spartans were taught to push beyond that, well beyond the normal limits of a soldier. They had a saying, "Sweat saves blood." The harder they drilled and labored in training and marches, the fewer lives were lost in battle. On the march they maintained formation and a brisk pace that often outstripped other Greek contingents. It was said that a Spartan army could appear where least expected. For example, after the Battle of Marathon, the Spartans famously marched 150 kilometers from Sparta to Attica in just 3 days, arriving too late for the fight, but just in time to congratulate the victors. Such feats like this, they're only possible for men in peak condition, accustomed to treating long distances as a simple routine. Of course, weather is not something you can change, and that was met with the same stoicism. Rain or shine, cold or heat, the campaign had to proceed. Xenophon remarks that by toughening young Spartans to go bareheaded and lightly clad, Lycurgus ensured that they would be better prepared to face the changes of heat and cold. Indeed, a Spartan army, caught in a sudden storm, might simply wrap themselves tighter in their cloaks and huddle by shields for windbreaks, while others not so hardened, well, they would suffer greatly. The presence of the helots and periokoi, the Spartan allied troops, had managed to alleviate some of the burden. Servants carried most supplies, and allied lightly armored troops performed skirmishing and scouting roles that the elite Spartans typically did not. Still, Spartans did not entirely shirk the manual tasks. There is evidence that Spartan kings like Agesilaus would insist on sharing hardships with their men. Plutarch recounts that Agesilaus refused a tent or bed more luxurious than that of his soldiers, and he personally joined in digging trenches and building ramparts to set an example. Such leadership reinforced the bond between officers and men. The camaraderie in a Spartan camp was a crucial pillar of morale. These soldiers had grown up together, literally brothers in arms. Since boyhood, it had been that way, and it will be forever. They addressed each other as peers, equals, and were bound by this intense loyalty. Even the kings dined with the troops, albeit with double portions, as a mark of honor. The nightly mess was a forum where Spartans could manage to find a little bit of relaxation. They would swap war stories, recite witty sayings, or sing. The Spartans were famed for their laconic humor, and many of their pithy one-liners from campfire conversations were recorded by later writers. One Spartan was asked on campaign where the enemy was, and he dryly responded, "Enemy? What enemy? Our only enemy is hunger, and we've brought it with us," and jest about their own appetite and resolve. Another time, when told the enemy was near, a Spartan had quipped, "Good, then we can finally fight and eat our own dinner in their camp tonight." Such dark humor didn't only showcase their bravery, but it managed to ease that psychological strain of warfare. Knowing that one's comrades were equally unflinching gave the man next to them strength. But Spartans also policed others' behavior in the camp to maintain high standards. Older soldiers mentored the younger ones, correcting any lapse in posture or duty. If a young hoplite seemed nervous before a battle, a veteran might clasp his shoulder and recall an old victory to embolden him. The ties of their Syssitia mess groups were particularly strong. These were units of about 15 men who ate together every day in Sparta and fought side by side in war. The messmates were effectively an extended family. They would often perform little acts of care, like massaging each other's sore muscles after a long march or sharing a cloak if one had lost his gear. In hardship, this solidarity was life-saving, surely. During these winter campaigns in Arcadia, known for being very bitter, for instance, when snow blanketed the Spartan camp, soldiers huddled in pairs for warmth, rotating turns on guard duty more frequently than usual to prevent frostbite. The Spartan story tells of one man who went out into a blizzard to gather firewood so his shivering comrades could sleep. In the morning his frozen body was found by a pile of wood. He had fulfilled his task at the cost of his life. Of course, such tales may be embellished, but whether true or not, they were told to illustrate the idea of self-sacrifice for one's fellows that every Spartan aspired to. Religious faith also bolstered the Spartan camaraderie. They believed the gods favored the righteous and the brave, and cursed the cowards. Before battle, they would often remind each other of the heroic deeds of Heracles, from whom their kings claimed descent, or the Dioscuri, Castor and Pollux, divine twins revered in Sparta. Sacrifices and omens were interpreted communally, so a favorable sign, let's say for example, an eagle seen flying over the camp, would send a ripple of excited confidence through the men and boost morale. Conversely, in some rare low moments, Spartans could show a little vulnerability. For example, after severe losses such as the defeat at Leuctra in 371 BC, contemporaries note that Spartan soldiers openly wept, not for fear, but for sorrow at comrades fallen and a shattered pride. Even then, they consoled each other that Sparta endured and must be served again. The resilience of the Spartan spirit in adversity was perhaps their most defining feature. The Spartan proverb insisted, "Do not lament in misfortune. Action is the cure." Write that in the wall and put it above your desk. How about that one? Thus, even on the grimmest days of campaign, the survivors would tighten their sandal straps, share a bleak little joke, and just carry on. After all, the next battle's just around the corner. In the end, the daily life of Spartan soldier at war was a study in contrasts, unrelenting toughness paired with brotherhood, strict routines, and moments of inspiring heroism, and austere living paired with the deep enjoyment of the simple bonds of fellow warriors. It was a combination that made the Spartan army not only effective in combat, but legendary in the annals of history. And so, living and fighting as a Spartan. On campaign, it was one of unyielding routine and remarkable purpose. Each day's dawn found him prepared, mentally steeled by lifelong training, physically fit from the constant exercise, and spiritually bolstered by rituals and camaraderie. Whether he was oiling his long hair or donning his scarlet cloak, marching in step to the flute's tune, or standing shield to shield in that heat of chaotic battle, the Spartan hoplite embodied a culture that valued discipline, courage, and duty above all else. The anecdotes preserved by Herodotus, Thucydides, Xenophon, Plutarch, and many others allow us to feel a texture of Spartan military life. The sight of warriors calmly exercising as the enemy watches on, the taste or perhaps the shock of the black broth shared around the campfire, the sound of their deep-voiced songs, the piercing double pipes guarding their advance, and the unspoken bond as they dressed each other's wounds or congratulated the brave. There were hardships, sure, hunger, exhaustion, cold, and always death lurking around the corner. But these were met with a laconic shrug of men who had been taught to love toil more over their own life, as one Spartan maxim put it. By prioritizing primary accounts over later legends, I think we get a clearer picture of Spartan warriors of real people. Austere and pious yet, but still humorous, loyal, and overall intensely human in their concerns. The University of War was their element, and in its daily trials they found meaning. So let's step back from that campfire and the phalanxes of ancient Sparta, and we carry with us a newfound understanding of how the Spartans truly lived when at war, an experience as enlightening as it is awe-inspiring. The war machine of ancient Rome, skilled, efficient, only as strong as the sum of its parts. The man in the line, the strength of an empire. It all rests on him. But he does more than just fighting. The everyday routine, responsibilities, and experiences of the warriors who established and protected an ancient empire are the subjects of our journey today into the world of the Roman Republic soldier. From the youthful front-line hastati to the seasoned triarii, the agile skirmishing velites, to the proud cavalry equites, we focus today on behind the scenes. How did a Roman army conduct itself between the battles? Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. We're going to go into quite a deep dive today. If you like this sort of thing, you best like and subscribe, or perhaps consider checking out the Patreon. But with that being said, let's get nice and comfortable. In order to provide a realistic portrayal of what life was like in the legions, I'm going to discuss the everyday routine struggles and, of course, the grim realities of campaigning. There's going to be some graphic details where appropriate. If you're not fluent in Cicero's language, don't worry. All Latin terms are going to be explained in English for clarity too, so you might learn a bit of Latin along the way. Let's set the scene with a quick summary of how the Roman soldier's experience evolved throughout the Roman Republic, before delving into the specifics of camp life and even the brutal realities of combat. The roles and lives of different kinds of soldiers in the Republican Legion will then be discussed, and lastly we're going to have a look at what a typical day on campaign might have been like. That includes the routines, the work, the camaraderie, and of course all the ruthless killing. Of course, we can't go past the discipline that held everything together, and that is a topic of its own. So let's talk about first the Roman soldier in the early, middle, and late Republic. Now the Roman Republic, remember, that's different from the Roman Empire, and it lasted for nearly 5 centuries, that is from 509 BC to 27 BC. Both the army structure and soldiers' daily lives underwent substantial change during that period, so we can't just use a blanket term, though we are going to do our best to speak in general terms when we can. We do have to make our timelines known. The army itself was a citizen militia of landowners during the early Republic, so we're talking the 5th and 4th centuries BC, or BCE for those who prefer the latter convention. Military service was arranged according to age and wealth, but regardless, it was regarded as a civic obligation. Roman citizens were divided into property classes based on their role in combat, according to an old tradition ascribed to King Servius Tullius. Heavy infantry were reserved for those who could afford their own weapons and armor. Poorer citizens served as light troops, or were simply not allowed to serve at all, while the wealthiest fought as cavalry equites, and the first class formed the heavily armed front lines. Campaigns during this early stage were seasonal. Soldiers would leave for battle in the summer and return to their farms for the harvest. Because soldiers were expected to supply their own equipment and support themselves, there was no standing army, and, at first, no regular pay, which primarily restricted service to those with resources. This system did change as the number of conflicts in Rome increased. State pay for service began when Rome instituted a stipend. the soldiers in the 4th century BC, which we have the old Latin term for this stipendium, which is where we get the word from. You'll be surprised how many of our modern words are actually coming from Latin, and ancient Greek too, especially a lot of medical terms. Later writers claim that the need for longer service emerged during the siege of Veii in early 4th century BC. The early Republican soldier was still a part-time fighter. He was a tradesman or a farmer, more likely, who took up arms when necessary. There wasn't this idea of a career military man, at least not quite yet. Early Roman history provides us with examples of the value placed on discipline, such as the tale of Titus Manlius Torquatus, who executed his own son, that's right, his own son, in 340 BC, for defying orders and fighting the enemy against orders. Even in the early days, such stories, which Livy documented, demonstrated the ideal of Roman discipline. The Roman army had grown more organized and skilled by the Middle Republic, 3rd to 2nd centuries BC, when it fought Carthage and the Hellenistic kingdoms. This is the era of the Manipular Legion, described in detail by Greek historian Polybius, who wrote in the mid-2nd century BC. Polybius was deeply interested in how Rome, I quote, in less than 53 years, brought under her rule almost the whole world, and he identified Rome's military system and discipline as key factors. Of course, when we say the whole world, this is the world according to what was known at the time. In his Histories, Book 6, Polybius outlines the organization of a legion in the 2nd century BC. Approximately 4,000 to 5,000 Roman infantry, divided by age and experience into 4 lines: the velites, hastati, principes, and triarii, along with 300 equites, the cavalry per legion. Always good to have at the flanks. Polybius explains that at the yearly levy the tribunes would sort the recruits by age and wealth. They chose the youngest and poorest to form the velites. Next to them are made hastati, those in the prime of life, principes, and the oldest of all triarii, these being the names among the Romans of the 4 classes in each legion, distinct in age and equipment. From Polybius' Histories, 621. This manipular system, often called the triplex acies, the triple battle line, defined the soldier's role and experience. We will explore each of these roles shortly. In the late Republic, 1st century BC, there were even more changes, particularly with the reforms traditionally attributed to Gaius Marius, very famous man around 107 BC. I've done a full biography on him if you're interested. You'll get the details. Marius opened enlistments to the capitecensi, the poorest citizens with no property, and reorganized the legions, effectively abolishing the old distinctions of hastati, principe, and triarii. The legions became more homogeneous heavy infantry units, organized into cohorts, each cohort a tactical unit of about 480 men. This replaced the manipular system. Soldiers of this late period were full-time professionals, often volunteering for long terms of service, that is 16 years or more. And of course, they expected good pay, and a lot of them wanted land grants on retirement, so you better make sure that you're adding more land to what would eventually become the empire, because you've got to get that land from somewhere, don't you? They also carried more of their own equipment and supplies, reducing the baggage train, a change so marked the soldiers humorously earned the nickname Marius's mules, muli Mariani. Plutarch, in his biography of Marius, and believe me, Plutarch does some great biographies, notes that on campaign Marius, I quote, compelled them to carry their own baggage and to prepare their own food. Hence, in after times, men who were fond of toil and did whatever was enjoined upon them without a murmur were called Marian mules. That is from Plutarch, Life of Marius, section 13. As a result, the late Republican soldier was both burdened and more independent, carrying a bulky pack of rations, cookware, bedding, and tools in addition to his arms and armor. I'm thinking somewhat of Samwise Gamgee from Lord of the Rings with all of his little pots and little packets of salt and pepper, things like this. Now, back to the topic. Some elements of daily life in the Republic stayed the same, in spite of these organizational changes. Any Roman soldier had to put up with severe discipline too, intense training, and the hardships of a long-distance campaign. He rose before dawn, marched for hours under scorching sun, set up camps in the evening, and stood watch on chilly nights, and faced the very real possibility of being wounded or even killed in battle. It didn't matter if he was a conscripted farmer in 300 BC or a career legionary in 50 BC. The threat of death always lingered. In order to better comprehend these experiences, let's take a look at the various soldier types in the mid-Republican army. We have the traditional model of the hastati, principes, triarii, etc. It might help you understand their roles and status. Next, after that, we'll explore their daily routines and perhaps some of the little details. Every soldier's experience in a Roman Republican legion was influenced by his position on the front line. Triplex Asius derives from the fact that the legion, legio, was usually organized into 3 ranks for combat. So let's give each group a bit of an introduction. At this time, they mostly used throwing spears called pila, but the word hastati, singular being hastatus, literally means spearmen. Usually younger men in their late teens or 20s. These were put on the infantry front line. The hastati were the second youngest group after the veiletes, according to Polybius. Their equipment may have been a little lighter than the older principes, because they were less experienced and frequently had less money. You see, in the past, a hastatus might have been able to afford a simple bronze chest piece, often called a pectoral, instead of a full mail shirt. But by the 2nd century BC, many hastati had a full panoply, as Polybius puts it, which included a bronze helmet, greaves on the legs, and a sword, gladius hispaniensis, that being a Spanish sword, and the word Hispania, on the right hip, and a large oblong shield, the scutum, 2 heavy javelins, pila, to throw at the enemy too. By this time they had abandoned carrying long spears, which was the specialty of the triarii, despite being named hastati from hasta, spear. The hastati were usually the first to engage the enemy in combat, using their pila to break the enemy line, before engaging in close combat with the sword. Because the hastatus was frequently the first to bleed, it was risky to be in the front ranks. But if you had the stones for it, maybe even a little exciting. According to a Roman proverb, ad triarios redisse, it has come down to the triarii, which indicates that the first 2 lines, hastati and principes, have failed in a desperate situation. This suggests that since the hastati were the initial test of the enemy's strength, it was anticipated that they might not always win. Well, next we have the principes, singular being princeps, or leading men. These were the second line, made up of men who, according to Polybius, were in their prime, or in their late 20s or possibly mid-30s. Typically, principes were more experienced combatants who had demonstrated their abilities as hastati in earlier battles, getting a promotion of sorts, I suppose. They frequently had little more money or had improved their equipment through experience and perhaps looting. Their helmet, often with a plume or crest, gladius sword, scutum shield, and pila, were all very similar to those of the hastati. With the exception of the triarii spears, Polybius claims that the princeps and triarii are armed in the same manner as the hastati, Polybius 6:23-14. Thus, a princeps wielded javelin in a more hastati-like fashion. On the battlefield, the principes typically engaged after the hastati had either defeated the enemy or been driven back. The principes would advance to carry out the battle if the first line faltered and fell back through the openings. Therefore, if a princeps needed to be prepared to intervene in a tumultuous conflict and change the outcome, and they certainly jumped in quite quickly when they had the chance. In many battles they formed the infantry's backbone of the legion. It is conceivable that, the somewhat older men, principes frequently served as kind of mentors to the younger members of the hastati, imparting their knowledge of camp life and keeping their composure throughout the battle. Triarii. Singular. Triarius. These were the third line, the veterans of the legion. Typically, men in their late 30s or 40s, or even older. They were still fit for battle. Don't write them off. Polybius notes the triarii were the oldest and were fixed at 600 per legion, normally 20 maniples of 30 triarii each, since they were half the number of the hastati or principes. The triarii were armed somewhat differently. You see, instead of a pillar, they carried a longer spear or pike, called a hasta. This harks back to the older style of fighting. Indeed, early Roman armies before the manipular system fought in a Greek-style phalanx with spears, and the triarii preserved a bit of that old tradition. After all, they were of the previous generation, right? In battle, the triarii were used only in emergencies, or the climactic moment. Often they knelt or crouched behind the front lines as the battle began, conserving their strength. If the battle went well, the triarii might not even fight at all. But if things went poorly, you would generally hear that rallying cry, ad triarios, to the triarii, meaning that the last line must hold. It was a point of pride that the triarii were steadfast. The Roman historian Livy uses the phrase rem ad triarios retice. The matter has come down to the triarii to signify a crisis, but also the hope that veterans would salvage the situation. It's kind of like telling your dad when you're being bullied by someone at school. I suppose it's like that. The triarius had seen many battles, of course. Perhaps he would have been wounded by multiple times too, and earned the respect of younger soldiers. Outside of battle, he might have a slightly more privileged position. For example, Polybius mentions that triarii maniples were excused from certain menial duties like some camp chores or fetching wood for the tribunes, as a mark of honor, but they still did guard duty, such as night watches or overseeing the camp's horses. A triarius could regale the campfire with old war stories, and, as we will see, accumulated long lists of campaigns and honors. There is a famous example of Spurius Ligustinus, a triarius-level centurion, whose speech Livy records as follows. He boasted of 34 battles, and 6 crowns, awards for saving fellow citizens in combat, over 22 years of service, and said he had been first centurion of the Triarii 4 times. Such a career gives a sense of how veteran Darius might actually see himself, as a hardened survivor of many trials, owed a certain respect by the youngsters, but he's still ready to get his hands dirty if Rome calls. I like that. The old, tough guy. I'm thinking of Jason Statham in one of those helmets, something like that. Now as for the Velites. Now don't get confused, that is spelled with a V at the start if you are going to look it up. It is pronounced Velites or singular Veles. These were the light infantry skirmishers, typically the youngest and least wealthy soldiers in the legion. Polybius describes them as the youngest and poorest selected at the levy. The Veles did not have the heavy armor of a legionary. He carried a small round shield called a parma, about 90 centimeters across, a bundle of light javelins, and a short sword too. They also wore light helmets, often decorated with a piece of fur or a wolf's skin. As Polybius notes, they sometimes covered their helmets with a wolf's skin or something similar to act as a distinguishing mark, so officers could identify their brave deeds. The Velites were deployed as skirmishers ahead of the main lines. Their job was to harass and whittle down the enemy with javelins, target opposing skirmishers, and screen the deployment of heavier troops. They might dart forward to throw their spears at, say, an oncoming war elephant or chariot. Indeed, at the Battle of Zama against Hannibal, Roman Velites helped distract the Carthaginian elephants. Velites had to be swift and agile, spreading out in open order. Once the heavy infantry engagement began, they would retreat through the gaps in lines or to the flanks, essentially clearing the field for the clash of the main forces. Despite being lightly equipped, their role was dangerous. They were most exposed during the initial phase of the battle. In camp and on marches, Velites likely did not carry as much weight as the heavy infantry, but they weren't exempt from labor. They shared the toil of digging trenches or standing guard, no exceptions. They also had the least status. A youth in his first campaign as a Veles might have to prove himself with courage and reliability to perhaps be promoted into the future ranks of hastati. A bit of ancient wisdom. Even in slowly roll, there was room for valor. Think about that one. The army did recognize brave young soldiers. After battles, generals might single out daring Velites for a reward. The Roman ethos was that virtus, courage or manliness, could be shown by rich and poor alike, and many a decorated centurion started as a poor Veles, throwing javelins on the skirmish line. Well, no matter what position you're in, if you're going to be a Velite, be the best damn Velite that Rome has ever seen. Well, we arrive now to the equites, singular, eques. You might recognize the modern word equine for horses, and guess what? Another Latin root for that word. These were, of course, the cavalrymen, the mounted soldiers of the Republic. In the early and middle Republic, the equites were drawn from the wealthier classes, originally from aristocracy and those propertied people who could afford a war horse, which I'm sure I don't need to tell you that would have been quite expensive. Each legion had an attached cavalry contingent, often around 300 Roman equites, divided into 10 squadrons, being turmae of 30 men. Allied legions would have their own cavalry as well. The equites were armed with a spear or a light lance along with a sword. They usually carried a lighter circular shield. As for their armor, Many wore a bronze cuirass or a mail shirt and an Attic-style helmet. The cavalrymen were quite prestigious. They had a social rank, kind of like knights. But on the battlefield, they sometimes had a frustrating role, as Roman cavalry in this era were not as dominant as their infantry. Often Roman commanders relied on allied cavalry like Numidian horsemen or Gauls, perhaps Spaniards, to augment their own. Still, the life of an equus involved lots of riding, scouting ahead of the army, screening flanks, pursuing fleeing enemies, and engaging enemy cavalry. Their daily routine included care of their horses. Feeding, grooming, and exercising their mounts was a crucial duty every morning and evening. An equus might have one or more servants or grooms, or perhaps slaves, to help, especially if he was a very high-status young noble. This means in camp an equus possibly had a bit more comfort. He might not personally be digging ditches if he could help it, though discipline applied to them too, of course. Polybius mentions that in camp each triarius maniple provided guards for the squadron of horses behind them, to watch the horses at night, indicating the integration of infantry and cavalry even in camp security. So, cavalry troopers enjoyed status, but they also bore the responsibility of mobility. They often had to ride out on long patrols or sudden dashes. They could also be exposed to great danger when isolated. Of course, Roman history has plenty of episodes where cavalry detachments are ambushed. I can't go through all of them. I will in a different video. Nonetheless, being an equus was often a stepping stone in a young aristocrat's career. Many politically ambitious young men served in the cavalry. For example, I'm sure you know about Julius Caesar. When he was 17 years old, he was actually an equus in the siege of Mytilene. That's starting early, isn't it? By the late Republic, the traditional citizen cavalry in legions was diminishing. It became more common to use allied or mercenary cavalry. But in the period we focus on, the equites are still an integral part of the Roman army structure. Each of these types of soldiers had a distinct equipment, and their own distinct roles. But what bound them together was the daily grind of military life. A famous quote from the historian Vegetius, although he wrote later in the 4th century AD, he was describing earlier practices, states, "Victory in war does not depend entirely upon numbers or mere courage. Only skill and continual discipline will ensure it." Roman soldiers were expected to be skilled, disciplined, and physically tough, regardless of rank, be it a young Veles or a veteran Triarius. Certain routines and hardships were shared by all. And so now, we shift from the structure of the legion to the day-to-day reality. What exactly is it like to walk in the shoes of a Roman soldier? What was a day in the life of a Roman soldier on campaign like? Well, let's find out. So I will invite you for a moment to picture a Roman army moving through deep enemy territory. It's a rigorous and unrelenting pragmatic routine. Morning. The day of a Roman soldier usually started at dawn, or even earlier. The wake-up call was sounded by horns or trumpets. Every member of the disciplined army had a specific task to complete in order to pack up the camp. Soldiers shared a small squad, a tent group, usually consisting of 8 men, later called a contubernium, and lived in leather tents called papiliones. The tents needed to be struck and either carried or packed onto mules at dawn. Every man would also have a basic breakfast, which was typically a kind of hard tack or a small amount of grain porridge. A Roman soldier's usual ration consisted primarily of wheat, which he or his fellow campers would grind and prepare. Pulse, a type of grain-based porridge, was a pretty typical meal. If baking facilities were available, there might also be bread, but you didn't even get that a lot of the time. If you were pretty lucky, you might have some cheese or olives. But most of the time you weren't lucky. The troops were refreshed by drinking water or posca, which was a concoction of sour wine vinegar and water together that was a lot safer than drinking plain water. The army would march after dismantling the camp and gathering in groups. In ideal circumstances, the march might cover 15 to 20 Roman miles, and that's about 22 to 30 kilometers in a single day. In heavy equipment, soldiers frequently marched in formation through fields or along roads. In addition to supplies, a mid-republic principes or hastatus may have his armor, mail or breastplate, helmet, shield, sword, and 2 pila. It's a lot to carry. By late republic, a legionary notably carried even more. In addition to armor and weapons, he carried a personal kit and pack called a sarcina. Tools like a shovel or pickaxe, saw, basket for moving dirt or a cooking pot, and stakes for the camp palisade were all strapped to the soldier. Or if he had one, his pack animal, according to one account ascribed to Marius's reforms. Therefore, a Roman column on the march was not just a group of men brandishing spears. It was also a group of men carrying equipment, stumbling along with resolute strides. It is understandable why those Marian mules came to represent perseverance, don't you think? Marching was frequently conducted in harsh weather, such as the scorching Italian sun, torrential rain, or the chilly mountain air. But discipline was upheld. It had to be. The pace was set by the officers, centurions, and the column would occasionally stop for a brief rest so that men could reload and drink water. Vegetius, an ancient author, highlights that Roman recruits were trained by continuous marching to develop stamina. It was expected that they would be able to march 20 miles and still be in combat condition at the end. It was not acceptable, however, to struggle. In fact, maintaining ranks during a march was a source of pride, and a soldier who fell behind could face punishment. In later times, Julius Caesar was known to put his soldiers through a particular amount of hardship. According to Suetonius, Caesar would occasionally march his army far beyond their usual range, day and night, simply to test their readiness. He kept them so well hardened that they could react at any time. This instilled a sense of mental and physical toughness, as one might certainly imagine. Caesar's legionaries famously boasted that, loaded with pack and weapons, they could cover vast distances quickly, which often gave the Romans a strategic advantage, appearing where the enemy did not expect them so soon. Perhaps the most defining daily ritual of a Roman army on campaign was the construction of a castra, a fortified camp, every evening. The Roman army rarely slept in the open without fortifications, especially in hostile territory. Every day after marching, no matter how tired, the legions would spend an hour or more building a camp. The site would be chosen by scouts and officers ahead of time, looking for defensible ground with water supply and forage. On arrival, the soldiers didn't just drop everything and rest immediately. They first set to work. The layout of a Roman camp was standardized. In fact, Polybius in Book 6 gives a famous detailed description of a consular camp's design, down to the very streets and gates. Each century, or maniple, knew its designated area, and they did not deviate from it. soldiers immediately began excavating a ditch around the perimeter and hurling dirt inside to create a rampart known as a vallum after receiving the order. Depending on the dimensions, a typical ditch could be 7 to 10 feet wide and 5 feet or more deep. Each soldier carried 1 or 2 wooden stakes to be used for fixing sharpened stakes into the top of the rampart. With a gate on each side, towers or raised areas sporadically, and a well-fenced enclosure, the camp was essentially a fortress of wood and earth when it was finished. Very impressive, especially for an hour or so. Digging, chopping, and pounding stakes were all labor-intensive aspects of this daily entrenchment. Imagine a normal Astartes following a strenuous march. He's sweating and his shoulders hurt from the weight of his pack and shield, but he must stop. He must pick up the shovel and begin digging before nightfall. There was this idea that sweat saves blood, and this guided their actions. By putting in an effort, they protected themselves from unexpected assaults. Polybius praised this Roman custom, pointing out that while Greek armies frequently neglected to fortify their camps, the Romans always made sure to do so, even when the enemy was nowhere to be found. Of course, tents were set up inside the camp after the fortifications were completed. 8 men would erect their leather tents and set up their sleeping quarters. Every unit had a specific location, and there were even streets in the camp. The main ones were the Via Principalis and the Via Praetoria, which intersected close to the general's tent. There were also areas for commanders, horses, and of course baggage. In larger camps, there was even a forum or market where traders could set up stalls to sell goods or food to the troops, since soldiers enjoyed better food when they could actually purchase it. Wine, for example, was a treasured extra beyond that vinegar-water ration. And don't forget the evening routine. Soldiers were able to finally relax after setting up the camp, but their labor was not entirely finished. They were required to take shifts on guard duty, maintain their equipment, and prepare their meals. The soldiers typically ate whatever they could make with their rations for dinner, which was typically a wheat bread or porridge. In order to turn the grain into flour, each group carried hand mills. If they were very fortunate, they might have some meat, because occasionally the army gets livestock or a herd may be driven with the baggage for fresh meat. If not, soldiers may go hunting or purchase a piece of pork or chicken from a local trader or camp follower. To improve the stew, you could also add some salt pork or bacon to the pot, if you had it on you. In order to augment the diet, the Roman soldiers also collected fruits, nuts, and wild greens whenever they could. Men would take care of their armor and weapons after eating. Now that was an important duty. As Polybius points out, a pilum's point is frequently bent on impact by the design to prevent the enemy from throwing it back, so they would straighten or replace the points in preparation for the next battle. They would also oil the leather straps, repair any damaged shields or scutum coverings, sharpen swords, and make sure their 2 pila were completely intact. Although there was always the flicker of campfires and the murmur of conversation, the camp would gradually become quieter as night fell. In addition to writing letters, if they were literate, many soldiers could at least dictate letters home to a scribe, by the way. Soldiers also told stories, and possibly just hung around, singing their little songs, telling their jokes. During these nights, camaraderie was crucial, because a legion was a community, and tentmates frequently became like family. But the night was not without interruption. There was always a Roman camp under guard. The night was broken up into watches, usually 4 of which lasted 3 hours each. Patrols went around to make sure everything was okay, and guards were stationed at the gates and the ramparts. Dozing off while on duty was regarded as one of the most horrific crimes. In fact, it was regarded so that it was a capital offense. It was well known that Roman discipline was rigorous in this area. The way the Romans enforced night watches is described by Polybius. A patrol leader would carry a wooden tablet known as a tessera, and each guard post had to sign off on it to demonstrate they were on guard. By dawn, the tessera was returned to the tribune. Strict penalties were imposed for any watchers found to be slack or for missing tesseras. What penalty? Fustuarium, excuse me, which is frequently translated as cudgeling. Basically, they beat you to death. And that was the norm, at least according to Polybius. If found guilty of sleeping at his post, the offending soldier would just be bludgeoned to death by his fellow soldiers. Now that's going to send a warning. It might sound a little bit shocking, but the Romans brutally enforced this rule because they thought that one man's laxity could jeopardize the entire camp. The Roman army's night watches are most scrupulously kept, according to Polybius, because of the extreme severity and inevitableness of the penalty. In other words, fear kept everyone awake when they were on duty. There is grim evidence, actually, that such discipline did work. Ancient sources recount that Roman soldiers would sometimes choose death in battle over the shame of failure. Polybius notes cases where if a man lost his shield in battle, which is a great disgrace, he might throw himself recklessly against the enemy to either recover it or die trying. It's better than facing the punishment and the humiliation. The collective punishment known as decimation is another famous Roman practice. If a whole unit broke in cowardice, 1 in 10 men was randomly executed as punishment. For example, during the Second Punic War, there were instances where units that fled were decimated, and later, Crassus in the war against Spartacus, 71 BC, late Republic, actually used decimation on his legions to instill terror and obedience. Thus, the night in camp was a mix of much-needed rest for most, and vigilant guard for some. A typical soldier, if not on watch, might be exhausted enough to sleep soundly on his simple bedroll or cot, perhaps a cloak on straw, despite the distant bark of orders or the shuffle of the patrol. But before sleeping, you can't forget, a pious Roman might offer a small prayer to the gods, perhaps to Jupiter, or Mars, or his personal guardian spirits, known as legacies, for safety and victory. Religion was quietly present in a soldier's life. Camps had altars, and every morning and evening, bugle calls the soldiers might salute the standards or the heavens, maintaining a ritual sense that the gods watched over the fate of the army. This routine repeated day after day on campaign. Wake, march, work, eat, sleep, and remain ready to fight at a moment's notice. This went on for months, as campaigns did, with only occasional breaks. Sometimes in bad weather, the army might stay put for a day, but even then drills or fortification work might be ordered. The Roman soldier was rarely idle. Idleness is considered the enemy of discipline. So let's talk about training and unit cohesion, along with continuing this form of discipline that we're talking about. Roman soldiers were effective due to rigorous discipline and rigorous training, in addition to routine. Now, we've already discussed discipline using the example of punishments, But let's also talk about training and how soldiers developed the skills necessary to carry out those taxing duties. A recruit went through drills as soon as he joined. A lot of training took place in winter quarters, or at the beginning of a campaign in the early and mid-Republic. When not engaged in combat, legions that evolved into standing forces during the late Republic, like Caesar's legions in Gaul, continued their training. Despite writing much later, Vegetius, an ancient military writer, preserved the descriptions of training techniques that probably mirrored long-standing customs. He claims that the Romans used wooden swords that were twice as heavy as the real ones and wicker shields to train their recruits, who practiced twice a day by sparring against a post. This meant that a man would feel light and manageable when he entered actual combat with a real gladius and scutum. Additionally, recruits were instructed to thrust rather than slash with the sword, as a stabbing wound exposes the swordsman less and is more likely to result in death. A Roman infantryman was a disciplined fighting machine by the time he faced an enemy, which can be explained by such thorough, almost scientific training. In fact, Polybius attributed Rome's victory over physically more powerful Gauls, or more numerous adversaries, to their, I quote, continual military training and strict discipline in the camps. See Vegetius as well. The Romans owed the conquest of the world to no other cause than their training and discipline, probably echoing earlier sentiment too. Centurions, of course, were essential for training and preserving discipline. In the late Republic structure, these were the senior officers, each of whom oversaw 100 men, or a maniple of 120 in the previous structure. A vitis, or vinewood staff, was a common weapon carried by centurions as a mark of rank and a means of reprimanding soldiers. They strictly enforced orders. He was described as a principe anteferendus, to be placed on the front line, and verberibus disciplinum exigens, exacting discipline with blows, in a well-known centurion's epitaph. These men set an example in combat, and didn't think twice to flog when needed. While major infractions, as we've mentioned, could result in execution or demotion, minor ones could earn a soldier a beating, or just additional responsibilities. Positively, rewards and recognition were used to balance discipline. Roman leaders were aware that pride and honor could inspire just as much fear. Generals gathered to honor valiant soldiers following battles, and everybody wanted that honor. According to Polybius, individuals who stood out would receive official praise and presents, such as a spear for the man who injured an enemy, a decorated cup for the person who killed and stripped an enemy during a hand-to-hand combat, or horse trappings for cavalry. The coveted corona civica, the oak civic crown, may be given to soldiers who save a citizen's life in combat, while the corona moralis, the wall crown, may be given to the first person to breach an enemy wall during a siege. These honors carried significant prestige, in addition to being symbolic. For example, a soldier who won a civic crown could expect to be greeted by a standing applause from all Romans if he participated in the public games. The veteran Spurius Legistinus proudly lists his accolades in Livy's accounts. My commanders have rewarded me for my courage. 4.5 times I have received 6 civic crowns. Similar to medals today, these honors were worn on the breastplate during parades and victories. They served as a strong motivator for soldiers to display their bravery. For Roman soldiers, virtus meant excellence, bravery, and manliness. Units of exceptional cohesion and effectiveness were produced by this combination of carrot and stick, severe punishment for failure or disobedience, and a high reward for bravery and success. A legion took pride in its track record too. Caesar's 10th legion, for instance, was well known for its bravery and loyalty. He would lovingly refer to them as my 10th, and they were indeed loyal to him to the end. In order to foster camaraderie, Suetonius describes how Caesar referred to his soldiers as comrades rather than just soldiers. He also relates how, following a particularly difficult battle, the only loss that Caesar's army ever experienced against Pompey at Dyrrhachium in 48 BC, the soldiers felt so humiliated that they demanded punishment for themselves, and Caesar was forced to comfort them rather than punish. Working together under a lot of stress for a long time, that's what creates a familial bond like that. Soldiers in the late Republic started to show a great deal of loyalty to both their generals and Rome, which ultimately contributed to civil wars. Even in the past, though a charismatic or well-respected leader, such as Scipio Africanus during the Second Punic War, could motivate his troops to exhibit remarkable fortitude. Well, it can't all be accolades and applauses. Let's talk about some of the harsh realities. The weather, the hunger, the fighting. So far we discussed routine and discipline. But what about the extraordinary hardships that Roman soldiers faced? War is famous for not being very fun, but also long periods of boredom punctuated by moments of terror. But also, for ancient soldiers, periods of intense privation. Keeping thousands of soldiers fed was always a challenge, especially back in those days. Usually, the army had supply lines, or lived off the land by foraging and requisition. But things went wrong sometimes. Soldiers could be on short rations, or even starving. There are numerous instances of Roman troops enduring hunger. During Caesar's campaigns, for example, at the siege of Dyrrhachium, Caesar's troops were cut off from their supplies. They resorted to eating wild plants, and even made a kind of bread from local herbs. Suetonius relates that Pompey's men, after overrunning one of Caesar's deserted camps, found these loaves of herb bread. I wonder if they were all right. Maybe. Pompey said that he was fighting wild beasts when he saw that Caesar's men could eat such bread, and he ordered loaves hidden so that his own troops wouldn't be demoralized by the enemy's astonishing endurance. So it looks like Pompey was not a fan of the bread. Another famous incident occurred in Spain in 49 BC. Caesar's legions, isolated by floods near Ilerda, made bread from a root called cara, and when the Pompeian army taunted them about starvations, Caesar's men threw the loaves into the enemy camp to show that they would not yield easily. This grim determination in the face of hunger was a point of pride. Less dramatically, even in normal operations, Roman soldiers had to carry up to 2 weeks of grain, or be ready to forage. If supply was low, they might receive barley instead of wheat, which was considered to be frankly, a humiliating downgrade. Barley was fed to animals, or used to punish troops. As Polybius mentions that as part of the decimation, the remaining men were given barley rations, not wheat, until they redeemed themselves. Thirst was also a problem in forced marches. Soldiers carried water in skins, but in dry regions, dehydration could kill. Commanders like Alexander, though Macedonian, not Roman, famously shared his hardships by refusing water if there wasn't enough for all. This was a practice that Roman generals sometimes emulated to keep up morale. Roman armies campaigned in a variety of climates too. from the heat of North Africa and Spain to the damp cold of northern Gaul and the forests of Germany. Of course, they did not have modern weatherproof gear. A soldier did have a cloak, though, called a sagum for cold and rain, but that was about it. We hear of soldiers suffering in the snow in the Alps, or shivering on sentry duty during a cold night. Livy, in describing the aftermath of the Battle of Cannae, 216 BC, notes that many wounded Romans on that field had their wounds stiffened by the morning cold, causing agony. Cold could be as deadly as the sword. Conversely, heat stroke and sunburn were issues in the Mediterranean summers, marching in heavy armor under a July sun in Apulia, southern Italy. Well, that must have been torture. Despite it all, Roman troops were expected to shrug off the hardships. It's just part of life. A phrase attributed to was patiens laboris, enduring of labor. They trained to swim rivers in full kit, to march barefoot if needed. Roman sandals, the caligae, were sturdy, but in emergencies they'd simply go without. And of course, they were trained to sleep on the ground. The idea was that a Roman soldier always had to be tougher than his enemies, and not just the human ones. Caesar had once bragged that his men, even when outnumbered and besieged, bore hunger and toil so stoically that the enemy was astonished. This is the Dyrrhachium anecdote once again. It became almost a competition of honor. To suffer without complaint was a mark of a true Roman soldier. Men who grumbled were ridiculed as weaklings. That being said, soldiers certainly did complain at times. There were minor mutinies over pay or conditions in the late Republic, but the ideal promoted in our sources is the iron soldier, who, like the mythical hero, eats wild roots and smiles. But starvation wasn't the only thing you had to worry about. While ancient accounts focus on the battle glory or heroic endurance of hunger, the quieter killer of armies was disease. Crowded camps with poor sanitation are breeding grounds for dysentery, typhus, or other illnesses. Roman camps, however, were relatively sanitary for the time. They typically dug latrine pits and had specified areas for waste. This slightly helped, but still, on long campaigns, many soldiers would fall ill. We have few vivid stories about this. Ancient historians paid a little bit less attention to disease unless it was a plague. But we do know that in some sieges or long encampments, diseases might have fell more men than the enemy managed to. And this isn't just for the Romans either. This is pretty much just for war in general. For instance, during the Second Punic War, large Roman armies in southern Italy suffered fevers from the malarial swamps. Later, in Julius Caesar's siege of Dyrrhachium, both Caesars, and thus Pompey's camps, had sickness due to the cramped conditions. The daily life of a soldier thus also included trying to stay healthy, eating whatever rations he had, boiling water if possible. Posca, the vinegar drink, did have mild antiseptic properties, and hoping that the surgeons were available if he got wounded or sick. Each legion had some medical staff. They could amputate limbs, bandage wounds, and treat common ailments with the rudimentary medicine of the time, herbs, wine as disinfectant, etc. Pretty basic. One can imagine the fear of a wounded soldier, not only of the infection, but, well, the treatment too. There was, of course, no antibiotic, except perhaps honey or vinegar on wounds. For serious injuries, survival was often just luck. But finally, let's talk about what may be the most intense part of the soldier's experience, the actual combat and its aftermath. All the training and routine ultimately led to moments of brutal collision with the enemy. What was it like for the Roman soldier to go into a battle? A Roman soldier fought in formation, shield to shield with his comrades. But once the swords were drawn, it often became a chaotic and deeply personal struggle. Ancient battles were up close and bloody. Just imagine it. The noise, the horns blaring, officers shouting commands, hundreds of men charging or clashing shields. Stepping on top of some poor soul who's suffered a wound is screaming below you. Death everywhere. It's hard to forget that. The Roman soldier would throw his pilum from perhaps 15-20 yards out, and then draw out his gladius and clash with the enemy. The gladius, a short sword about a 50-centimeter blade, was a fearsome weapon in close quarters, designed to stab in the gaps of the enemy's armor under the rib cage. Roman soldiers were taught to aim for the abdomen if possible. We have many accounts of the effectiveness of Roman sword blows. For example, at the Battle of Pydna in 168 BC, the Romans had to fight through the pikes of the Macedonian phalanx. Once they got in close, Livy says that the Romans hacked at the knees of the Macedonians, hamstringing them. Combat was not a continuous melee. It often involved surges and pauses. In manipular legions, small units could rotate. A tired frontman could swap with a fresh man from behind if the fight stalled. Polybius actually describes how, in extended fights, Roman ranks would exchange places, so no single man fought until total exhaustion. Nonetheless, the stress and physical exhaustion were certainly immense. Men were pushing with shields, shoving, slipping on the blood-soaked ground perhaps, and deafened by the screams of the wounded and dying. The smells of sweat, blood, and dust, or mud, filled the air. It was in those moments where that discipline, that training had to take over. A soldier had to trust his comrades and his officers, hold the line, and keep his wits. The carnage of ancient battles was, of course, unimaginably horrific. A vivid description comes from Livy's account of the aftermath of Cannae, one of Rome's worst defeats. He writes that even the Carthaginian victors were appalled by the scene the next day. This is the passage from Livy. There all those thousands of Romans were lying, infantry and cavalry, indiscriminately. Some covered with blood raised themselves from among the dead around them, tortured by their wounds. Some they found lying with their thighs and knees gashed, but still alive. These bared their throats and begged to have their blood drained. This gruesome image of fatally wounded soldiers, unable to move, pleading for a quick death. That's the reality of a battle. That's the reality of war. Livy continues, some Romans even had suffocated themselves by digging their heads into the earth, taking their lives to escape pain. In one case, a Numidian soldier was found alive under a pile of bodies with his face mutilated. A dying Roman, too weak to fight with arms, had literally torn at the Numidian's face with his teeth in rage. That's from Livy 22:51-9, for anyone who wants to go and look at that. Jeez. These certainly are exceptionally gory details, aren't they? But they remind an audience that for a Roman soldier, the reality of combat was not a clean duel of heroes, but more of a desperate struggle for survival in a hellscape of screaming and dying men. For those who survived the battle, the day didn't end with the enemy's fight. Victorious soldiers might pursue the fleeing foe, Or they might start the grim work of checking the fallen, looking for wounded comrades to rescue or dispatching wounded enemies. They also engaged in looting once the battle was won. Stripping armor and valuables from the enemy corpses was a common practice, and indeed a reward from battle. A Roman soldier, especially in the late Republic, hoped to gain some spoils. A nicer sword, a bit of jewelry, coins. Just pick it off the enemy's body. After a big victory, the general would collect a portion of the loot to distribute as bonus pay or gifts to the legion. This could be significant, for instance, after conquering rich cities in the east. Troops were often given hefty rewards. Conversely, in defeat, soldiers might be the ones left on the field. Roman discipline was such that many would stand and die where they were if surrounded. Those who could escape lost battle often regrouped at some rally point or fled to a nearby town. Being a defeated soldier was perilous. If captured, you might be killed or sold into slavery. That's quite right. Romans were slaves too, if they were unlucky. Hannibal, after Cannae, famously released many allied prisoners without ransom in a gesture, but many others were not so lucky. After battle, if the army held the field, they would perform the solemn task of burying or burning the dead, at least their own, and Romans took this seriously. Proper burial was a religious duty. After all, the gods are watching. After a mass cremation would be arranged for the fallen Romans, the enemy dead might be left for carrion, or buried in pits. The wounded were tended by medics. Field surgeries would commence. Amputations of shattered limbs, extraction of arrowheads, bandaging cuts. This was done without modern anesthesia, of course. Wine or vinegar might dull the pain a little bit. There's no surprise that many soldiers feared a crippling wound more than death. One aspect of Roman military life that might surprise us is the capacity to recover and simply keep marching on after horrific battles. Survivors had no time for trauma. They had to obey orders and continue the campaign. After all, another battle is just around the corner. Livy marvels at Roman resilience. After defeats like Cannae, Rome raised new legions and eventually won the war. He said, no other nation could have suffered such a tremendous series of disasters and not been overwhelmed. Part of that resilience was at the individual soldier's level. Those who lived had to incorporate those experiences, mourn lost comrades perhaps, but keep fighting regardless. Well, in summary, a Roman Republic soldier's everyday life was a combination of the commonplace and the extraordinary. On one hand, it included standard camp tasks like digging, marching, standing watch, preparing simple meals, activities that are not all that dissimilar from military life in our modern era. Soldiers laughed with their comrades, grumbled about their aching feet or lackluster rations, and eagerly anticipated the few joys of camp, like a flask of wine, playing dice in their free time, or writing a letter back to their loved ones. However, the same men took part in horrific violent incidents that had far-reaching ramifications. They still persevered with a stoic attitude, molded by tradition and discipline. As we read, the character of service changed over the course of the Republic, but the professional legionary who might serve a few years in Spain, Greece, or Gaul replaced the early citizen soldier, who fought for a season close to home. But one thing that did not change was the Roman values of officium, disciplina, and virtus, duty, discipline, and valor. An honorable death was preferred to shame, and a Roman soldier was supposed to be eager for courage. Virtitus studiosus, Examples of this ethos can be found in many ancient sources, whether they are historical, such as the centurion who held a bridge at Valencia, Spain, all by himself until help arrived, or Caesar's centurion Cassius Scaeva, who, according to Suetonius, fought on with one eye and multiple wounds, holding his post against all odds. Or there is the legendary accounts, such as Decius Mus's devotion, who ritually sacrificed himself in battle in the 4th century. These were regular men who accomplished remarkable feats. The victory was a single, glorious day that was frequently followed by a discharge and integration into society. After the wars, the majority of soldiers, particularly in the early republic, simply returned to their jobs as farmers, builders, or craftsmen. They brought with them the memories of adversity and friendship. In one of his speeches, Cato the Elder mentioned an elderly soldier in the Forum who had numerous scars running the length of his torso, each of which told a tale of his service to the Republic. These stories, the early morning exercise, the clang of the blacksmiths fixing weapons at dusk, the taste of the dusty bread on a long march, the rush of adrenaline as the battle line advanced, the terror of witnessing a friend fall, the comfort of a warm fire after surviving another day, and the obedience to the centurion's call. We've heard them all today. In the Sumerian city of Ur, around 2600 BC, a funeral of a queen is taking place. The deceased Queen Puabi has finally been laid to rest in her lavish tomb. But this is different. She is not alone. In what has been dubbed the Great Death Pit, dozens of her servants and court ladies lie arranged in orderly fashion, adorned with fine jewelry and holding cups. They were sacrificed, given poison to drink, accompanying their queen into the mysteries of the next world. It's a chilling image, an entire retinue entering death together. Why would a society do this? The answer can only be that they believed that their queen would live on in some fashion after death, and therefore needed her servants to attend her. Here, at the very start of the Bronze Age, we have our powerful evidence that people took the concept of an afterlife very seriously. So seriously that they staged a grand, albeit gruesome, send-off. We're going to step back today, almost 4,000 to 5,000 years, into the Bronze Age, exploring a question that has fascinated humans for as long as we've been aware of our own mortality. It's a simple question, but it's as equally fascinating as it is frightening. What happens after death? This isn't a talk examining philosophy or talking about theology in modern senses. We're just looking at the concrete beliefs that were recorded by Bronze Age civilizations themselves, and we're not going to judge them. We're just going to talk about them. Now, we'll hear directly from the ancient texts, which we have many preserved on those clay tablets, the voices of long-dead kings, priests, and scribes, describing their hopes and fears about the world beyond the grave. Today, we're going to be doing most Bronze Age civilizations, except for China and the Indus Valley, which I want to discuss in a separate video. This talk will be structured as if you're attending a tour throughout several of these cultures: Egypt, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, the Hittites being in Anatolia, the Levant, the Canaanites, and even the Aegean, Bronze Age Greece. And we'll see if we can piece together what they really believed about the afterlife. We'll rely on primary sources, tomb inscriptions, epic poems, and mythological records, intending to let the ancient voices speak for themselves. I'll do my best to provide context so it all makes sense. but the goal is to hear these beliefs as they were understood at the time, without imposing our modern morality and interpretations upon them. By the end, I hope that you'll appreciate both the diversity and the common threads in Bronze Age afterlife beliefs. But before we dive in, let's have a quick note on chronology. When we say the Bronze Age, it spans many centuries and cultures. A timeline can be roughly given around 3300 to 1200 BC or BCE for those inclined to use the different dating conventions. Beliefs did evolve over time, within a single civilization, of course. But our approach will be thematic and cultural, rather than chronological. Also, I'd like you to keep in mind that much of the evidence is religious or royal, the beliefs of everyday farmers and laborers, the proletariat, if you're going to call them that, are a little bit harder to glimpse at, except where, of course, burial customs speak for themselves. Now, with all that said, I hope that your imaginations are ready and your minds are open. We can journey into the past and see what the Bronze Age people thought waited them beyond the grave. Before we do, I invite you to like and subscribe, share the video, and check out the Patreon or merchandise store if you are inclined to do so. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. So beginning this talk, why not begin where a lot of the interest lies? Take a walk through the field of reeds, and we'll begin with the Egyptian afterlife. When it comes to the afterlife beliefs, ancient Egypt itself offers one of the most elaborate and also optimistic visions. You'll see that the word optimistic will be, well, perhaps not repeated in the later beliefs. The Egyptians practically obsessed over life and death. It was a big deal. They built massive tombs, perfected mummification to preserve the body, and composed extensive texts to guide the soul in the hereafter. It was a very complicated process. It was all written down, all ritualized, and they were experts. Their belief system was remarkably detailed, and it remained influential for thousands of years. So we better talk about it, don't you think? One of the first things to understand is that Egyptians envisioned the afterlife as a continuation of the best aspects of life on Earth, but all of those aspects somewhat perfected. They called idyllic hereafter the field of reeds, Seket Aru, essentially a paradise that looked like the Nile Delta in full bloom, a perfect blue sky, not too hot, not too cold, everything in its place. It sounds nice, doesn't it? Kinda the place that you'd want to go. If you were scared of where the next place would be, you'd want to imagine somewhere nice like that. In fact, we have a New Kingdom tomb inscription that sums it up pretty well in beautiful detail around 1400 BC. And it goes like this. May I walk every day unceasing on the banks of my water. May my soul rest on the branches of trees which I have planted. May I refresh myself in the shadow of my sycamore. In these words, an Egyptian elite and upperclassman expresses the heartfelt wish to spend eternity strolling by his own beloved gardens and orchards, enjoying shade and clear water. No sickness, no aging, no death, none of that. Just an eternal, idealized Egypt, his homeland, forever. And this was the reward for a life well lived and a successful navigation of the trials of death. Of course, it all sounds good, but I'm afraid there's a price. One did not automatically gain entry into this paradise. Tickets were limited. The Egyptians developed a complex theology of judgment. By the time the New Kingdom, that is around 1500 BC, the dominant belief was that upon death, a person's soul, specifically their heart, which embodied the conscience, would be weighed on scales against the feather of Mart, the divine symbol of truth and justice. In fact, you might have seen some of the depictions in funerary papyri, like the papyrus of Hunefer. If your heart was free from the heavy weight of wrongdoing, in other words, it balanced with the feather, you were declared true of voice, ma keru. Essentially, you were vindicated, and congratulations, you were allowed to enter the eternal bliss of the afterlife. But if not, the consequences were not very good. A fearsome demoness named Amit, part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus, the three most fearsome animals, well, perhaps if we're discounting the snakes, would gobble up your heart, consigning you to the second death, non-existence. The prospect of annihilation was the ultimate punishment for the unjust, thrown into the void, the dustbin of life. To avoid this fate, Egyptians had to arm themselves with spells and declarations of innocence. In the famous spell number 125 of the Book of the Dead, which is also, by the way, called the Book of Going Forth by Day. Now, the Book of the Dead's a little bit more of a marketable name, I suppose. The deceased makes a negative confession, denying a list of sins before the tribunal of Osiris. For example, one would say something like, I have not stolen, I have not committed murder, I have not told lies, and so on. A remark will look into the moral code. If judges accepted these statements, and the heart test was passed, the deceased could proceed. But for Egyptians, death was not really an ending, but more of a transition, often called the westering, since bodies were buried on the west bank of the Nile where the sun set. They believed a person was composed of multiple spiritual parts, being Ka, Ba, etc., that had to be reunified after death to form the effective spirit, the Ak. Now, I mentioned that word, the Ka. The Ka was like a vital essence that still needed nourishment, and that's why we see the food offerings in tombs and not just for decorations, and the Ba, which was often depicted as a human-headed bird, represented the individual's mobility to travel between worlds. Each day after death, the Ba soul could leave the tomb and journey with the sun god Ra across the sky, reuniting with the mummified body at night. And of course, then we come to the mummification itself. Well, that was central. You can't go past Egypt without talking about that. Preserving the body intact was important because the soul needed a second home, and it had to be a nice one. As a result, Egyptians developed sophisticated embalming to prevent decay, expecting the person would use their physical form again in the next life. Tomb walls were inscribed with spells, like the earlier pyramid texts and coffin texts, the precursors to the Book of the Dead, to guide the deceased post various hazards in the afterworld, which was called the Duat. These texts can also be very dramatic, and I'll read one example. For instance, a pyramid text, the Utterance 213, from the Pyramid of Unas in the 5th dynasty, proclaims to the deceased king as follows. O Unas, you have not gone dead. You have gone alive to sit on the throne of Osiris. Your scepter is in your hand, that you may give orders to the living. Give orders to those of the mysterious sights, the dead. Now here the belief is pretty explicit, don't you think? King Unas lives on after his physical death, assuming a divine throne, alongside Osiris, and even wielding authority over other beings in the netherworld, He just continues to be the king forever. In fact, Egyptian royalty often identified with Osiris, the god who himself died and was resurrected. According to myth, Osiris was a king who was murdered by his evil brother Set, only to be magically reassembled and revived by his wife and sister, by the way, Isis. Osiris became the lord of the underworld and the judge of the dead, representing the promise of new life, just as crop grows from buried seed. In fact, every deceased Egyptian was somehow likened to Osiris. Funerary texts address the dead as the Osiris, then the name. If proper rituals were done, they hoped to join Osiris's kingdom and partake in his eternal party. Sounds nice. A successful Egyptian afterlife thus had two key requirements: moral righteousness, that is, proving that one's heart is pure and upright, and proper funerary rituals to reconstitute and protect the soul. To achieve this, the living invested enormous effort. I'm sure you've seen it before. What do you think they built all that for? It wasn't for fun. Tombs were built as eternal houses, filled with goods, foods, and even texts and games. Tutankhamun, for example, was buried with clothing, chariots, weapons, and even his favorite board game of Senet, presumably to keep him entertained in eternity. I just hope he doesn't get bored of that game. Tomb inscriptions sometimes even carry curses to ward off robbers, threatening that if you disturb the one that lies within, then you'll incur the wrath of the gods, and you'll be denied your own afterlife. All this shows how real and immediate these beliefs were to the ancient Egyptians. And of course, I suppose we have the question, for those grave robbers, how many of them were really scared off by the warnings? I suppose we'll never know. But we do know that the Tutankhamun tomb was discovered completely intact by Howard Carter back in those days. I think it was 1911, something like that. Well, in summary, an Egyptian back in the Bronze Age believed that if they lived in accordance with Ma'at, this divine order, received proper burial rites and passed the judgment of Osiris, then they would wake to a transformed existence in the field of reeds, and for the rest of their days, farming, feasting, and sailing pleasantly under eternally blue skies. And of course, you'd be able to reunite with your long-lost loved ones. If you were lucky too, I suppose, you could mingle with the gods. There is one text too that cheerfully puts it: one lives eternally in the sun's presence, doing all that one had done on earth and more. It was in many ways an ethically conditioned afterlife, a reward for the virtuous. Stands in contrast to some other Bronze Age cultures, as we'll see shortly, which are interesting in their own right. So before moving on, do you have any questions about Egyptian conception? All right, keep the Egyptian vision in mind. Lush, hopeful, moral. We now shift our tone to a different picture. That of Mesopotamia, the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. We're going down a deeper rabbit hole now. Mesopotamia, the land of no return, and the underworld of gloom. And so we depart from the sunny optimism of Egypt, arriving in Mesopotamia, ancient Sumer, Akkad, Babylonia and Assyria, where the afterlife is viewed with less enthusiasm. You see, the people of Mesopotamia, unlike the Egyptians, did not usually long for death or see it as a getaway, a blissful paradise. Instead, their earliest writings speak of a bleak and inert existence after death, a place sometimes called Irkala, or in our tongue, the land of no return. One of our richest sources on Mesopotamian afterlife belief is the Epic of Gilgamesh. That's a great heroic poem from around 2000 BC, and it even has roots with older Sumerian tales, so who knows how far it goes back. If you're not familiar with it, well, basically, the hero king Gilgamesh seeks to overcome death after his friend Enkidu passes away. But before that famous quest, we get a harrowing description of the underworld through a dream that Enkidu has. As Enkidu lies dying, he has a vision of what awaits him below. Now, quote directly from the epic. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food, clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light, sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever, rulers and princes, all those who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They, who had stood in the place of gods, now stand like servants, fetching baked meats in the house of dust, carrying water in the midst of darkness. Now this passage conveys the Mesopotamian house of dust, a dreary underground cavern where all souls, small and great, are forced to endure an eternity of monotony. The imagery is pretty striking. These once proud kings are now just shuffling about in the dark pathetically, dressed in feathers like scrawny birds, eating dirt off the ground for food. There's no differentiation or joy. Everyone is equally miserable. Dust is their food. In other words, the dead survive on the essence of decay itself. Enkidu even mentions meeting Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, and the scribe goddess who keeps the book of the dead. The mere sight of Enkidu, a living man in this vision, causes alarm, for the underworld is strictly not for the living. Mesopotamians refer to this realm by names like Aralu, or Kur-nu-ge, a Sumerian word for the land of no return. Unlike the Egyptian field of reeds, there was simply no escape from the Mesopotamian underworld, except in extremely rare, myth-like circumstances, and certainly no shining paradise. But why would they make it like this? Why so grim? Well, one factor is the view of their gods. The Mesopotamia deities did not promise humans a happy afterlife. The best one could hope for was a sort of continuation of existence as a dim ghost, or etemu as they called it, and to at least be remembered by the living. Because, importantly, the dead were thought to retain some needs and influence. They weren't enjoying themselves, but they could often suffer more if neglected. Families were expected to make regular offerings, pour libations of water, leave bread or incense at the graves of their ancestors. If a dead person was not properly buried, or didn't receive these offerings, their spirit might become restless or angry. And if the spirit was angry, it could afflict the living with illness. So even though the underworld was unpleasant, proper burial rites and memorials were important. For example, there is one Sumerian poem where a spirit of a man returns to beg his son for a decent burial, lamenting that without one he's stuck eating scraps in the netherworld. And in Assyrio-Babylonian letters, we also find mention of the rite of Kispu, feeding and provisioning the deceased relatives so that they can stay at peace. It shows a belief that while the underworld was a very grim place, the living could kind of soften the blow of the dead's condition somewhat through offerings. Mesopotamian mythology personified death in the form of the goddess Ereshkigal. She was called the Queen of the Great Below, and her husband Nergal, or Ninurta in earlier versions. One famous myth, the descent of Inanna, or Ishtar as she is also called, recounts how the proud goddess Ishtar, or Inanna, travels to the underworld. She must pass through 7 gates, removing a piece of clothing at each, symbolizing shedding earthly attachments, until she stands completely naked before the Queen Ereshkigal. She is then struck dead and hung on a hook, a vivid metaphor for the fate of anyone entering that realm, even a deity. But later the gods arrange her revival, a rare exception, showing that resurrection was considered a divine miracle and not the norm. An interesting scene from that myth shows the fear of the dead rising too. When Ishtar threatens the gatekeeper to let her in, she says, "If you do not open the gate for me to come in, I will smash the door and shatter the bolt. I will break down the doorpost. I will raise up the dead, eating the living, and the dead will outnumber the living." This dramatic threat is pretty serious, isn't it? To unleash the dead upon the living. It shows the proper order it is for the dead to stay in their realm. A breach of that barrier would certainly be catastrophic. The living feared wandering ghosts too, which they called Giddim in Sumerian or Etemu in Akkadian, and they took as many measures to prevent it as they could. Now the myth we just discussed shows that even gods had to respect the inviolate separation of life and death. But what did an ordinary Mesopotamian expect after death? Well, in essence, it was a shadowy existence below, eternal, unless interfered with, lacking joy, but somewhat bearable, if your descendants kept remembering you with offerings. There was no final judgment or moral reckoning like in Egypt. The fate of the afterlife was democratized. Everybody went to the same dreary place. Though perhaps there were slight status distinctions. Some texts suggest that those who died violently or without proper burial suffered more. Notably, there's an old Babylonian poem called The Death of Bilgamesh, which is another word for Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh asks the ghost of a friend about the fate of various categories of people. The one who died with many sons, who will get many offerings, fares better than the one who died without. This reinforces the idea again. Having a family to perform those funerary rites could make your afterlife more tolerable. And we must use words like tolerable, because tolerance is all you can really hope for. As for Mesopotamian tombs, they included everyday items, pots, weapons, jewelry, quite similar to Egyptian tombs, but likely intended more as immediate grave goods rather than supplies for an eternal paradise. The grand royal tombs of Ur, as we saw, even included human sacrifices. Interestingly, Mesopotamian kings did not claim they descend to join the gods. Even the king expected to join his ancestors in the underworld. There is an Akkadian phrase, eternal life, but it usually meant lasting fame on earth. They didn't really mean a literal immortality, no matter how many people are arguing for it. And the Epic of Gilgamesh drives that home too. Another quote is, "When the gods created man, they set death as his destiny." However, there were a few nuances and evolving ideas. In later periods, by the Late Bronze and certainly the Iron Age, so after 1200, we see Mesopotamian text hinting at the possibility of a better fate for a few special individuals. We're talking heroes or those who were divinized after death. The legendary figure Utnapishtim, the flood survivor, like the Mesopotamian version of Noah, basically. Well, he was granted immortality by the gods and lives at the mouth of the rivers in a faraway place. But he's a very rare exception. 1 in a million. For the vast majority, the hope was not for heaven, but just for a restful oblivion. A nice little corner in the dusty abyss. So to conclude the Mesopotamian section, they believed in afterlife, but it was not one to look forward to. It was inevitable and part of the cosmic order of things, hence the focus on living a good life and having children to honor you, rather than on preparing one's soul for paradise. It's a pretty melancholic view, and it would persist in the region for centuries. Echoes of it appear in the Hebrew Bible's concept of Sheol, a pit where the dead souls languish, very much resembling the Mesopotamian underworld, just changing it up a little bit. So before moving on, once again we highlight that quick contrast. In Mesopotamia, even kings and heroes served in the afterlife. I want you to recall the line, "They who once ruled the world now carry water and baked meats in the house of dust." This resignation, death as the great equalizer, is practically the opposite of Egypt's vibrant continuation of status and joy. And keep that in mind as we travel a little bit northwest to Anatolia, the home of the Hittites, and we'll see yet another perspective. So, we now visit the Hittite civilization of Anatolia. That's in today's Turkey, which thrived in the late Bronze Age. We're talking 1700 to 1200. The Hittite belief system is interesting because it seems to be a melting pot of indigenous Hattian, Hurrian, and Indo-European elements. Their afterlife beliefs are admittedly less richly documented than Egypt or Mesopotamia, but we do have clues from royal rituals, art, and mythology. One standout feature of the Hittite royal ideology is the idea that the king, and perhaps the queen, became a god upon death. In fact, Hittite texts routinely refer to the deceased kings with the phrase, "he became a god at death." While alive, the Hittite king was appointed servant of the gods, not considered divine himself, unlike Egyptian pharaohs who were kind of like demigods, semi-divine figures on earth. But in death he joined the ranks. A modern study summarizes, Hittite kings lived as mortals and became deified. This implies that they believed in some kind of exalted afterlife, at least for royalty. The king's spirit would dwell among the gods, honored with cult and offerings. Indeed, after a king died, his successors would perform funerary rites and likely offer sacrifices to the departed king's spirit as one of the gods. How exactly did the Hittites imagine this divine afterlife for their rulers? We have a hint in the burial practices. Uniquely, Hittite royals might be cremated, unlike Egyptians who were mummified. Of course, the idea of cremating someone to an ancient Egyptian, that is an absolutely horrifying idea. But for the Hittites, that was just normal. One textual account, reconstructed from fragmentary instructions, describes the funerary ritual for a great king. His body was burned on a pyre for several days, with offerings and prayers made, and after the flames died, the remaining bones were collected, wrapped up, and buried. During these rites, the court would speak to the king's spirit, bidding them farewell and presumably acknowledging his new divine status. One line goes, it's paraphrased, "O king, you have become a god, and are going to the gods." The whole emphasis was on release, the soul leaving the earth to join the celestial or chthonic deities. Now, the Hittites worshipped a plethora of gods, we know that. The text often invoked the 1,000 gods of Hati, so we know there's at least 1,000 of them. Among these were deities of the underworld, notably the sun goddess of the earth, a female solar deity who was believed to rule the underground, separate from the sun of heaven, and a god called Lelwani, originally male, later seen as female, a deity of the underworld. They also venerated ancestor deities to some extent. It seems that the spirits of important people could be revered as a sort of minor deity after death. For example, deceased kings might have had statues or stelae where offerings were made in their memory, effectively treating them as protective ancestral spirits. As far as Hittite mythology, we unfortunately don't have an epic description of the afterlife like we do in Gilgamesh, but we do have iconography. A prime example is the rock-cut sanctuary at Yazlikaya, near the Hittite capital of Hattusa. In Chamber B of this sanctuary, there's a famous relief carving of the 12 gods of the underworld, a file of 12 identical figures wearing tall pointed hats and short tunics, marching together in procession. The presence of these gods of the underworld shows that the Hittites had a concept of a subterranean realm governed by deities, much like Mesopotamia's Ereshkigal or the later Hades of Greek tradition. The dead, presumably, went on to this realm. There isn't evidence that the average person expected a joyous afterlife. Likely the common Hittite view was somewhat closer to Mesopotamia's in that the dead became weak shades, dwelling in that mysterious dusty land of darkness. In one Hittite prayer, a queen laments her dying husband and hopes the sun goddess of earth will take him to herself and free him from pain. This suggests a belief in being gathered to the goddess's care, of course. But what about the man on the street, ordinary people? Archaeologically, both inhumation and cremation were practiced by the Hittites, and neighboring peoples too, like the Luwians. They often buried ashes or bodies along with goods, sometimes terracotta figures. It's possible that they believed in some form of the spirit surviving. But interestingly, Hittite texts also mention something somewhat grim. If certain taboos were broken, these gods of the underworld might punish the living with misfortune, plague, or anything else they could come up with. This indicates that the dead and the underworld gods could influence the living, an incentive to perform proper funerary rituals and respect ancestors. So in summary, I suppose Hittite afterlife beliefs straddle a line. On one hand, they had no elaborate paradise like Egypt, and likely shared the broader Near Eastern view of a gloomy underworld for most. But on the other hand, their kings expected apotheosis, that is, becoming gods, and religious emphasis was placed on ensuring that the dead were cared for, so that they wouldn't disturb the living. Proper ritual had to be kept. The Hittite civilization fell around 1200 BC with the Bronze Age collapse, leaving us with many uncertain details. But later Anatolian cultures, like the Phrygians and Lydians, would continue some of these ideas of hero cults and honoring tombs. I suppose we'll have to wait until we dig something else out of the ground. Let's just hope that we can find some Hittite version of the Epic of Gilgamesh or something like that. I won't hold my breath. But if I wake up one morning to a news story saying that they've found something, Guess who's making a new video on the Hittites? So, moving on from Anatolia, let's go a little bit south, and we'll find ourselves firmly within the Levant, among the Canaanite people. And like everyone else, they had their own intriguing take on death's domain. Shades of Canaan and the Feast of Rephaim. In the Bronze Age Levant, we're talking regions including modern Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, Jordan, people such as the Canaanites also believed in an underworld and a continuing existence of the dead. Thanks to texts from the city-state Ugarit around 1300 BC, we have a pretty good insight into West Semitic beliefs. Ugarit in modern Syria left behind clay tablets with myths and rituals in a Canaanite tongue, shedding light on how these people conceptualized life after death. The general Canaanite term for the realm of the dead was similar to others. In later Hebrew, it's Sheol, and Ugaritic might have had Abuku or Arse, terms for the underworld. It was seen as a shadowy place below, ruled by the god Mot, that is, the word for death. Mot is featured in the Ugaritic Baal cycle as an insatiable power who even drags the mighty storm god Baal into his maw, causing the land's fertility to cease until Baal is rescued. When describing Baal's demise, the texts have Mot saying that he churned Baal in his jaws like a piece of olive paste, graphic imagery of death as a devourer. So clearly, the underworld was not thought of as a very pleasant place to be, rather as a insatiable, hungry abyss. More enlightening are the Ugaritic ritual texts that show how ancestors, particularly the dead kings, were venerated. In one text, sometimes called the Rephaim text, we see the king performing rites for the illustrious dead. The word Rephaim is used for these departed heroes or kings gone. A portion of the funerary liturgy for the recently deceased King Nikmadu III of Ugarit goes like this, in an admittedly summarized translation. The priest invokes the assembly of the mighty dead, Rapa Umma, calling on the ancient kings by name to attend. There is then a call for mourning. Even the king's throne and footstool are said to weep symbolically. The sun goddess Shapash, who in Canaanite belief has the role of traversing the underworld at night, is invoked to guide the king's soul. According to analysis, this text invokes the Rapiumma, the noble dead, with two former kings mentioned by name, and it calls for the mourning of the king's throne, and invokes the sun god Shapshu. The deceased king is then escorted to the underworld by these earlier kings, the Rephaim. We see here a belief that when a new king dies, the spirits of previous kings rise, figuratively, of course, to greet him and guide him to join their fellowship. It's almost like a formal induction, a handshake meeting, welcome to the group in an ancestral hall of fame down there in the underworld. But what's particularly interesting is that the Rephaim are described in Ugarit and later traditions as demigod-like or even heroic dead who still have power. Ugaritic incantations portray them riding chariots or attending feasts in the underworld. One Ugaritic invocation meal calls the Rephaim to drink wine with the living king, indicating a ritual communication and unity between the living and dead royals. So really, for the Canaanites, the afterlife was not just gloom, it wasn't that bad. It also had the aspect of joining one's ancestors in a sort of continual community. The average person likely became a weak shade. Well, this is mut in Ugarit, akin to the Hebrew met, meaning dead one. But the honored dead, and especially the kings, could be venerated. Perhaps similar how in Catholic tradition saints are dead humans basically revered and entreated, raised to godlike status almost. At Ugarit, the dead kings were even called Ilnim, gods in some contexts, implying a form of ancestor deification. However, there was no promise of bliss or reward for good behavior, at least none that we know of. Mortality, or morality rather, in life wasn't explicitly tied to afterlife outcome in the text that we have. Instead, status and proper rites, they were the most important. Dying without proper burial or without any descendants to perform the proper rites was a feared misfortune, just like in Mesopotamia. Curses on tombs from this region, and later Phoenician inscriptions threaten anybody who disturbs the grave by being cut off from these offerings, implying that that is certainly a terrible fate for the soul. We also have mention that the Canaanites, like their neighbors, imagined the underworld as physically below and often associated westward sunset. The Hebrew Bible, which, though Iron Age, I will admit, preserves some of the Bronze Age heritage, it uses phrases like gathered to one's people for death, reflecting the idea of joining one's ancestors in Sheol. For instance, when biblical Jacob dies, it's said that he was gathered to his people, a peaceful phrasing. But the same text also called the underworld a land of silence and darkness, when nobody praises God at all. And this is very much in line with the earlier Mesopotamian view. An interesting little tidbit as well. Just to go a little bit forward, in the Bible, the first book of Samuel, King Saul has a medium conjure the spirit of the prophet Samuel from Sheol. Samuel's ghost appears wearing a robe and complains of being disturbed. The story, though it is later, echoes the older Near Eastern ideas that ghosts could be summoned, and that they were ordinarily at rest, residing in the shadowy earth below. So to sum things up for the Levant, Bronze Age Canaanites believed the dead lived on as shades in the underworld. Without proper rituals, one could keep them content. With powerful rites, you could even perhaps consult with them, if you knew what you were doing. The most illustrious dead, like kings, might partake in a grand assembly of ancestral spirits like the Rephaim, almost like an honored society in the afterlife. But there was no heaven or hell concept, not as rewards or punishments. Those ideas would only develop later, influenced by other religions and the Iron Age philosophical shifts. They did have a fear of even worse fate from the normal underworld, being unburied or being forgotten, and that meant restlessness and misery for the soul. Conversely, being remembered through offspring and ritual could ensure a sort of immortality of name and a seat at the feasts of the Rephaim. So now, we make the final stop on our journey through Bronze Age, and it's the Bronze Age Aegean and early Greece. And we're going to see another perspective that later evolves into what is more familiar when we think of Greek religion and spirituality, Hades and Elysium, these kinds of things. Bronze Age Aegean and early Greek beliefs, Hades and beyond. So in the late Bronze Age, we're talking 1600 to 1100 BCE. Do remember there is a little bit of overlap between the traditional collapse theories. The Greek-speaking Mycenaeans dominated the Aegean region, and they left us with spectacular tombs, like the beehive-shaped Toulos tombs and the rich grave goods, gold masks, weapons, jewelry from sites like Mycenae and Pylos. Unfortunately, there's almost no written records about their beliefs. Their linear B tablets, that is the name of their writing, mostly record inventories, which is not as fun. So to understand what Bronze Age Aegean people believed about the afterlife, we have a bit of a challenging task. We have to combine archaeological evidence with later Greek literature that likely preserves the earlier traditions, albeit a little bit more developed. Mycenaean tombs show that they, just like others, believed in equipping the dead for another life. For example, the famous Mask of Agamemnon, a gold funeral mask and other grave goods from grave circle A at Mycenae. They suggest an expectation that the dead chief or king might need his wealth and status symbols beyond death. They also practice funerary feasts and possibly hero cults at tombs, a practice that of course became explicit in Iron Age Greece, where communities would honor the tomb of legendary ancestors or heroes with offerings, believing of course that that spirit still had power. When we turn to literature, the earliest writings are the Homeric epics, the Iliad, the Odyssey, and they were roughly 8th century BCE, which likely crystallized older oral tales that go back to the Bronze Age. Homer presents a rather bleak afterlife for ordinary mortals, quite in line with the Near Eastern model. Not exactly, but it's certainly 90% there. In the Odyssey, Odysseus travels to the underworld in Book 11 and converses with dead. The realm, Hades, named after its god Hades, or in earlier Greek is actually called Aidoneus, is depicted as a misty, sunless place beyond the river ocean at the edge of the world. There, the psyche, soul, of the dead flits about like a shadow. Notably, the dead lack strength or pleasure. They can only become conscious when they drink blood. Odysseus sacrifices animals so the shades can drink and temporarily regain memory and speech to talk to him. And it's there that Odysseus meets the ghost of Achilles. You know the one, from Troy, the greatest hero of the Bronze Age Trojan War. Achilles had a choice in life: die young with glory, or live long in obscurity. Guess what he chose? He chose the glory. Yet, it didn't quite work out. In Hades, Achilles utters one of the most quoted lines about the grimness of death. He tells Odysseus, "No winning words about death to me, shining Odysseus. Better to be a lowly serf ploughing for a poor man on earth than to be a king of all these lifeless dead." In other words, Achilles said that he would rather be the most impoverished laborer than the king of the underworld. This starkly communicates the Greek heroic view. Life, any life, is sweet, and death is cheerless and a miserable state. Achilles in Homer's underworld has no joy from all these honors. In fact, he laments the state of being an insubstantial shadow. It is a belief that is very much continuous with the earlier Bronze Age ideas that we have discussed. An afterlife is just a sorry reflection of life. However, Greek myth also offered some different feints. Exceptional individuals might get a different afterlife. Even in the Odyssey's underworld scene, Odysseus is told that his own father-in-law Menelaus, the husband of Helen, will not die and go to Hades like a normal man. Instead, because he is the son-in-law of Zeus, he will be sent to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, quote, where life is easiest for men. Here's that prophecy from the Odyssey. But for yourself, Menelaus, fostered by Zeus, it is not ordained that you should die in Argos. The immortals will convey you to the Elysian plain at the ends of the earth, where dwells fair-haired Rhadamanthus, and where life is easiest for men. There is no snow, nor storm, nor rain there, only ever-blowing breezes from Oceanus to cool mankind. For you are wed to Helen, the daughter of Zeus. It's a pretty remarkable passage, don't you think? It shows that by Homer's time, likely reflecting that Bronze or early Iron Age ideas, that the Greeks had a concept of Elysium, an otherworldly paradise reserved for a blessed few, in this case Menelaus, due to his connection to the gods. Earlier, though, Hesiod, 7th century BC, drawing on older myths, wrote that the heroes of the age before him, even after death, went to live eternally in the Isles of the Blessed, enjoying a carefree existence under the rule of Kronos. So there was an evolving notion that heroes or those favored by the gods could bypass the common lot and find a heaven-like afterward. But, unfortunately, the common man just doesn't get that good a deal. For the ordinary Mycenaean, the afterlife was probably thought of just going to Hades' realm. Some might have called it simply the below. Proper burial was extremely important. We see in the Iliad the insistence on burying the dead even during war, the truce to bury the dead, the outrage when Achilles initially withholds Hector's corpse. Those 2 points really drive it home. There's a poignant scene. The ghost of Patroclus appears to Achilles, pleading for burial so he can enter the afterlife. The scene goes like this. You sleep and have forgotten me, Achilles. Not in life were you unmindful of me, but in death. Bury me with all speed that I may pass the gates of Hades. The spirits keep me away, nor let me join them beyond the river. I wander aimlessly through Hades' house. Patroclus' spirit literally begs for his funeral rites, because until his body is burned and buried, his soul is in limbo, unable to be admitted fully into the community of the dead. Achilles, deeply moved, of course performs the cremation and burial, after which Patroclus will finally be at his rest. The Greek belief that without a proper burial the soul finds no peace is identical to the beliefs in Mesopotamia and Canaan. It reinforces the universality of the concern for funeral rites in the Bronze Age world. Tombs from the Greek Bronze Age reflect an idea of an ancestral or familial afterlife as well. Multiple burials in a single tomb, suggesting family members would sleep with each other. Funerary art on later geometric period Greek vases shows us scenes of mourning and perhaps the deceased riding a chariot to the afterlife. In any case, the continuity between the Mycenaean practices and the later Greek tradition is very strong. Thus, the Greek afterlife belief in the Bronze Age likely was as follows. All souls go to the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, a dark echo of life where existence is a faint shadow of what it used to be. Only a rare hero could hope for a special divine grace, and that idea probably grew over time, especially as mystery religions and Orphic ideals emerged in the first millennium BC, promising enlightenment and a better life after death. Just one more thing to note. The hero cult. By the end of the early Bronze Age, or the start of the Iron Age, Greeks would sometimes treat a legendary Bronze Age tomb as a holy site. For example, the tombs at Mycenae might have been continually revered. The honored dead, the heroes, were thought to possibly protect their community if they were appeased. This is like to the ancestor veneration we saw elsewhere, but focused on cultural heroes rather than personal ancestors. So, despite regional variations, certain themes are nearly universal in the Bronze Age. The dead continue to exist, in one way or another. Proper burial and rituals are crucial. The afterlife is often under the earth, and the living can impact the dead's well-being, and vice versa if you're not careful. In none of these cultures do we see a fully articulated system of heaven and hell based on moral judgment, except Egypt, which had the seeds of that idea in the Hall of Judgment, and possibly the annihilation of the wicked. Most Bronze Age people instead expected a single fate for all, with perhaps some degree in comfort, death being the great equalizer. It's fascinating also to note how these beliefs set the stage for later religious developments. For example, ideas of moral judgment and paradise or hell would later appear in Zoroastrianism. Oh, I'm going to make some videos about that soon too. And much later in Christianity and Islam. One can trace a line of evolution, certainly. It all seems to rhyme. With Egypt's feather of Ma'at and the concept of Elysium, well, they were early steps. But, as requested, we've stuck to how Bronze Age people themselves describe the beliefs without later interpretation. We can't look at everything in hindsight. We just take it as it comes. So to conclude, I want you to have a little image in your head. Think of an Egyptian noble and a Mesopotamian merchant having a conversation together in the afterlife, kind of a cosmic tavern where all of these cultures can meet. The Egyptian might say, "My friend, why do you sit here in the dark eating dust all day? Come to the field of reeds instead. The beer is sweet and the barley grows tall." The Mesopotamian ghost might shrug his shoulders and reply, "This is just how it is for us. At least my son gave me a proper burial. I have a few crumbs of bread to be thankful for that." Meanwhile, a Hittite king's spirit passes by, perhaps on his way to consult with the gods, and a Canaanite ancestral chief raises a toast from the cup of remembrance his descendants had left him. And from somewhere, the Greek Achilles mutters, "I'd rather be a plowman alive than rule among the dead." Each culture, in its own way, tried to come to terms with the great mystery of death. That, I suppose, we may never solve. They built the foundations of the afterlife on conceptions that would echo through history, and that's proved by the fact that we're talking about it 5,000 years later. So thank you, and I will wish you always to walk in that beautiful field of reeds. I will thank my top-tier patrons and supporters: Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Gary, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, the HMSHH, Crystal, and Talvery. Thank you all so much, and I will see you in the next exciting video. If you've enjoyed this, like and subscribe, and perhaps consider signing up to the Patreon and checking out the merch. That would be nice too. As always, lots of love to you all. See you tomorrow. Antoninus Pius, officially Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boionis Arius Antoninus, a revered Roman emperor, ruling from AD 138 until 161. He ascended the throne following the death of his adoptive father you may have heard of, Hadrian, for whom he was one of the 4 consuls, and thus Antoninus's reign is characterized by remarkable tranquility and even affluence, partly due to his effective administration and a lack of military conflicts. Quite unique. In fact, he emphasized internal improvements and the consolidation of the empire, rather than territorial expansion. His government was marked by substantial legislative reforms and generous financial policies that strengthened local communities across the empire, enhancing public infrastructure such as roads, aqueducts, and promoting the arts. His tenure saw the Roman Empire reinforcing its foundations, entering a period of stability, later regarded as the apex of Roman peace. Thus he is celebrated for his personal virtues and moderate rule, receiving posthumous recognition as a model emperor. His adoptive sons, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, succeeded him, upholding the policies despite facing more challenging conditions. Hello and welcome. Now today we're going to talk about a bit of a different kind of ruler. Not one out there trying to conquer the world, but one just doing the best to make the most of what he's got. And that's pretty unique. So, tell me what you think in the comments once you've finished up, and what you've learned all about it. And we can begin. So, Titus Aurelius Boionius Antoninus, later known of course as Antoninus Pius. He was born near Lanuvium. Of course, it's not called that anymore. Nowadays it's the modern-day city of Lanuvio in Italy. Now, he was the son of Titus Aurelius Fulvus, who had served as a consul in 89, and his mother's name was Arria Fadila. Now, in terms of his family, the Aureli family, they originated from Nemausus, which is modern-day Nimes in Gallia Narbonensis. In terms of his grandfather, well, he was also named Titus Aurelius Fulvus, and he gained prominence in the Legio III Gallica as a legate himself, supporting Emperor Vespasian's rise to power. Now, although relatively new to the Roman Senate, the Aureli family, the Aureli Fulvi rather, were elevated under the Flavian dynasty and retained very strong ties to their provincial origins. Now, after his father's early death following his consulship, Antoninus was brought up by his maternal grandfather, that being Gnaeus Arius Antoninus. Gnaeus was well respected for his moral integrity, along with his intellectual prowess and close friendship with the great Pliny the Younger. Now, in terms of his mother, following her first husband's death, Arria Fadila remarried one Publius Julius Lupus, a suffect consul, in the year 98 AD. Now, this marriage produced two daughters, Arria Lupula and Julia Fadila. Around 110 to 115, Antoninus wed Annia Galeria Faustina the Elder, whose parents were consuls Marcus Annius Verus and Rupilia Faustina, making her a relative of Empress Vibia Sabina. Now, despite some rumors, pretty damaging ones about Faustina's character, Antoninus was deeply devoted to her, and their marriage was actually known to be a very happy one. Open displays of affection, all the rest. In fact, together they had 4 children, that being Marcus Aurelius Fulvus Antoninus, who actually died before 138, with his funerary inscription found in the mausoleum of Hadrian at Rome. The other, Marcus Galerius Aurelius Antoninus, who also died before 138, and his name appears on a Greek imperial coin, with funerary inscriptions also located at that same mausoleum. Now, unfortunately, another child passed away in 135, being Aurelia Fadila. It was a daughter. She was married to Lucius Plautius Lamia Silvanus, a consul in 145, and unfortunately they did not have any children. Well, finally, there was Annia Galeria Faustina Minor, who was commonly known as Faustina the Younger. Born around 125 to 130, and she became a future empress, the only child of theirs that actually managed to live to a notable age. In fact, she married her maternal cousin, Marcus Aurelius. Yes, that's the one you're thinking of, in 146. So, Antoninus's family connections and his marriage into another prominent senatorial family further cemented his status within Roman society. You see, it was all a political game. It was about not what you knew, but who you knew. If you were the cousin or an uncle or some distant relative of someone, you could worm your way into quite a lot of different government positions. And then, once you've got your foot in the door, you just have to wriggle your way up the rest of the way. Who knows where you could end up? Perhaps in the top position. Now, when Faustina passed away in 141, Antoninus was deeply grieved, as anybody would be. Now, to honor her memory, he sought approval from the Senate to deify her, and thus a temple dedicated to her was erected in the Roman Forum, where it would have its own priestess staff officiating. There were even coins that were made with her image, inscribed with Diva Faustina. Now, diva, of course, is referring to goddess. We get that word divinity, this sort of thing. Now, additionally, Antoninus created the Puelli Faustinianae, a charitable foundation that provided financial assistance to underprivileged girls from respectable families. As part of the Cura Annonae initiative, he also instituted a new alimenta, a kind of Roman welfare program. You can see how this is an emperor who has different priorities. Certainly something that is new for the time. I mean, it's the first I've heard of it. Of course, Antoninus being deeply aggrieved, he also chose not to remarry after the death of Faustina. But he did live with one Galeria Lysistrate, a freed woman who had actually been quite close to Faustina. You see, in ancient Rome it was common for prominent men, particularly widowers like later on Marcus Aurelius, but also Vespasian, to choose concubines rather than to remarry. Once again, politics. So Antoninus and Galeria's relationship did not produce any legitimate heirs, thus ensuring the line of succession remained more or less unchallenged. By remaining unmarried and avoiding another noble woman from a different family, Antoninus further secured his heirs' positions. Similarly, Marcus Aurelius later avoided remarrying to protect his children from a stepmother, instead choosing a concubine over his former fiancée, Sionia Fabia. Now, before becoming emperor, Antoninus had several important positions, and among them was quaestor, consul in 120 alongside Lucius Catilius Severus, and even praetor. Emperor Hadrian, well, he eventually appointed him as one of the 4 proconsuls who he had in charge of governing Italia, particularly the region of Etruria, where Antoninus had actually owned quite a substantial amount of land. Now, his reputation was further elevated during his time as proconsul of Asia, likely between 134 and 135, where his governance was universally well regarded. In fact, he garnered favor with Emperor Hadrian, who adopted him as heir on the 25th of February 138, following the death of Hadrian's first adopted son, Lucius Aelius. See, Hadrian's condition, however, for Antoninus' adoption was that Antoninus would, in turn, adopt Marcus Annius Verus, his wife's nephew, and also Lucius, the son of one Lucius Aelius. These 2 boys would eventually ascend to the throne as emperors Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus. Antoninus briefly took the name Imperator Titus alias Caesar Antoninus in anticipation of his reign, despite opposition from the other potential claimants, including his former consular colleague, Lucius Catilius Severus, who was certainly not impressed that somebody was stepping into the job instead of him. Well, nevertheless, Antoninus ascended to the throne without any opposition. It helps to be popular from the beginning. Thus, upon becoming emperor, Antoninus assumed the full title of Imperator Caesar Titus alias Hadrianus Antoninus Augustus Pontifex Maximus. Now try saying that 10 times fast. One of his first acts was to secure the Senate's approval to deify Hadrian. But this request was rejected, at least initially. The effort to honor Hadrian likely earned him the title Pius, which signified his devotion, affection to, and pietas. Other explanations for this title include his care for his elderly father-in-law during Senate meetings and his intervention to save those whom Hadrian had condemned to death during his final illness. And speaking of which, upon Hadrian's death, Antoninus approached Marcus Aurelius with a request to change his marriage plans. You see, Marcus was engaged to Saonia Fabia, but Antoninus asked him to call the whole thing off, and instead of marrying her, just marry his daughter Faustina instead. Of course, in return, Faustina's engagement to Saonia's brother, Lucius Commodus, who was expected to become Marcus's co-emperor, would also be dissolved. Well, after a little bit of thinking and planning on how to word it to his jilted fiancée, Marcus finally agreed to Antoninus's proposal. And so, as emperor, Antoninus supported the construction of temples, theaters, mausoleums. He promoted the arts and the sciences and offered rewards, even financial incentives, to teachers of rhetoric and philosophy, starting a golden age. Immediately, too, upon taking the throne, Antoninus made a few small changes, choosing to maintain many of the policies that were established by Hadrian. Now, epigraphical and prosopographical research has revealed that Antoninus's administration was primarily composed of interconnected families within the Senate, and many of these were associated with the cult of Hadrian. Now, there is one legend that tells the story of Paraskevi of Rome, a Christian legend, by the way, who was captured by soldiers of Emperor Antoninus Pius in the village of Therapia, Constantinople, and put on trial for blasphemy. Constantinople, of course, being the modern-day Istanbul. Now, she was accused of causing the empire's recent misfortunes through her somewhat blasphemous statements. Antoninus tried to convince Paraskevi to renounce her faith, and even offered to marry her, but she was not interested in that. Well, as a result, she was tortured, having a steel helmet with nails placed on her head and tightened. Despite the torture, she felt no pain, and her endurance inspired many to convert to Christianity after witnessing quite a test of faith. Well, naturally, frustrated Antoninus ordered that Paraskevi be immersed in a boiling cauldron of oil and tar, but she emerged unharmed. Well, after this, the accusations of sorcery, of course, went. Paraskevi splashed the liquid into Antoninus's face, blinding him. Desperate for help, he asked her for assistance, and she restored his sight. This miracle led to Antoninus Pius to convert to Christianity and release Paraskevi, after which he ended his persecution of Christians. That is, if you believe such a story. It's pretty fanciful, but, well, it's worth telling. Of course, there are no records that exist of any military-related actions in which Antoninus participated throughout his tenure. In fact, during his reign, which is considered to be the most peaceful in the history of the Principate, there were only a few military disturbances throughout the empire. Nothing big, though. Well, for example, in Mauritania, the unrest had led to the appointment of a senator as the governor of Mauritania Tingitana, a break from the usual practice of selecting an equestrian procurator, and cavalry units from Pannonia were sent to the region, resulting in the fortification of cities like Sala and Tipasa. And this was the biggest problem they had in the whole time. There were a few lesser disturbances in Judea and among the Brigantes in Britannia, though these were considered less significant than prior or later revolts, and they kind of fizzled out without anything really happening. Maybe a few punch-ups, but no bloodbaths, we put it that way. Now, in Britain, while we're on it, Antoninus adopted a more proactive approach by appointing Quintus Lollius Urbicus, who was actually a Numidian, a former governor of Germania Inferior. They made him governor of that area in 139 AD. Now, at the command of Antoninus, Lollius led an invasion of southern Scotland, securing victories and overseeing the construction of the Antonine Wall, which stretched from the Firth of Forth to the Firth of Clyde. The wall was gradually abandoned, however, by the mid-150s, and it was completely decommissioned by the early 160s. Though we're not exactly sure why, but it seems that they didn't have much of an interest in doing anything on the border. Now, Antoninus's biography in Historia Augusta briefly references the campaign, while Pausanias also makes a vague allusion to a small conflict in Britain. An inscription by Legio to Augusta, which participated in the wall's construction, features a relief of several prisoners, including one that was actually missing his head, and that's unusual for a person to be missing that. and it does suggest that combat did occur during the campaign. Now, despite being shorter and more easily defensible than Hadrian's Wall, Antoninus' Wall encompassed a desolate territory, and it was hard to grow things up there too. Scotland does not get much sun on the crops, I'm afraid. The lack of urban development behind the wall and the stress on supply lines made maintaining control of the additional land a lot more costly. The game was not worth the candle, I'm afraid. And so, without the Romanization of the region, the territory behind the wall remained quite difficult to control. It is believed that the decision to invade these parts of southern Scotland and build the Antonine Wall might have actually been driven by internal political considerations rather than anything pressing. The campaign provided Antoninus with the opportunity to have at least a little bit of military prestige early in his reign. Thus, in 142, he celebrated an imperial salute and formally assumed the title of imperator for the second and final time, with the minting of coins commemorating his victory in Britain. Although Antoninus delegated military leadership in the British campaign and took a hands-off approach, the orator Fronto later credited him as the helmsman of the expedition, ensuring that the honor remained with the emperor and rather the commanders who he had passed the gruesome bits of the task on to. But it seems pretty obvious to me that Antoninus was simply not interested in going out and taking glory by force. Well, the pursuit of military accomplishment was necessitated, however, by the reality of Antoninus's reign, which, despite its general tranquil nature, is just like any other reign of any other emperor, that being not devoid of attempts of usurpation. Now, we have it from Historia Augusta, which references two individuals. That is, Cornelius Priscianus for disturbing the peace of Spain. Priscianus was also a successor to Lollius Urbicus as governor of Britain, and Attilius Rufius Titianus, perhaps a troublemaker previously exiled under Hadrian who had came back to cause some trouble later on. In fact, seeing that the new emperor was quite a bit more, not harmless, but just not too willing to go out and fight, maybe he thought that it was his time to strike. Well, either way, both endeavors are corroborated by the Fasti Ostienses and the removal of Priscianus's name from an inscription. In both instances, Antoninus did not formally oversee the subsequent repression. Now, see, Priscianus, he took his own life, so that's that problem sorted. And Titianus, well, he was convicted by the Senate, although Antoninus refrained from confiscating the assets of his family, which is usually what people do. Everyone goes down with the ship when you try to depose the emperor. Well, on to Dacia Inferior, which had its own problems. Certainly a chaotic region. They experienced difficulties that necessitated the conferment of enhanced authority on the procurator governor and the deployment of supplementary troops to the province. Now, the Greek city of Olbia, located on the northern Black Sea coast, was defended against the Scythians, nomads, robbing and stealing. It's much easier than setting up roots and growing your own things. Of course, during his reign, the governor of Upper Germany, likely Gaius Popilius Carus Pido, a very unfortunate last name once again, constructed new fortifications in the Agri Decumates, extending the Limes Germanicus 15 kilometers into his province and adjacent Rhaetia province. A little bit to the east, Roman suzerainty over Armenia was maintained by the selection of Arsacid descendant Sohaemus as a client monarch in AD 140. Now Antoninus was notably exceptional among emperors, as he managed these crises without even departing Italy throughout his entire reign, sending letters, just telling people what to do. A real delegator. He addressed these provincial issues of war and peace via their governors, or at least through imperial correspondence to cities like Ephesus, some of which were actually publicly exhibited. This form of governance received much acclaim from his peers and subsequent generations. Of course, Antoninus was the final Roman emperor acknowledged by the kingdoms in India. That's right, all the way in India, particularly the Empire of Kushan. You see, the Indians, Bactrians, Hyrcanians, they had all sent ambassadors to Antoninus at some point. They were aware of his embodiment of justice, accentuated by his dignified and striking appearance, as well as his slender and robust physique. That's what they said about him, and that's not a bad review at all. The advent of the Antonine Plague and conflicts with northern Germanic tribes unfortunately compelled Marcus Aurelius to shift the focus of foreign policies, increasingly neglecting issues pertaining to the Far East in favor of subjects directly related to the empire's survival. And thus the breadth of the spread of the Roman Empire kind of contracted somewhat because of this. Sorting out the problems at home before anything else, one can hardly blame them. Now back to Antoninus. He was esteemed as an adept administrator, and of course a proficient builder, as we have listed off some of his achievements already in that regard. Now, despite a comprehensive construction initiative that enhanced the accessibility of potable water for the citizens of Rome through the establishment of aqueducts, bridges, and even roads across the empire, the emperor successfully bequeathed a substantial public treasury amounting to approximately 2.7 billion sesterces. Yes, that's quite a lot of money. Now, Rome would not have another emperor bequeathing a surplus to his successor for a long time after this. But nonetheless, this fund was rapidly diminished during Antoninus's reign due to the Antonine Plague, which is not something you want named after you. Well, this plague was effectively introduced by those soldiers who returned home from the Parthian conquest. I'm afraid we're a few thousand years too early for germ theory. And here's another thing. He notably halted tax collection. That's right, completely stopped it in various places that were impacted by natural disasters. And that includes fires in Rome and Narbonne, and earthquakes in Rhodes and certain provinces within Asia. He provided substantial financial grants for the reconstruction and recovery of several Greek cities following two significant earthquakes. The first around 140 primarily impacting Rhodes and other islands, and the second in 152, around Cyzicus, Ephesus, and Smyrna. His financial assistance garnered acclaim from Greek authors, including Aelius Aristides and Pausanias. These cities were bestowed the customary honorific distinctions by Antoninus, including his directive that all governors of Asia must enter the province through Ephesus upon assuming office. You see, Ephesus in particular received favor from Antoninus, who affirmed its distinction of possessing 2 temples for the imperial cult, thereby securing its preeminence in the hierarchy of imperial honorific titles, surpassing both Pergamon and Smyrna. Now, his interaction with Greek-speaking cities, Antoninus adhered to Hadrian's policy of cultivating relationships with the local elites, particularly intellectuals, philosophers, literary educators, and physicians, who were explicitly exempted from any obligations requiring personal financial contributions for civic purposes. Not a bad deal, isn't it? But of course, credit where it's due. It seems that Hadrian had established this privilege sometime earlier, but Antoninus had just reaffirmed it through an edict. Either way, Antoninus was recognized as a keen observer of religious rites and formal celebrations, but not just Roman, foreign as well. In fact, he's recognized for having progressively formalized the official worship of the Great Mother, from which his reign onward incorporated a bull sacrifice, previously a private ceremony, now conducted for the emperor's benefit as well. He endeavored to present himself as magistrate of the res publica, regardless of the breadth and ambiguity of his authority. He is attributed with the division of the imperial treasury, the fiscus. That's where we get that word fiscal from. The division pertained to the partitioning of the imperial assets into 2 segments. Initially, the fiscus refers to the properties of the crown, which are hereditary assets passed down to each successive monarch, irrespective of their prior affiliation with the imperial dynasty. Now, secondly, the res privata refers to the private properties associated with the personal upkeep of the emperor and his family, akin to the privy purse, kind of like that. Now, an anecdote in the Historia Augusta biography depicts Antoninus responding to Faustina's complaint about his frugality by stating, "We've gained an empire and lost even what we had before," which may reflect Antoninus's genuine apprehensions regarding the establishment of the res privata. Either way, prior to his public service, Antoninus significantly augmented his personal wealth through numerous inheritances, a result of his meticulous attention to his relatives. Furthermore, he bequeathed a reputation for parsimony, and was likely resolute in preventing his personal assets from being consumed by the exigencies of the imperial throne. Of course, the emperor was aided by 5 principal legal advisors. He didn't go at it all on his own, that being Lucius Fulvius Abunius Valens, a legal treatise author, and Lucius Ulpius Marcellus, a prolific writer, and 3 other individuals who are not as notable. Now, among these 3, Lucius Volusius Maesianus was the most notable, having transitioned from a military officer to a civil procurator under Antoninus, and would eventually emerge as the emperor's foremost legal advisor. Maesianus would ultimately be selected to hold several prefectures and then to oversee the legal studies of Marcus Aurelius. He was also the author of an extensive treatise on the testamentary trusts. Antoninus's reign marked a significant relationship between jurists and the imperial authority, evidenced by the emergence of the Institutes of Gaius, a foundational legal textbook for novices. Gotta start somewhere. Well, a notable event during his rule took place in 148, when the 900th anniversary of Rome's founding was commemorated with grand festivities in the city. The event spanned several days, resulting in the demise of numerous exotic creatures, unfortunately, including elephants, giraffes, tigers, hippopotamuses, crocodiles, whoever was brave enough to get near them too. Well, although this augmented Antoninus's popularity, the parsimonious emperor was compelled to debase the Roman money. He reduced the silver purity of the denarius from 89% to 83.5%, resulting in a decrease in actual silver weight from 2.88 grams to 2.68 grams. Doesn't sound like much, but it's a big deal when you look at the actual value of money. Now, we can't go on too much about that. But what we will briefly mention is something a little bit more exciting, more regarding the communications with China, who were at that time in the Han dynasty. Now, the initial party asserting to be an ambassador mission from Rome to China was documented in 166 AD by one Ho Han Shu. Now, it's been suggested that the delegation was probably comprised of merchants, given that several Roman traders had journeyed to India, and some potentially venturing further east. And there are, unfortunately, no documented instances of official Roman ambassadors reaching such distances. Well, additionally, there is a fragment of Republican-era Roman glassware that has been discovered at a Western Han tomb in Guangzhou, which is definitely a long way from home, situated near the South China Sea, dating to the early 1st century BC. You see, Roman gold medallions, produced under the rule of Antoninus Pius and maybe Marcus Aurelius, have also been discovered in southern Vietnam, which was formerly part of the kingdom of Hunan adjacent to the Chinese province of that time being called Jiaozhi. Now, this location may have been a port city, perhaps the port city of Kattigara, as recorded by Ptolemy around 150, who noted that it was visited by a Greek sailor named Alexander, and situated beyond the Golden Chersonese, i.e., the old word for the Malay Peninsula. That's what they used to call it. Now, there are a few Roman coins from the reigns of Tiberius to Aurelian that have also been found in Xi'an, China, which was the location of the Han capital Chang'an, and also the location of the terracotta warriors that I'm sure you're no doubt familiar with. However, the considerably larger quantities of Roman coins discovered in India indicates that the Roman maritime trade for acquiring Chinese silk was primarily focused there. It was just, well, easier to get to, rather than going all the way to China or all along the overland Silk Road, traversing ancient Persia. Of course, usually you would meet somewhere in the middle and pass over the goods through middlemen. There really wasn't any need to go all the way to China. So, in AD 140, Marcus Aurelius was appointed consul alongside Antoninus, acquiring the designation of Caesar, signifying heir presumptive. Now, as Antoninus became older and began having some health problems, Marcus assumed greater administrative responsibilities. Following the demise of Marcus Gavius Maximus, one of Antoninus' most valued counselors, in either 156 or 57, Marcus's administrative responsibilities began to escalate even further. You see, for 2 decades, Gavius Maximus served as Praetorian prefect, a position that encompassed both administrative and military responsibilities. Gavius Maximus was conferred with the consular insignia and the honors appropriate for a senator. He was renowned as an exceedingly strict disciplinarian, and several equestrian procurators harbored enduring resentments towards him. In fact, one procurator, called Gaius Censorius Niger, passed away during the lifetime of Gavius Maximus. Censorius Niger's will was not kind to Maximus. In fact, it outright disparaged him, causing significant embarrassment to one of the heirs, the orator Fronto. Remember him? He's back. Of course, the demise of Gavius Maximus prompted a transition in the governing body. It is speculated that legal advisor Lucius Maesianus took the post of Grey Eminence. You see, Maesianus served briefly as the prefect of Egypt, and later as Praefectus Annone in Rome. If Maesianus ascended to prominence, it might have been specifically to facilitate the forthcoming and unprecedented joint succession of the two young emperors. Either way, in 160, Marcus and Lucius were appointed as joint consuls for the subsequent year. Antoninus at this time, who may have been unwell, passed away before the year's conclusion, likely on the 7th of March. 2 days prior to his demise, it's indicated that Antoninus was at his familial estate in Lorium, Etruria, which was some 12-13 miles away from Rome. He consumed Alpine cheese at dinner with apparently considerable voracity, and, well, this caused him to vomit in the night time and develop a fever the following day. They told him to go easy on the cheese. Well, the following day, he convened the imperial council and entrusted the state and his daughter to Marcus Aurelius. The emperor encapsulated his life in his final words. When the Night Watch Tribune inquired about the password, he replied, "Equanimity." Subsequently, he rolled over, as if preparing to sleep, but he never woke up. His demise concluded the longest rule since Augustus. In fact, he just succeeded Tiberius by a few months. His record for the second longest rule actually remained unchallenged for 168 years until 329, when he was eclipsed by Constantine the Great. And just like that, that was the life of Antoninus Pius. Bit of a different sort of emperor, wasn't he? Exciting, I think. That progenitor of Marcus Aurelius, the guy in my profile picture. Gaius Octavius Thurinus, or simply Augustus, born in 63 BC and subsequently referred to as Gaius Julius Caesar Octavianus, the first emperor of the Roman Empire, governing from 27 BC until his death in AD 14. Following a victory against Mark Antony and Cleopatra at the Battle of Actium, he initiated an unprecedented period of peace, termed the Pax Romana, which endured for more than 2 centuries. But that's not all. He also restructured the Roman economy, administration, military and cultural institutions, establishing a standing army with a dedicated police force to uphold peace, repair temples, and advance Roman values via significant architectural endeavors. He then meticulously constructed his persona as the princeps, or first citizen, eschewing monarchical semblance, which facilitated the stabilization of his power and ensured his position as a crucial character in the history of Rome, signifying the conclusive termination of the Republic and paving the way for autocratic control. Hello and welcome. Once more we go back to Roman times, today looking at Augustus, very important emperor. The first. That's got to be counting for something. As always, leave your thoughts in the comments and tell me what you think about Augustus. Maybe you like him, maybe you don't. Or if you're undecided, perhaps you'll find out by the end of the video. Well, that being said, let's begin. Now, before we do so, remember that the name Augustus is kind of like a title. Now, throughout the earlier parts, we're going to be referring to him by his other name, Octavian, which you might also be familiar with. Kind of like referring to him as Augustus, sort of like saying emperor. So let's continue with that in mind. If I mention Octavian, I'm talking about Augustus, the character in question. So, let's talk about where he was born. He was actually born on the Palatine Hill in a nice little palace known as Oxhead, modest estate, quite close to the Roman Forum, and early on in his life he was also given the cognomen Thurinus, which was likely in recognition of a victory his father had over a slave revolt not long after his birth at a place called Thurii. Now, due to the overcrowding in Rome at the time, Octavian was sent to Velletri, his father's ancestral village, for his early upbringing. He briefly mentioned his father's equestrian status in his memoirs, but like we said, just briefly. Now, his paternal great-grandfather served as a military tribune in Sicily during the Second Punic War, while his grandfather held several local political positions. Now, his father, who was also named Octavius, served as the governor of Macedonia. Well, what about on his mother's side? Well, that's an interesting lineage too. You see, Octavian's mother, Atia, was actually the niece of Julius Caesar. Small world. So, around 59 BC, Octavian was just 4 years old, and his father passed away. His mother later remarried one Lucius Marcius Philippus, a former governor of Syria, who claimed descent from Alexander the Great, albeit rather loosely. Well, no one could prove him wrong. Either way, he became consul in 56 BC. Philippus, however, took little interest in the young Octavian, who was subsequently raised by his grandmother Julia, who, once again, small world, was Julius Caesar's sister. Well, after Julia's death in 52 or perhaps 51 BC, Octavian delivered her eulogy. Afterwards, his mother and stepfather took a more hands-on role in his upbringing. So, fast forward a little bit. He's now 16 years old, and he had assumed the toga virilis, symbolizing his transition into adulthood, and joined the College of Pontiffs in 47 BC. The next year, he was tasked with overseeing the Greek Games, honoring the temple of Venus Genetrix, which had been built by Julius Caesar in earlier times. Now, we have another source, Nicholas of Damascus, who recounts that Octavian initially wished to accompany Julius Caesar during his campaigns in Africa. But, and I find this quite funny, he couldn't do so because his mother told him he wasn't allowed to. Some things never change, don't they? But later on in 46 BC, she finally relented, allowing him to join Caesar on his campaign in Hispania to confront Pompey's remaining forces. However, Octavian unfortunately got sick. That's right, he fell ill and was delayed, but after he recovered he made the journey, and despite being shipwrecked, he traversed dangerous enemy territory with a small group of companions, and finally he reached Caesar's camp. Well, when he got there and explained all the things he had to go through, Caesar was apparently deeply impressed. Well, according to Velleius Paterculus, Caesar grew fond of Octavian, allowing him to even ride in his carriage. Upon their return to Rome, Caesar entrusted his will to the Vestal Virgins, and he named Octavian as his primary heir. Of course, we all know what happened to Julius Caesar on the Ides of March 44 BC, where they turned him into a block of Swiss cheese. Now at that time, Octavian was in Apollonia, Illyria, engaged in studies and military training. Despite advice from military officers to take refuge in Macedonia, he returned to Italy to try and assess what could be scrounged of his political future. Well, Caesar, having no legitimate heirs under Roman law, had adopted Octavian in his will and named him as his chief heir. Of course, Mark Antony later accused Octavian of using inappropriate means to secure his adoption, but historians like Suetonius dismiss this as political slander aimed at damaging Octavian's reputation. And, well, that kind of was the name of the game at the time. Well, upon reaching Lupiae near Brundisium, Octavian had learned of the details, in all their gruesomeness, of Caesar's demise, but also of his will, and decided to accept his role as Caesar's political heir, inheriting 2/3 of his estate as well, which is certainly not a bad deal. Now, Octavian took on the name Gaius Julius Caesar as part of his adoption. Though Roman naming customs usually retained a person's former name as a cognomen, meaning that Octavian would have added Octavianus, he appears not to have formally adopted this name, and most historians just use Octavian to differentiate him from Julius Caesar before he became Augustus in 27 BC. Well, without substantial personal wealth, Octavian needed resources to establish himself politically. You can't just walk into the Senate with empty pockets. After receiving support from Caesar's soldiers in Brundisium, he requested funds that Caesar had amassed from his campaign against the Parthians. And this was a serious pile of money. It included 700 million sesterces, which were stored at Brundisium. Well, despite questions from the Senate about the appropriation of these funds, Octavian managed to get away without facing any legal repercussions, as he eventually used the money to build a force to confront Mark Antony, who was the chief opponent of the Senate at the time, ran off to Egypt to enjoy the local flavor. Well, in 44 BC, he also took control of the annual tribute from Rome's Near Eastern provinces without formal approval, which further solidified his financial and political position. Now Octavian commenced augmenting his personal forces with Caesar's experienced legions and troops allocated for the Parthian campaign, consolidating support by highlighting his position as Caesar's heir. During his advance to Rome through Italy, Octavian's presence and newly obtained resources garnered significant support, particularly from Caesar's former veterans located in Campania. By June, he had assembled an army of 3,000 battle-hardened and devoted veterans, compensating each of them with a bonus of 500 denarii. As we always say on this channel, money talks. Well, upon his arrival in Rome on the 6th of May, 44 BC, Octavian discovered consul Mark Antony, a former associate of Caesar, engaged in a tenuous ceasefire with the assassins of the dictator. On the 17th of March, they were granted a general amnesty. Nevertheless, Antony effectively expelled the majority from Rome with a provocative eulogy at Caesar's funeral, swaying public sentiment against the murderers. I do believe, perhaps it was it? I think it was Marlon Brando in the film Julius Caesar, who gave the speech at the end. Friends, Roman countrymen, lend me your ears, that one. Well, we're not here to talk about that. Back to the real-life Mark Antony, who was consolidating his political power, while Octavian still had the potential to challenge him as the leading figure within the Caesarian faction. You see, Antony had alienated many Romans and supporters of Caesar when he initially opposed deifying Caesar. Furthermore, he withheld the money owed to Octavian as Caesar's rightful heir. This was possibly because he claimed that it needed to be separated from state finances. Well, either way, over the summer, Octavian won the loyalty little by little of many of Caesar's veterans and aligned himself with senators, many of whom had once been staunch supporters of Caesar. But now they viewed Antony as a great threat to the Republic. Efforts by the veterans to mediate between Antony and Octavian completely broke down, and Antony's frankly aggressive stance towards Brutus and Cassius alienated him from more moderate Caesarians in the Senate, who feared the return of a civil war. And with memories fresh in the mind of civil wars of the past, living memory, well, nobody wanted anything like that again. And so, in September, Marcus Tullius Cicero began a series of speeches directly pointing the finger and attacking Mark Antony, portraying him as a danger to the Republic. Well, as Antony's popularity began to wane and his term as consul neared its end, he sought to secure control of Cisalpine Gaul. Meanwhile, Octavian had raised a private army of Caesarian veterans, and on the 28th of November successfully persuaded 2 of Antony's legions to join him with promises of financial rewards. As Octavian's army grew more and more powerful and more skilled, Antony recognized the danger of remaining in Rome and decided to leave for Cisalpine Gaul, a move that relieved the Senate. Antony was set to assume control of the provinces on the 1st of January, but it had already been assigned to Decimus Junius Brutus Albinus, one of Julius Caesar's assassins, who refused to yield. In response, Antony laid siege to Decimus Brutus at Mutina, ignoring the Senate's pleas for peace. With no military force at its disposal, the Senate saw their opportunity in Octavian, who had already proven his ability to lead troops. As for Cicero, well, he defended Octavian from Antony's critiques regarding his lack of aristocratic lineage and his use of Caesar's name, portraying Octavian as a symbol of Roman piety and tradition back to their roots. And of course, when you've got a Senate filled with old men, well, that's certainly one way to sell it to them. Now, thanks to Cicero's influence, the Senate made Octavian a senator on January the 1st, 43 BC, and granted him imperium pro praetore, which officially empowered him to command troops alongside the consuls Hirtius and Pansa in relieving the siege of Mutina. Octavian received the phasis on January the 7th, a date he later considered the official start of his public career. Antony's forces, on the other hand, were defeated at the Battle of Forum Gallorum on April 14th, and then at Mutina about a week later on April 21st, which forced Antony to retreat back to Transalpine Gaul. However, both consuls were killed in battle, leaving Octavian in sole command of their armies. These victories earned him the honorific title of Imperator, which was a distinction reserved only for victorious commanders. Well, despite Octavian's military success, the Senate awarded more credit to Decimus Brutus and sought to give him control of the consular forces. So, in response, Octavian stayed in the Po Valley and withheld further support against Antony. Fair enough. If they're not going to give him any credit, why bother showing up? In July, Octavian's centurions arrived in Rome, and they demanded that Octavian be granted the vacant consulship left by the deaths of Hirtius and Pansa, and also the repeal of Antony's designation as a public enemy. Well, when the Senate refused, Octavian marched on Rome, and with 8 legions. Well, he faced minimal resistance, and he was elected consul on August 19th, 43 BC, alongside his relative Quintus Pedius as a co-consul. Meanwhile, Antony formed an alliance with Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, another key supporter of Caesar. Now, I love this, not being offered the position you want, not getting the job. So after demanding they give it to you, and hearing the wrong answer, you gather all your friends together and just show of force. Eventually, that'll get you the job. Well, that's one way of securing employment. Now, in October 43 BC, Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus met near Bononia to form the second triumvirate. Now remember, the first triumvirate was Caesar, Crassus, and Pompey. Go watch the video on that. Now, of course, this second triumvirate was a legally recognized coalition that was granted extraordinary powers by the Senate on November 27th for a term of 5 years. Unlike the informal first triumvirate we've just mentioned between Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus, this new political alliance was formalized through legislation passed by the people themselves. The triumvirs soon launched a series of proscriptions, declaring between 130 and 300 senators and 2,000 equites as outlaws. Well, these proscriptions were partly motivated by the need to raise funds to pay their soldiers for the upcoming confrontation with Caesar's assassins, Brutus and Cassius. The Romans were encouraged to capture the proscribed, with rewards offered for doing so, while the triumvirs seized the properties of the convicted and sold them for quite a pretty penny. Well, of course, ancient historians seem to disagree on which triumvir had the greatest responsibility for these executions and the proscriptions, although all three utilized them to eradicate political adversaries to differing extents. Now, Velleius Paterculus asserts that Octavian sought to refrain from targeting officials, whilst Antony and Lepidus advocated for the proscriptions. Cassius Dio, another historian of the time I'm sure you've heard of, depicts Octavian as more predisposed to preserving life, whereas Antony and Lepidus, possessing stronger political affiliations, confronted a greater number of adversaries. As for Appian, he contends that Octavian was equally implicated as the others. Suetonius suggests that Octavian originally exhibited hesitation, but after a little bit of thought about it, he ultimately engaged his adversaries with even greater ferocity than the other two. Well, either way, January the 1st, 42 BC, the Senate formally deified Julius Caesar, bestowing upon Octavian the title Divi Filius, which means son of the divine. Antony and Octavian subsequently initiated a campaign to vanquish Brutus and Cassius, who had entrenched themselves in Greece. The dual confrontations at Philippi in October 42 BC culminated in the victory of the Caesarian army, leading to the life-takings of Brutus and Cassius, in words that YouTube does not appreciate. Now, Antony leveraged these wins to discredit Octavian, alleging cowardice for entrusting military leadership to Agrippa, while asserting personal credit for the triumphs. Now, after this, the second triumvirate reallocated the Roman territory. Octavian, he assumed command of Gaul and Hispania, but Antony had eyes eastward, and he established a very famous alliance, of course, with Cleopatra of Egypt, the former consort of Caesar, and even the mother of his child, Caesarion. Well, Lepidus, he was assigned Africa, but he had to cede Hispania to Octavian. When Octavian confronted the task of securing land in Italy to accommodate the veterans from the Macedonian campaign, a commitment given by the triumvirs, couldn't really back out of that one. A considerable number of these soldiers who had fought for Brutus and Cassius might actually defect from Octavian if their grievances were not addressed, so priorities had to be reorganized. Nevertheless, there was a problem. There was no public land accessible for colonists. Confronted with this dilemma of either estranging Roman civilians by land confiscation or provoking discontent among veterans, Octavian chose to simply appropriate territory. This decision impacted as many as 18 Roman towns, resulting in either complete or partial expulsions of local inhabitants to accommodate the soldiers. Widespread discontent with Octavian regarding the settling of his soldiers prompted many to align with Lucius Antonius, who was actually the brother of Mark Antony, and he also had substantial support from the Senate. Always helps to grease the wheels a little bit. Concurrently, Octavian requested a divorce from his wife Claudia, who was actually the child of Fulvia, Antony's spouse, and her initial husband Publius Claudius Pulcher. He restored Claudia to her mother, asserting that their marriage had never actually been consummated. Fulvia resolved to act. In conjunction with Lucius Antonius, she assembled an army in Italy to advocate for Antony's rights against Octavian. Lucius and Fulvia undertook a political and military risk by challenging Octavian. Given that the Roman army remained reliant on the triumvirs for its remuneration, you can't mess with somebody's salary now, can't you? Lucius and his allies were besieged, albeit defensively, at Perusia, where Octavian compelled their surrender by the early days of 40 BC. Now, Lucius and his forces were actually spared because of his familial connection to Antony, whilst Fulvia, she was exiled to Sicyon. Now, Octavian showed very little compassion, however, for the multitude of allies devoted to Lucius, and on the 15th of March, the anniversary of Caesar's assassination, he slaughtered 300 Roman senators and equestrians for colluding with Lucius. Perusia was similarly ravaged and incinerated as a cautionary example for others. This egregious occurrence certainly tarnished Octavian's reputation and faced criticism from numerous individuals, including the Augustan poet Sextus Propertius. Now, Sextus Pompeius, the progeny of Pompey and a defiant general, had already secured his position quite nicely in Sicily and Sardinia after to Julius Caesar's triumph over his father, as stipulated in an accord in 39 BC. Antony and Octavian were competing for an alliance with Pompeius, and in 40 BC, Octavian achieved a temporary alliance by marrying Scribonia, a sister or perhaps a daughter of Lucius Scribonius Libo, who was actually Pompeius's father-in-law. Scribonia delivered Octavian's sole child, Julia. On the same day he divorced her to wed Livia Drusilla, shortly after their marriage of just over a year. Make up your mind, Octavian. Well, during his time in Egypt, Antony was involved with a very spicy relationship with Cleopatra and fathered 3 children with her. Quite busy. Recognizing the decline of his friendship with Octavian, Antony decided that he would abandon Cleopatra in 40 BC, and he traversed to Italy with a substantial army to confront Octavian besieging Brundisium. Well, this new battle became unsustainable for both Octavian and Antony. You see, their centurions, having attained significant political stature, declined to engage in combat due to their allegiance to the Caesarian cause, prompting the legions under their command to pretty much follow suit and do likewise. At the same time, in Sicyon, Fulvia, the wife of Antony, succumbed to an abrupt illness as Antony was traveling to reunite with her. Fulvia's demise and the insurrection of their centurions enabled the 2 remaining triumvirs to achieve a kind of reconciliation of sorts. Now, this leads us to the autumn of 40 BC. Octavian and Antony ratified the Treaty of Brundisium, designating Lepidus to remain in Africa, Antony in the east, and Octavian in the west. The Italian peninsula was accessible for the enlistment of soldiers. Nonetheless, the measure proved pretty ineffective for Antony in the east. Now, to solidify the alliance with Antony, Octavian married his sister, Octavia Minor, to Antony in late 40 BC. Now, Sextus Pompeius menaced Octavian in Italy by obstructing grain shipments along the Mediterranean Sea to the peninsula. Of course, if you know anything about Egypt at the time, it was more or less the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. Every day, ships going back and forth along the Mediterranean Sea carrying all the grain. You lose Egypt, you lose the grain. So, Pompeius's son was appointed as the naval commander to instigate a severe famine in Italy. Pompeius's dominance over the sea led him to adopt the title Neptuni Filius, meaning the son of Neptune. Neptune, of course, being the Roman equivalent of the Greek god of the sea Poseidon. Now, a provisional peace accord was established in 39 BC by the Pact of Misenum. The blockade on Italy was terminated when Octavian conferred upon Pompeius Sardinia, Corsica, Sicily, and the Peloponnese, and assured him a prospective consulship for 35 BC. The territorial accord between the triumvirate and Sextus Pompeius began to disintegrate following Octavian's divorce from Scribonia and subsequent marriage to Livia on the 17th of January 38 BC. Now, one of Pompeius's naval commanders actually defected and surrendered Corsica and Sardinia to Octavian without even so much of a fight. Well, either way, Octavian didn't really have the resources to challenge Pompeius independently, and an accord was established to extend the Second Triumvirate for a further 5 years, commencing in 37 BC. By supporting Octavian, Antony anticipated securing backing for his own expedition against the Parthians, aiming to revenge Romans' defeat at Carrhae in 53 BC, which was, of course, an embarrassment up there with Cannae and Teutoburg. Not a good day for the Romans, existing in nightmares for quite some time after. Well, in a pact established at Tarentum, Antony allocated 120 ships for Octavian's campaign against Pompeius, while Octavian was to dispatch 20,000 legionaries to Antony for operations against Parthia. Octavian dispatched merely 1/10 of what he had promised, which Antony, of course, was not too pleased about. In fact, he perceived it as a deliberate insult, an affront to his authority. And so, in 36, Octavian and Lepidus initiated a collaborative campaign against Sextus in Sicily. But notwithstanding Octavian's failures, General Agrippa nearly obliterated Sextus Pompeius's naval fleet on the 3rd of September during the naval battle of Naulochus. Sextus retreated eastward with his surviving troops when he was apprehended and murdered by Miletus, one of Antony's generals the same year. Now, while Lepidus and Octavian accepted the capitulation of Pompeius's forces, Lepidus sought to assert complete and utter domination over Sicily, a zero-sum game, and he instructed Octavian to depart, let him have it all to himself. Thus Lepidus's forces abandoned him and defected to Octavius. Then they were also fatigued from combat. Didn't help Lepidus very much that Octavian was paying more too, so always a deciding factor. Hey, go where you're most valued. Well, Lepidus capitulated to Octavian and was allowed to maintain the position of Pontifex Maximus, but was expelled from the triumvirate. Well, with his public career all but over, he was virtually exiled to a property near Cape Circe in Italy. The Roman territories were partitioned between Octavian in the west and Antony in the east. Octavian guaranteed the property rights of Rome's residents to preserve peace and stability within his domain of the empire, but on this occasion in particular, he resettled his retired soldiers outside of Italy, and he returned 30,000 slaves to their previous Roman masters. These were slaves who had escaped to join Pompeius's army and navy. I bet that was an awkward way to reunite. Well, Octavian secured tribunal immunity for himself, his wife, and his sister from the Senate to guarantee their protection upon return to Rome. Concurrently, Antony was not having a good time. His war against Parthia proved to be a complete catastrophe. It had also damaged his reputation, and the scant 2,000 legionaries dispatched by Octavian to Antony were insufficient to really make any difference. It was over. Conversely, Cleopatra had the capacity to rejuvenate his military forces, and he was already involved in a romantic liaison with her, prompting him to send Octavia back to Rome. Now, Octavian utilized this to disseminate propaganda, suggesting that Antony was becoming less Roman by forsaking a genuine Roman wife for some Oriental paramour. In 36 BC, Octavian employed a political strategy to portray himself as a less dictatorial option compared to Antony, who was a more villainous one, and he declared the conclusion of the civil wars and offering to relinquish his position as triumvir, provided Antony would do likewise. Spoiler alert, Antony did not do likewise. So, 34 BC, Roman forces seized the kingdom of Armenia, and Antony appointed his son Alexander Helios as its monarch. He conferred the title Queen of Kings upon Cleopatra, actions that Octavian utilized to persuade the Roman Senate that Antony harbored intentions to undermine Rome's supremacy, and it certainly did not take much to convince them of that, especially Queen of Kings. Which kings are you talking about? Oh, do you mean us? Well, we can't have that, can't we? So, January the 1st, rather, 33 BC, Octavian assumed the full consulship once more and commenced the subsequent Senate session with a fervent denunciation of Antony's allocations of titles and lands to his family and queen. This rift between Antony and Octavian compelled a significant number of senators, along with both consuls of that year, to abandon Rome and actually desert to Antony's side. It wasn't that he was completely out of friends, but he didn't have too many of them. Thus, in the autumn of 32 BC, Octavian acquired two significant defectors from Antony, that is, Munatius Plancus and Marcus Titius. The defectors provided Octavian with the facts necessary to substantiate his allegations against Antony before the Senate. So, Octavian forcibly infiltrated the shrine of the Vestal Virgins and confiscated Antony's clandestine testament, which he subsequently disseminated. The will intended to allocate Roman-conquered areas as kingdoms for his sons to govern, and specified Alexandria as the location for a mausoleum for himself and his queen. Well, they did not like that. In late 32 BC, the Senate formally rescinded Antony's consul powers and declared war on Cleopatra's government in Egypt. By early 31 BC, Antony and Cleopatra were briefly located in Greece when Octavian achieved the initial victory. The navy successfully transported men over the Adriatic Sea under Agrippa's leadership. Agrippa severed Antony and Cleopatra's primary military force from their maritime supply lines, while Octavian disembarked on the mainland across from the island of Corcyra, which is present-day Corfu, by the way, and then they advanced southward. There were deserters from Antony's army who were ensnared on land and water, and they defected daily to Octavian's side, while Octavian's men were sufficiently at ease to undertake their preparations. Antony's fleet navigated the Bay of Actium on Greece's western coast in a desperate effort to evade the naval blockade. On the 2nd of September, 31 BC, Antony's fleet confronted the significantly bigger fleet of smaller but more agile vessels commanded by Agrippa and Gaius Sosius during the Battle of Actium. Antony and his remaining troops were salvaged by a desperate intervention from Cleopatra's fleet, which had been stationed nearby. Now, 1 year later, on the 1st of August, 30 BC, Octavian vanquished their forces in Alexandria, subsequent to which Antony and Cleopatra took their own lives. Antony took his own life by falling on his sword, and was transported by his soldiers to Alexandria, where he perished in Cleopatra's arms. Very romantic. And Cleopatra shortly thereafter died from poisoning, contrary to the prevalent idea that she was bitten by an asp, but there's still a lot of argument going on about this. Well, we won't harp on about it now. Octavian had leveraged his status as Caesar's heir to advance his political ambitions, and he saw the risks of permitting another individual to do likewise. Consequently, he heeded the counsel of the Greek philosopher Arius Didymus that 2 Caesars are 1 too many, and then ordered the execution of Caesar's child Caesarion, but preserving the children of Cleopatra from Antony, with the exception of Antony's eldest son. Bad luck for him. Now, Octavian had previously exhibited pretty scant charity towards the defeated adversaries and engaged in actions that were deemed to be, well, frankly, of poor taste by the Roman populace. Nevertheless, he received commendation for absolving numerous opponents following the Battle of Actium. Well, following the defeat of Cleopatra and Antony at Actium, Octavian was poised to govern the entire republic under an unofficial principate. However, he needed to do this through a gradual accumulation of power. He accomplished this by appealing to the Senate and the populace while maintaining the republican traditions of Rome, kind of projecting an image that he was not seeking the monarchy or the dictatorship. Upon entering Rome, Octavian and Agrippa were appointed consuls by the Senate. Now you see, the prolonged civil war that had rendered Rome practically lawless Yet the Republic was unwilling to acquiesce to Octavian's despotic rule. Simultaneously, Octavian could not relinquish his authority without jeopardizing the potential for additional civil conflicts among the Roman generals, even if he had no aspiration for power. His role necessitated that he prioritize the welfare of Rome and its provinces. And from this, Octavian's objectives were essentially to restore Rome to a condition of utmost stability, as far as that could be pushed, conventional legality and civility, by alleviating the explicit political pressure, at least nominally. Well, on the 13th of January 27 BC, Octavian publicly demonstrated the restoration of complete authority to the Roman Senate and ceded his dominion over the Roman provinces and their military forces. During his consulship, the Senate possessed limited authority to initiate legislation by proposing proposals for senatorial deliberation. You see, Octavian, he no longer exercised direct control over the provinces and their military forces, but he maintained the allegiance of both active duty soldiers and veterans. And, well, if you've got the guys with the weapons on your side, it certainly helps. The careers of several customers and followers relied on his patronage, as his financial influence was unparalleled in the Roman Republic. Now, as consul, Octavian appointed senators as deputies in the provinces to ensure his directives were followed, while regions not under his direct control were managed by Senate-appointed governors. Although he was the leading political figure, he did not monopolize his authority. The Senate retained control over North Africa, Illyria, and Macedonia, with only 5 or 6 legions, compared to Octavian's 20. Of course, this didn't really pose any tangible threat to his power. One can breathe easy. This arrangement preserved the republican appearance of his authoritarian rule, echoing precedents from the republican era. And so, this is where the name change happens. On January 16th, 27 BC, where the Senate granted Octavian the title Augustus, meaning the illustrious one or sublime, which conferred religious authority and suggested a near divine status. This title was strategically chosen over Romulus, which implied kingship, a connection that Octavian wanted to avoid. Now, the Senate also recognized him as princeps senatus, evolving into a quasi-regal title for the leader. And of course, the title Augustus became the principal title for subsequent emperors, and this marks the start of his reign as emperor from January 16th, 27 BC. And for the rest of the video, we refer to him by that name, Augustus. I know it took a while, but, we have to provide the context beforehand. So, Augustus referred to himself as Imperator Caesar Divi Filius, which basically means Commander Caesar, son of the deified one. Through this title, he asserted his familial connection to the deified Julius Caesar, while the term imperator indicated a lasting association with the Roman tradition of triumph. And thus he converted Caesar, a surname of a branch of the Julian family, into a novel lineage originating with him. Thus, Augustus was rewarded the privilege to display the corona civica above his entrance and to adorn his doorpost with laurels. Nevertheless, he rejected the ostentation of symbols of authority, including the scepter, golden crown, purple togas of his predecessor Julius Caesar. Didn't want to be too flashy. But despite his refusal to signify his authority by wearing these kinds of things, the Senate conferred upon him a golden shield, exhibited in the curious meeting hall inscribed with the words Virtus, Pietas, Clementia, Justitia, valor, piety, clemency, justice. By 23 BC, the implications of the 27 BC settlement were becoming overwhelmingly clear. Augustus' annual consulate underscored his supremacy in Roman politics, reducing opportunities for others to achieve that highest position. His desire for his nephew, Marcus Claudius Marcellus, to succeed him caused tension with his allies Agrippa, Maecenas, and Livia. After the unexpected death of Aulus Terentius Varro Murena, Augustus appointed Republican Calpurnius Piso as co-consul. In late spring, Augustus fell gravely ill, and, believing that he was near death, took steps to ensure the Principate's continuation while addressing senators' fears of his anti-republican stance. He prepared to pass his signet ring to Agrippa and transferred official documents and military command to Piso, leaving Marcellus empty-handed, which actually surprised quite a few people because they expected him to name a clear heir, but he didn't. In fact, he only allocated properties to his heirs to avoid opposition from Republican-minded Romans who were weary of monarchy. He recognized Marcellus was unprepared for leadership, but intended to signal to the legions that Agrippa was his successor, urging their loyalty to him despite constitutional norms. Shortly after his illness abated, Augustus relinquished his consulship. Augustus would only serve as consul in the years 5 and 2 BC, both instances to facilitate the introduction of his grandsons into public life. Augustus employed a shrewd strategy by relinquishing his role as one of the 2 yearly elected consuls, so enhancing the prospects for aspiring senators to secure their consular position and enabling Augustus to exert greater influence within the senatorial class. Despite reigning as consul, Augustus sought to maintain his consular imperium, not only in his provinces, but over the entire empire. This aspiration, together with the Marcus Primus incident, resulted in a subsequent compromise between him and the Senate, referred to as the Second Settlement. So let's get on to that. You see, it was prompted by several key issues. Firstly, after Augustus abdicated the yearly consulship, he lost his official governing role, but he maintained his prominent status in the Roman provinces as proconsul. While consul, he could intervene in the affairs of provincial proconsuls appointed by the Senate. Now, that Marcus Primus affair, that was a significant issue of its own. You see, in late 24 or perhaps early 23 BC, Marcus Primus, the former proconsul of Macedonia, was charged with waging war against the Odrysian kingdom of Thrace, who was a Roman ally. Of course, he did not have the Senate approval to do this. His defense attorney, Lucius Licinius Varro Murena, claimed that Augustus had given Primus orders to attack the client state. But Primus later stated that these orders came from the deceased Marcellus. Now, if that was true, that would violate the Senate's authority established in the constitutional arrangement of 27 BC. You see, as Macedonia was a senatorial province, and it was not under the direct control of Augustus. I know, it's complicated, right? The situation threatened to expose Augustus' pretense of republican restoration and his role as merely the first citizen. Additionally, Marcellus's involvement suggested Augustus intended for him to succeed as princeps, which once again raised a few eyebrows, as it hinted very strongly at monarchy. Augustus attended the trial, despite not even being summoned, acknowledging its importance. Now, when he was there, he testified, and he swore that he had given no such command. Murena questioned Augustus's motives for attending, to which Augustus replied that he was simply there for the public's interest. Despite Primus's conviction, some jurors chose acquittal, indicating a kind of skepticism about Augustus's testimony, which was, of course, a slight to his authority. The second settlement aimed to clarify Augustus' legal authority in senatorial provinces. The Senate granted him a general proconsular imperium that covered the entire empire and elevated it to imperium proconsular maius, giving him superior authority over other proconsuls. Augustus stayed in Rome during this process and secured his proconsular imperium maius by 13 BC by generously rewarding veterans. He was granted lifelong authority as tribune, but did not hold the formal title. Previously, he enjoyed the tribunacia sacrosanctus, which provided immunity. Of course, where we get the name sacrosanct from. Now, he accepted full magistracy powers, which were traditionally limited to patricians, a status he gained by being adopted by Julius Caesar. Of course, this authority allowed him to summon the Senate and populace, veto decisions, oversee elections, conduct censuses, and determine membership to the Senate. Of course, he exercised this authority by enforcing traditional Roman attire in the forum. There was no precedent for combining tribune and censor roles, and Augustus was never officially a censor. Julius Caesar, well, he had similar powers, but lacked the ability to conduct a census. Augustus revitalized the role of the tribunus plebis by making it necessary for plebeians seeking the praetorship. Now, typically in republican eras, the authority Augustus retained post-second settlement would have been distributed among multiple individuals, each exercising it collaboratively with a partner and for a designated duration. Augustus possessed all powers simultaneously, and without a temporal constraint. Even those powers that ostensibly had time limits were immediately extended upon expiration, so basically the limits were pointless anyway. Now, the political nuances of the second settlement appear to have alluded to the understanding of the plebeian class, who constituted Augustus's primary supporters and clients. This compelled them to demand Augustus's involvement in imperial matters intermittently. In 22 BC, Augustus did not seek election as a consul, prompting further concerns that the aristocratic Senate was attempting to oust him from power. Now, in 22, 21, and 19 BC, the population rioted, permitting the elections of only one consul each year, presumably to reserve the other place for Augustus. Similarly, there was a famine that occurred in Rome around 22 BC, which incited fear as some urban plebeians urged Augustus to assume dictatorial powers to directly manage the problem. Following a dramatic rejection before the Senate, Augustus ultimately assumed the control of Rome's grain supply by virtue of the proconsular imperium, thus resolving the problem. It was not until 8 AD that a food crisis of this nature compelled Augustus to appoint Praefectus Annonae, a permanent prefect responsible for securing food supplies for Rome. You'd think they would have had that a bit earlier. It seems like an important job. Of course, concerns arose regarding the augmentation of powers conferred upon Augustus by the Second Settlement, culminating in the alleged plot of Fannius Caepio. Before the 1st of September 22 BC, a certain Castricius informed Augustus about a conspiracy orchestrated by Caepio. Murena, the candid consul who advocated for Primus during the Marcus Primus incident, was identified as one of the conspirators. Of course, the conspirators were all tried in absentia, with Tiberius serving as the prosecutor. The jury rendered a guilty verdict, albeit it was not unanimous. All the defendants were condemned to death for treason and executed immediately upon capture, without providing any testimony in their defense. Augustus maintained the appearance of republican governance while effectively concealing the underlying realities. In 19 BC, the Senate granted Augustus a form of general consular imperium, likely imperium consulare maius, similar to the proconsular authority he received in 23 BC. This, along with his tribune authority, demonstrated his influence from positions he did not officially hold. Of course, Augustus was allowed to don the consul's insignia, sit between them, and carry the fasces, symbolizing the consular authority, and this helped maintain his public image and also authority. On the 6th of March, 12 BC, after Lepidus died, he became the Pontex Maximus, the chief priest of Roman religion. On the 5th of February, 2 BC, he was named Pater Patriae, or Father of the Country. Now, the Second Settlement aimed to ensure constitutional stability for the Principate in case of unforeseen events affecting Augustus, his illness in early 23 BC, and the Caepio conspiracy highlighted the regime's reliance on his life, as frankly his potential death could and most likely would lead to a civil war. You see, memories of those past conflicts fresh in the collective subconscious, like Pharsalus and the Ides of March, where they weren't going anywhere. No one wanted to be reminded of those terrible days. To enhance stability, proconsular imperium was granted to Agrippa for 5 years, similar to Augustus's authority, likely covering Augustus' imperial province, but possibly excluding Senate provinces. And this marked the complete consolidation of Augustus's power. You see, by AD 13, he claimed 21 instances of being designated imperator by his army after victories, and his memoirs, Res Gestae, largely focus on military achievements. Now, Augustus in his time promoted the idea of leading a Roman civilization that had a kind of responsibility for governing the world, as reflected in the words of Virgil, Roman, remember to rule the earth's peoples with authority. Kind of like a Roman version, manifest destiny, the Roman man's burden kind of thing. Now, this expansionist sentient was widely supported in Rome and received divine endorsement from Jupiter in the Aeneid, promising imperial sine fine, sovereignty without end. By the end of his reign, Augustus's forces had conquered northern Hispania, modern Spain and Portugal, that is, the Alpine regions of Rhaetia and Noricum, Illyricum, Pannonia, and even expanded Africa Proconsularis to the east and south. And then, of course, there was Judea, that was added to Syria after Augustus removed Herod Archelaus, with Syria governed by a high prefect from the equestrian order rather than a proconsul. Well, to safeguard Rome's eastern provinces from the Parthian Empire, Augustus depended on the client kingdoms of the east to serve as territorial buffers and to generate their own military forces for defense. To secure the empire's eastern border, Augustus deployed a Roman army in Syria, while his adept stepson Tiberius served as Rome's envoy to the east, negotiating with the Parthians. Tiberius facilitated the reinstatement of Tigranes V to the Armenian throne, which I'm sure Tigranes was very pleased about. Good for him. Well, his most significant diplomatic accomplishment was negotiating with Phraates IV of Parthia in 20 BC for the restitution of the battle standards lost by Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae, which served as a symbolic victory and a substantial morale enhancement for Rome. Definitely good to have them back. Now, it wasn't all good news. Of course, the Battle of Teutoburg Forest in AD 9 exemplifies a significant Roman defeat, where the legions commanded by Varus were annihilated by the Germanic leader Arminius, leader of the Cherusci, who was, well, at least they thought, a Roman ally. Augustus responded to this by sending Tiberius and Drusus to the Rhineland to stabilize the region, and they achieved some success. However, it really just, well, the game wasn't worth the candle anymore around the Rhine. It pretty much marked the cessation of the Roman expansion into Germania, well, excuse me, the Germans are attacking my voice. Well, either way, the Roman general Germanicus exploited a civil conflict among the Cherusci, specifically between Arminius and Segestes, and he triumphed over Arminius at the Battle of Idistaviso in AD 16. Well, Augustus intended for his grandsons, Gaius and Lucius, to be his heirs, adopting them and facilitating their political careers by assuming the consulship in 5 and 2 BC, leading to their nominations for consulships in AD 1 and 4. Of course, he favored his stepsons Drusus and Tiberius, granting them military commands and public office, with a preference for Drusus. After Agrippa's death in 12 BC, Tiberius was instructed to divorce his wife, Vespania Agrippina, and marry Augustus's widowed daughter Julia, after his mourning period, of course. Drusus' marriage to Antonia was seen as a strong bond, while Vipsania was simply Agrippa's daughter from his first marriage. Now, Tiberius possessed Augustus's tribune powers starting in 6 BC, but soon thereafter retired, allegedly seeking to disengage from politics while exiling himself to Rhodes. The exact reason for his departure remains a little bit mysterious, though it may seem from a confluence of factors, including deteriorating marriage with Julia and feelings of jealousy and alienation regarding Augustus's apparent preference for the younger Gaius and Lucius. Well, either way, Gaius and Lucius had entered the priesthood at a very young age, and they were showcased to the public quite positively, subsequently introduced to the military as well in Gaul. Well, the only other heir was Agrippa Postumus, exiled by Augustus in AD 7 and permanently disavowed. In fact, he's been described as a vulgar and brutish man of depraved character, which is definitely a one-star review. Well, Augustus died on the 19th of August AD 14 in Nola, where both Tacitus and Cassius Dio reported rumors that Livia poisoned him with figs, of all things. Well, some historians view this as more of a fabrication by the supporters of Postumus or Tiberius as political rivals. Livia had been rumored to poison for her son, but these claims are most likely false. It is possible that she provided a poisoned fig as more of a push out the door for him, rather than murder, a bit of mercy to end his suffering. Either way, we do know that Augustus's health had declined before his death, and he prepared for a smooth power transfer, naming Tiberius, albeit quite reluctantly, as his successor. Although he seemed to improve upon arriving in Nola, it is speculated that, well, Augustus and Livia may have conspired to end his life at the right moment, as a favor to Tiberius, of all people, to ensure his acceptance of power. Well, either way, a large procession of mourners escorted the body of Augustus from Nola back to Rome, and all large public and private activities halted on the day of his burial. Tiberius and his son Drusus delivered the eulogy on 2 platforms. Augustus's bones were placed in a coffin and cremated on a pyre next to his monument. Of course, he was also proclaimed a member of the Roman pantheon, aligning himself up there with the deities forever. The Battle of Issus. It occurred in 333 BC between Alexander the Great and the Persian king Darius during Alexander's campaign to subjugate the Persian Empire. Despite significant numerical disadvantage, Alexander leveraged the constricted terrain to counteract the Persians' superiority in numbers. His resolute cavalry assault penetrated the Persian formations, prompting Darius to abandon the battlefield. It was a triumph that cemented Alexander's status as a military prodigy and granted him dominion over Asia Minor. Subsequently, Darius attempted to negotiate peace. However, Alexander declined, persisting in his conquest. The following is a reading from the Anabasis of Alexander by Arian of Nicomedia, an ancient source, sometime after the days of Alexander, but generally considered to be the best and most reliable account that we have in terms of Alexander's conquests. If you like this kind of content, give it a like and subscribe. It does wonders in the algorithm. And enjoy as we begin reading from the Anabasis of Alexander. Do bear in mind that this is not the beginning of the work. This leads on from the 6th chapter that deals with the events leading up to and at the Battle of Issus, following the aftermath as well at the end. So with that in mind, let's begin. Chapter 6. Alexander advances to Myrandrus. Darius marches against him. While he was still at Malus, he was informed that Darius was encamped with all his forces at Sochi, a place in the land of Assyria, distant about 2 days' march from the Assyrian gates. Then indeed he collected the companions and told them what was reported about Darius and his army. They urged him to lead on as they were, without delay. At the time he commended them and broke up the conference. But next day he led them forward against Darius and the Persians. On the second day he passed through the gates and encamped near the city of Myrandrus. But in the night a heavy tempest and a violent storm of wind and rain occurred which detained him in his camp. Darius, on the other hand, had been spending a long time with his army, having chosen a plain in the land of Assyria, which stretches out in every direction, suitable for the immense size of his army and convenient for the evolutions of cavalry. Amyntas, son of Antiochus, the deserter from Alexander, advised him not to abandon this position, because there was plenty of room for the great multitude of the Persians and for the vast quantity of their baggage. And so Darius remained, but as Alexander made a long stay at Tarsus on account of his illness, and not a short one at Soli, where he offered sacrifice and conducted his army in procession, and moreover spent some time marching against the Cilician mountaineers, Darius was induced to swerve from his resolution. He was also not willing to be led to form whatever decision was most agreeable to his own wishes, and being influenced by those who gave him the advice which they had thought to be pleasant to him, without consideration of its utility, for kings will always have associates to give them bad advice, he came to the conclusion that Alexander was no longer desirous of advancing further, but was shrinking from an encounter upon learning that Darius himself was marching against him. On all sides they were urging him on, asserting that he would trample down the army of the Macedonians with his cavalry. Nevertheless, Amyntas, at any rate, confidently affirmed that Alexander would certainly come to any place where he had heard Darius might be, and he exhorted him by all means to stay where he was. But the worse advice, because at the immediate time it was more pleasant to hear, prevailed. Moreover, he was led by some divine influence into the locality where he derived that little advantage from his cavalry and from the sheer number of men, javelins and bows, and where he could not even exhibit the mere magnificence of his army, but surrendered to Alexander and his troops to an easy victory, for it was already decreed by fate that the Persians should be deprived of the rule of Asia by the Macedonians, just as the Medes had been deprived of it by the Persians, and still earlier, the Assyrians by the Medes. Chapter 7. Darius at Issus, Alexander's speech to his army. Darius crossed the mountain range by what are called the Ammanic Gates, and advancing towards Issus, came without being noticed to the rear of Alexander. Having reached Issus, he captured as many Macedonians as had been left behind on account of illness. These he cruelly mutilated and slew. Next day he proceeded to the river Pinarus, as soon as Alexander heard that Darius was in his rear, because the news did not seem to him trustworthy. He embarked some of the companions in a ship with 30 oars and sent them back to Issus to observe whether the report was true. The men who sailed in the 30-oared ship discovered Persians encamped there more easily, because the sea in this part takes the form of a bay. They, therefore, brought back word to Alexander that Darius was at hand. Alexander then called together all the generals, commanders of the cavalry, and leaders of the Grecian allies, and exhorted them to take courage from the dangers which they had already surmounted, asserting that the struggle would be between themselves, who had previously victorious, and a foe who had already been beaten, and that the deity was acting as part of general on behalf better than himself, by putting it into the mind of Darius to move his forces from the spacious plain and shut them up in a narrow place, where was sufficient room for them to deepen their phalanx by marching from front to rear, but where the vast multitude would be useless for the enemy in battle. He added that their foes were similar to them, neither in strength nor in courage, for the Macedonians, who had been long practiced in warlike toils, accompanied with danger, were coming into close conflict with Persians and Medes, who had then become unnerved by a long course of luxurious ease. To crown all, they being free men, were about to engage in battle with men who were slaves. He said, moreover, that the Greeks who were in the two armies would not be fighting for the same objects, for those with Darius were braving danger for pay, and that pay not high, whereas those on their side were voluntarily defending the interests of Greece. Again, of foreigners, the Thracians, Paeonians, Illyrians, Agrianians, who were the most robust and warlike of men in Europe, were about to be arrayed against the most sluggish and effeminate races of Asia. In addition to all this, Alexander was commanding in the field against Darius. These things he enumerated as evidences of the superiority in the struggle. And then he began to point out the great rewards they would win from the danger to be incurred, for he told them that on the occasion they would overcome not merely the viceroys of Darius, nor the cavalry drawn up of the Granicus, nor the 20,000 Grecian mercenaries, but would overcome all the available forces of the Persians and the Medes, as well as all the other races subject to them dwelling in Asia, and the great king present in person. After this conflict, nothing would be left for them to do, except to take possession of all of Asia, and to put an end to their many labors. In addition to this, he reminded them of their brilliant achievements in their collective capacity in days gone by. And if any man had individually performed any distinguished feat of valor from love of glory, he mentioned him by name in commemoration of the deed. He then recapitulated as modestly as possible his own daring deeds in various battles. He is also said to have reminded them of Xenophon and the 10,000 men who accompanied him, asserting that the latter were in no way comparable with them in even number or general excellence. Besides, they had with them neither Thessalian, Boeotian, Peloponnesian, Macedonian, or Thracian horsemen, nor any other of the cavalry which was in the Macedonian army, nor had any of the archers or slingers, except a few Cretans and Rhodians, and even these were got ready by Xenophon on the spur of the moment in the very crisis of danger. And yet, even these put the king and all of his forces to rout close to Babylon itself, and succeeded in reaching the Euxine Sea after defeating all the races which lay in their way as they were marching down thither. He also adduced whether other arrangements were suitable for a great commander to use in order to encourage brave men in such a critical moment before the perils of battle. They urged him to lead them against the foe without delay, coming from all sides to grasp the king's right hand, and encouraging him by their promises. Chapter 8. Arrangement of the hostile armies. Alexander then ordered his soldiers to take their dinner, and having sent a few of his horsemen and archers forward to the gates to reconnoitre the road in the rear, he took the whole of his army, and marched in the night to occupy the pass again. When about midnight he had again got possession of it, he caused the army to rest the remainder of the night there upon the rocks, having posted vigilant sentries. At the approach of dawn, he began to descend from the pass along the road, and as long as the space was narrow everywhere, he led his army in column. But when the mountains parted, so as to leave a plain behind them, he kept on opening out the column into the phalanx, marching one line of heavy armed infantry, and another up into the line towards the mountain on the right and towards the sea on the left. Up to this time, his cavalry had been ranged behind the infantry, but when they advanced into the open country, he began to draw up his army in order of battle. First, upon the right wing, near the mountain, he placed his infantry guard and the shield-bearers under the command of Nicanor, son of Parmenio. Next to these the regiment of Coenus, and close to them that of Perdiccas. These troops were posted as far as the middle of the heavy armed infantry to one beginning from the right. On the left wing first stood the regiment of Amyntas, then that of Ptolemy, and close to this that of Meleager. The infantry on the left had been placed under the command of Craterus, but Parmenio held the chief direction of the whole left wing. This general had been ordered not to abandon to the sea, so that they might not be surrounded by the foreigners, who were likely to outflank them on all sides by their superior numbers. But as soon as Darius was certified of Alexander's approach for the battle, he conveyed about 30,000 of his cavalry, and with them 20,000 of his light-armed infantry to cross the river Pinarus, in order that he might be able to draw up the rest of his forces with ease. Of the heavy-armed infantry, he placed first the 30,000 Greek mercenaries to oppose the phalanx of the Macedonians, and on both sides of these he placed 60,000 of the men called Cardaces, who were also heavily armed infantry. For the place where they were posted was able to contain only this number in a single phalanx. He also posted 20,000 men near the mountain on their left and facing Alexander's right. Some of these troops were also in the rear of Alexander's army, for the mountain near where they were posted in one part sloped in a great back way and formed a sort of bay, like a bay in the sea, and afterwards bending forwards caused the men who had been posted at the foot of it to be behind Alexander's right wing. The remaining multitude of Darius's light-armed and heavily armed infantry was marshalled by nations to an unserviceable depth, and placed behind the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian army arranged in a phalanx. The whole of the army with Darius was said to number about 600,000 fighting men. As Alexander advanced, he found that the ground spread out a little in breadth, and he accordingly brought up his horsemen, both those called companions, and the Thessalians, as well as the Macedonians, and posted them with himself on the right wing. The Peloponnesians and the rest of the allied Greeks he had sent to Parmenio on the left. When Darius had marshalled his phalanx, by a preconcerted signal he recalled the cavalry which he had posted on the front of the river for the express purpose of rendering the arranging of his army easily. Most of these he placed on the right wing near the sea, facing Parmenio, because here the ground was more suited for the evolutions of cavalry. A certain part of them also he led up to the mountain towards the left, But when they were seen to be useless there on the account of the narrowness of the ground, he ordered most of these also to ride round to the right wing and join their comrades there. Darius himself occupied the centre of the whole army, inasmuch as it was the custom for the kings of Persia to take up that position, the reason of which arrangement has been recorded by Xenophon, son of Grelus. Chapter 9. Alexander changes the disposition of his forces. Meanwhile, when Alexander perceived that nearly all the Persian cavalry had changed their ground and gone to his left towards the sea, and that on his side only the Peloponnesians and the rest of the Grecian cavalry were posted there, he sent the Thessalian cavalry thither with speed, ordering them not to ride along before the front of the whole army, lest they should be seen by the enemy to be shifting their ground, but to proceed by stealth in the rear of the phalanx. In front of the cavalry on the right, he posted the lancers under command of Protomarchus, and the Paeonians under that of Aristo, and of the infantry, the archers under the direction of Antiochus, and the Agrianians under that of Attalus. Some of the cavalry and archers he also drew up as to form an angle with the centre towards the mountain which was in the rear. So on the right of his phalanx had been drawn up separated into two wings, the one fronting Darius, and the main body of the Persians beyond the river, and the other facing those who had been posted at the mountain in the rear. On the left wing, the infantry consisting of the Cretan archers and the Thracians under command of Sitarches were posted in the front, and before these, the cavalry towards the left. The Grecian mercenaries were drawn up as a reserve for all them. When he perceived that the phalanx towards the right was too thin, and it seemed likely that the Persians would outflank him here considerably, he ordered 2 squadrons of the Companion cavalry, viz. the Anthemusium, and of which the Piroedes, son of Menetheusius, was captain, and that which was called Leogaean, under the command of Pantodanus, son of Cleander, to proceed from the centre of the right without being seen. Having also marched the archers, part of the Agrianians, and the Grecian mercenaries up along his right into the front, he extended his phalanx beyond the wing of the Persians. But when those who had been posted upon the mountain did not descend, a charge was made by a few of the Agrianians and archers at Alexander's order, by which they were easily put to rout from the foot of the mountain. As they fled to the summit, he decided that he could make use of the men who had been drawn up to keep these in check, to fill up the ranks of his phalanx. He thought it quite sufficient to post 300 horsemen to watch the men on the mountain. Chapter 10. The Battle of Issus. Having thus marshalled his men, he caused them to rest for some time, and then led them forward, as he thought the enemy's approach was very slow. For Darius was no longer leading the foreigners against him, as he had arranged them at first, but he remained in position upon the bank of the river, which was in many parts steep, and in certain places, where it seemed more easy to ascend, he extended a stockade upon it. By this it was at once evident to Alexander's men that Darius had become cowed in spirit. But when the armies at length met in conflict, Alexander rode about in every direction to exhort his troops, to show their valor, mentioning with befitting epithets and names, not only of the generals, but also of the captains of the cavalries and infantry, and of the Grecian mercenaries, as many were now more distinguished either by rank or of merit. From all sides arose a shout, not to delay, but to attack the enemy. At first he still led them on in close array with measured step, although he had the forces of Darius already in full view, lest by a more hasty march any part of the phalanx should fluctuate from the line and get separated from the rest. But when they came within range of darts, Alexander himself and those around him, being posed on the right wing, advanced first into the river with a run, in order to alarm the Persians by the rapidity of their onset, and by coming sooner to close conflict to receive little damage from the archers. And it turned out, just as Alexander had conjectured, for as soon as the battle became a hand-to-hand one, the part of the Persian army stationed on the left wing was put to rout, and here Alexander and his men won their brilliant victory. But the Grecian mercenaries serving under Darius attacked the Macedonians at the point where they saw their phalanx especially disordered. For the Macedonian phalanx had been broken and disjointed the right wing, because Alexander had charged into the river with such eagerness, and engaging in a hand-to-hand conflict was already driving back the Persians posted there. But the Macedonians in the center did not execute their task with equal speed, and finding many parts of the bank steep and precipitous, they were unable to preserve the front of the phalanx in the same line. Here, then, the struggle was desperate. The aim of the Grecian mercenaries of Darius began to push the Macedonians back into the river and regain the victory. Though their own forces were already flying, the aim of the Macedonians being not to fall short of Alexander's good fortune, which was already manifest, and not to tarnish the glory of the phalanx, which, up to that time, had been commonly asserted to be invincible. Moreover, the feeling of rivalry which existed between the Grecian and Macedonian races inspired each side in the conflict. Here fell Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, after proving himself a valiant man, besides about 120 of other Macedonians of no mean repute. Chapter 11. The Defeat and Flight of Darius. Hereupon the regiments on the right wing, perceiving that the Persians opposed to them had already been put to rout, wheeled round towards the Grecian mercenaries of Darius and their own hard-pressed detachment. Having driven the Greeks away from the river, they extended their phalanx beyond the Persian army on the side which had been broken, and attacking the Greeks on the flank were already beginning to cut them up. However, the Persian cavalry, which had been posted opposite the Thessalians, did not remain on the other side of the river during the struggle, but came through the water and made a vigorous attack upon the Thessalian squadrons. In this place a fierce cavalry battle ensued, for the Persians did not give way until they perceived that Darius had fled, and the Grecian mercenaries had been cut up by the phalanx and severed from them. And then at last the flight of all the Persians was plainly visible. Their horses suffered much injury in the retreat, because the riders were heavily armed, and the horsemen themselves, being so many in number and retreating in panicked terror, without any regard to order along narrow roads, were trampled on and injured no less by each other than by the pursuing enemy. The Thessalians also followed them up with vigor, so that no fewer of the cavalry than of the infantry were slaughtered in the flight. But as soon as the left wing of Darius was terrified and routed by Alexander, and the Persian king perceived that this part of his army was severed from the rest, without any further delay, he began to flee in his chariot along with the rest, just as he was. He was conveyed safely in the chariot, as long as he met with level ground in his flight. But when he lighted upon ravines and other rough ground, he left the chariot there, divesting himself of his shield and Median mantle. He even left his bow in the chariot, and mounting a horse continued his flight. That night, which came on soon after, alone rescued him from being captured by Alexander, for as long as there was daylight, the latter kept up in pursuit at full speed. But when it began to grow dark, and the ground before the feet became invisible, he turned back again to the camp. After capturing the chariot of Darius with the shield, the Median mantle, and the bow within it. For his pursuit had been too slow for him to overtake Darius, because, though he wheeled round on the first breaking asunder of the phalanx, yet he did not turn to pursue him until he observed that the Grecian mercenaries and the Persian cavalry had been driven away from the river. Of the Persians killed were Arsames, Leomithres, and Atizes, who had commanded the cavalry at the Granicus. Sabaces, the viceroy of Egypt, and Bubaces of the Persian dignitaries were also killed. Besides, about 100,000 of the private soldiers, among them being more than 10,000 cavalry. So great was the slaughter that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, who then accompanied Alexander, says that the men who were with them pursuing Darius, coming into the pursuit of the ravine, filled it up with the corpses, and so passed over it. The camp of Darius was taken forthwith at the first assault, containing his mother, his wife, who was also his sister, and his infant son. His 2 daughters and a few other women, wives of Persian peers who were in attendance upon them, were likewise captured. For the other Persians happened to have dispatched their women along with the rest of their property to Damascus, because Darius had sent to that city the greater part of his money and all the other things which the great king was in habit of taking with him as necessary for his luxurious mode of living, even though he was going on a military expedition. The consequence was that in the camp no more than 3,000 talents were captured, and soon after the money in Damascus was also seized by Parmenio, who was dispatched thither for that very purpose. Such was the result of this famous battle, which was fought in the month of Mymacterion, when Nicostratus was Archon of the Athenians. Chapter 12. Kind treatment of Darius's family. The next day, Alexander, though suffering from a wound that he had received in the thigh from a sword, visited the wounded, and having collected the bodies of the slain, he gave them a splendid burial with all his forces most brilliantly marshalled in order of battle. He also spoke with eulogy to those whom he himself had recognized performing any gallant deed in battle, and also to those whose exploits he had learned by full report, fully corroborated. He likewise honored each of them individually, with a gift of money in proportion to his desert. He then appointed Belacrus, son of Nicantor, one of the royal bodyguards, viceroy of Cilicia, and in his place among the bodyguards he chose Menes, son of Dionysius. in the room of Ptolemy, son of Seleucus, who had been killed in the battle, he appointed Polysperchon, son of Simmias, to the command of a brigade. He remitted to the Solians the 50 talents which were still due to the money imposed on them as a fine, and he gave them back their hostages. Nor did he treat the mother, wife, or children of Darius with any neglect. For some of those who have written Alexander's history say that on the very night which he returned from the pursuit of Darius, entering the Persian king's tent, which he had selected for his use, he heard the lamentation of women and other noises similar kind not far from the tent. Inquiring therefore who the women were, and why they were in tent so near, he was answered by someone as follows: O king, the mother, wife, and children of Darius are lamenting for him as slain, since they have been informed that thou hast his bow and royal mantle, and that his shield has been brought back. When Alexander heard this, he sent Leonatus and one of his companions to them, with injunctions to tell them, Darius is still alive. In his flight he left his arms and mantle in the chariot, and these are the only things of his that Alexander has. Leonatus entered the tent and told them the news of Darius, saying, moreover, that Alexander would allow them to retain the state and retinue befitting their royal rank, as well as the title of queens, for he had not undertaken war against Darius from a feeling of hatred, but had conducted it in a legitimate manner for the empire of Asia. Such are the statements of Ptolemy and Aristobulus. But there is another report, to the effect that on the day Alexander himself following went to the tent, accompanied alone by Hephaestion, one of his companions, the mother of Darius, being in doubt which one of them was the king, for they had both arrayed themselves in the same style of dress, went up to Hephaestion, because he appeared the taller of the two, and prostrated herself before him. But when he drew back, and one of her attendants pointed out Alexander, saying he was the king, she was ashamed of her mistake, and was going to retire. But the king told her that she had made no mistake, for Hephaestion was also an Alexander. This I record, neither being sure of its truth, nor thinking it altogether unreliable. If it really occurred, I commend Alexander for his compassionate treatment of the women, and the confidence he felt in his companion, and the honor bestowed on him. But if it merely seems probable to historians that Alexander would have acted and spoken thus, even for this reason, I think him worthy of commendation. Chapter 13. Flight of Macedonian deserters into Egypt. Proceedings of Agis, king of Sparta. Alexander occupies Phoenicia. Darius fled through the night with a few attendants, but in the daytime, picking up as he went along the Persians and Grecian mercenaries who had come out safely of the battle, he had in all 4,000 men under his command. He then made a forced march towards the city of Thapsacus and the river Euphrates, in order to put that river as soon as possible between himself and Alexander. But Amyntas, son of Antiochus, Thymondas, son of Mentor, Aristomedes the Pharian, and Bianor the Arcanian, all being deserters, fled without delay from the posts assigned to them in the battle, with about 8,000 soldiers under their command, and passing through the mountains they arrived at Tripolis in Phoenicia. It was there they seized the ships which had been hauled up on the shore, in which they had previously been transported from Lesbos, They launched as many of these vessels as they thought sufficient to convey them, and the rest they burned there in the docks, in order not to supply their enemy with the means of quickly pursuing them. They fled first to Cyprus, thence to Egypt, where Amintas shortly after, meddling in political disputes, was killed by the natives. Meanwhile, Pharnabazus and Autophrodates were staying near Chios. Then, having established a garrison in the island, they dispatched some of their ships to Kos and Halicarnassus, and with 100 of their best sailing vessels, they put to sea themselves and landed at Cypnus. And Agis, king of the Lacedaemonians, came to them with 1 trireme, both to ask for money to carry on the war, and also to urge them to send with him into the Peloponnese as large a force, both naval and military, as they could. At that very time, news reached them of the battle which had been fought at Issus, and being alarmed, Pharnabazus started off to Chios with 12 triremes and 1,500 Greek mercenaries, for fear that the Chians might attempt to effect a revolution when they received the news of the Persian defeat. Agis, having received from Autophrodates 30 talents of silver and 10 triremes, dispatched Hippias to lead these ships to his brother Agesilaus at Tanerum, ordering him also to instruct Agesilaus to pay the full to the sailors, and then sail as quickly as possible to Crete, in order to set things in order there. Well, for a time he himself remained there among the islands, but afterwards joined Autophrodates at Halicarnassus. Alexander appointed Menon, son of Cerdimas, viceroy of Coele-Syria, giving him the cavalry of the Grecian allies to guard the country. He then went in person towards Phoenicia, and on the march he was met by Strato, the son of Gerostratus, king of the Aradians and of the people living near Aradus. But Gerostratus himself was serving in the fleet with Autophrodates, as were all the other kings of both the Phoenicians and the Cyprians. When Strato fell in with Alexander, he placed a golden crown upon his head, promising to surrender him both the island of Aradus and the great and prosperous city of Marathus, situated on the mainland right opposite Aradus. Also Sigon, the city of Mariame, along with other places under his dominion and that of his father. Chapter 14. The Letter from Darius and Alexander's Reply. While Alexander was still in Marathus, ambassadors came bringing a letter from Darius, entreating him to give up to their king his mother, wife, and children. They were also instructed to support this petition by word of mouth. The letter pointed out to him that friendship and alliance had subsisted between Philip and Artaxerxes, and that when Arses, the son of Artaxerxes, ascended to the throne, Philip was the first to practice injustice towards him, though he had suffered no injury from the Persians. Alexander also, from the time when Darius began to reign over the Persians, had not sent any one to confirm the friendship and alliance which had so long existed, but had crossed over into Asia with his army and inflicted much injury upon the Persians. For this reason, he had come down in person to defend his country and preserve the empire of his fathers. As to the battle, it had been decided, as seemed good to some of the gods. And now he, a king, begged his captured wife, mother,
and children from a king, and he wished to form a friendship with him and become his ally. For this purpose he requested Alexander to send men to him with Meniscus and Arsimas, the messengers who came from the Persians, to receive pledges of fidelity from him, and to give them on behalf of Alexander. To this, Alexander wrote a reply, and sent Thersippus with men who had come from Darius, with instructions to give the letter to Darius, but not to converse anything. Alexander's letter ran thus: Your ancestors came into Macedonia and the rest of Greece and treated us ill, without any previous injury from us. I, having been appointed commander-in-chief of the Greeks, and wishing to take revenge on the Persians, crossed into Asia, hostilities being begun by you. For you sent aid to the Perinthians, who were dealing unjustly with my father, and Augustus sent forces into Thrace, which was under our rule. My father was killed by conspirators whom you instigated, as you of yourself have boasted to all in your letters, and after slaying Arses as well as Bagoas, and unjustly seizing the throne contrary to the law of the Persians, and ruling your subjects unjustly, you sent unfriendly letters about me to the Greeks, urging them to wage war with me. You have also dispatched money to the Lacedaemonians and other certain Greeks, but none of the states received it, except the Lacedaemonians. As your agents destroyed my friends, who were striving to dissolve the league which I had formed among the Greeks, I took the field against you, because you were party who commenced this hostility. Since I have vanquished your generals and viceroys in previous battle, and now yourself and your forces in like manner, I am, by the gift of the gods, in possession of your land, as many of the men who fought in your army were not killed in battle, but fled to me for refuge. I am protecting, and they are with me, not against their own will, but they are serving in my army as volunteers. Come to me, therefore, since I am the lord of all Asia, but if you are afraid you may suffer any harsh treatment from me in case you do come to me, send some of your friends to receive pledges of safety from me. Come to me then, and ask for your mother, wife, children, and anything else you wish, for whatever you ask, you will receive, and nothing shall be denied you. But for the future, whenever you send to me as the king of Asia, and do not address me to whom your wishes as to an equal. But if you are in need of anything, speak to me as the man who is the lord of all your territories. If you act otherwise, I shall deliberate concerning you as an evildoer. And if you dispute my right to the kingdom, stay and fight another battle for it, but do not run away. For wherever you may be, I intend to march against you. This is the letter which he sent to Darius. Hello and welcome. The following is a reading from Tacitus, the Roman historian and politician, born in 56 AD. It's titled A Treatise on the Situation, Manners, and Inhabitants of Germany. If you like this kind of content, like and subscribe, and we can begin. From the works of Tacitus. Germany is separated from Gaul, Raetia, and Pannonia by the rivers Rhine and Danube, from Sarmatia and Dacia by mountains and mutual dread. The rest is surrounded by an ocean, embracing broad promontories and vast insular tracts, in which our military expeditions have lately discovered various nations and kingdoms. The Rhine, issuing from the inaccessible and precipitous summit of the Rhaetic Alps, bends gently to the west and falls into the northern ocean. The Danube, poured from the easy and gently raised ridge of Mount Abnoba, visits several nations in its course, till at length it bursts out by 6 channels into the Pontic Sea. A 7th is lost in marshes. The people of Germany appear to me indigenous and free from intermixture with foreigners, either as settlers or casual visitants. For the emigrants of the former ages performed their expeditions not by land but by water, and that immense and, if I may so call it, hostile ocean is rarely navigated by ships from our world. Then, besides the great danger of a boisterous and unknown sea, who would relinquish Asia, Africa, or Italy for Germany, a land rude in its surface and rigorous in its climate, cheerless to every beholder and cultivator, except a native? In their ancient songs, which are the only records or annals, they celebrate the god Tuisto, sprung from the earth, and his son Manus as the fathers and founders of their race. To Manus they ascribe 3 sons, from whose names the people bordering on the ocean are called Ignaevones, those inhabiting the central parts, Herminomes, the rest, and Istaevones. Some, however, assuming the license of antiquity, affirm that there were more descendants of the god, and whom more appellations were derived, and those of the Marsi, Gambrivi, Suevi, and Vandali, and all of these are genuine and original names. That of Germany, on the other hand, they assert to be a modern addition, for that the people who first crossed the Rhine and expelled the Gauls are now called the Tungri, were then named Germans, which appellations of a particular tribe, not of a whole people, gradually prevailed, so that the title of Germans, first assumed by the victors in order to excite terror, was afterwards adopted by the nation in general. They have likewise the tradition of Hercules of their country, whose praises they sing before those of all other heroes as they advance to battle. A peculiar kind of verse is also current among them, by the recital of which, termed barding, they stimulate their courage, while the sound itself serves as an augury of the event of impending combat. For, according to the nature of the cry proceeding from the line, terror is inspired or felt, nor does it seem so much an articulate song as the wild chorus of valor. A harsh, piercing note and a broken roar are the favorite tones, which they render more full and sonorous by applying their mouths to their shields. Some conjecture that Ulysses, in the course of his long and fabulous wanderings, was driven into this ocean and landed in Germany, and that Absiburgium, a place situated on the Rhine, and at this day inhabited, was founded by him, and named Ascipurgion. They pretend that an altar was formerly discovered there, consecrated to Ulysses, with the name of his father Laertes subjoined, and that certain monuments and tombs inscribed with Greek characters, 30, are still extant upon the confines of Germany and Rhaetia. These allegations I shall neither attempt to confirm nor to refute. Let everyone believe concerning them as he is disposed. I concur in opinion with those who deem the Germans never to have intermarried with other nations, but to be a pure, unmixed race, and stamped with a distinct character. Hence a family of likeness pervades the whole, though their numbers are so great, eyes stern and blue, ruddy hair and large bodies, powerful in sudden exertions, but impatient of toil and labour, least of all capable of sustaining thirst and heat. Cold and hunger they are accustomed by their climate and soil to endure. The land, though varied to a considerable extent in its aspects, is yet universally shagged with forests or deformed by marshes, moister on the side of Gaul, more bleak on the side of Noreum and Pannonia. It is productive of grain, but unkindly to fruit trees. It abounds in flocks and herds, but in general of a small breed. Even the beeve kind are destitute in their usual steadiness and dignity of their head. They are, however, numerous, and form the most esteemed and indeed the only species of wealth. Silver and gold the gods, I know not whether in their favour or anger, have denied this country. Not that I would assert that no veins of these metals are generated in Germany, for who has actually made the search? The possession of them is not coveted by these people as it is by us. Vessels of silver are indeed to be seen among them, which have been presented to their ambassadors and chiefs, but they are held in no higher esteem than earthenware. The borderers, however, set a value on gold and silver for the purpose of commerce, and have learned to distinguish several kinds of our coin, some of which they prefer to others. The remoter inhabitants continue the more simple and ancient usage of bartering commodities. The money preferred by the Germans is the old and well-known species, such as the serati and bigati. They are also better pleased with silver than gold, not on account for any likeness of that metal, but because the smaller money is more convenient in their common and petty merchandise. Even iron is not plentiful among them, as may be inferred by the nature of their weapons. Swords or broad lances are seldom used, but they generally carry a spear, called in their language framea, which has an iron blade, short and narrow, but so sharp and manageable that, as occasion requires, they employ it either in close or distant fighting. This spear and a shield are all the armour of the cavalry. The foot have, besides, missile weapons, several to each man, which they hurl to an immense distance. They are either naked or lightly covered with a small mantle, and have no pride in equipage. Their shields are only ornamented with the choicest colours. Few are provided with a coat of mail, and scarcely here and there is one with a casque or helmet. Their horses are neither remarkable for beauty nor swiftness, nor are they fraught with the various evolutions practised with us. The cavalry is either bear down straight forwards, or wheel at once to the right, in so compact a body that none is left behind the rest. Their principal strength, on the whole, consists in their infantry. Hence, in an engagement these are intermixed with the cavalry. So well accordant with the nature of equestrian combats is the agility of these foot soldiers, whom they select from the whole body of their youth, and place at the front of the line. Their number, too, is determined 100 from each canton, and they are distinguished at home by a name expressive of this circumstance, so that what at first was only an appellation of number becomes thenceforth a title of honour. Their line of battle is disposed in wedges. To give ground, provided they rally again, is considered rather a prudent stratagem than cowardice. They carry off their slain, even while the battle remains undecided. The greatest disgrace that can befall them is to have abandoned their shields. A person branded with this ignominy is not permitted to join in their religious rites or enter their assemblies, so that many, after escaping from battle, have put an end to their infamy by the halter. In the election of kings they have regard to birth, in that of generals to valor. Their kings have not an absolute or unlimited power, and their generals command less through the force of authority than of example. If they are daring, adventurous, and conspicuous in action, they procure obedience from the admiration they inspire. None, however, but the priests are permitted to judge offenders, to inflict bonds or stripes, so that chastisement appears not as an act of military discipline, but as the instigation of the god whom they suppose present with warriors. They also carry with them to battle certain images and standards taken from the sacred groves. It is a principal incentive to their courage that their squadrons and battalions are not formed by men fortuitously collected, but by the assemblages of families and clans. Their pledges are also near at hand. They have within hearing the yells of their women and the cries of their children. These, too, are the most revered witnesses of each man's conduct, that these most liberal applauders. To their mothers and their wives they bring their wounds for relief, nor do these dread to count or search out the gashes. The women also administer food and encouragement to those who are fighting. Tradition relates that armies beginning to give way what have been rallied by the females, though the earnestness of their supplications, the interposition of their bodies, and the pictures they have drawn of impending slavery, a calamity which these people bear with more impatience for their women than themselves, so that those states who have been obliged to give among their hostages the daughters of noble families are the most effectually bound to fidelity. They even suppose somewhat of sanctity and prescience to be inherent in the female sex, and therefore neither despise their counsels nor disregard their responses. We have beheld, in the reign of Vespasian, Veleda, long reverenced by many as a deity. Orima, moreover, and several others were formerly held in equal veneration, but not with a servile flattery, nor as though they had made them goddesses. Of the gods, Mercury is the principal object of their adoration, whom on certain days they think it lawful to propitiate even with human victims. To Hercules and Mars they offer the animals usually allotted for sacrifice. Some of the Suevi also perform sacred rites to Isis. What was the cause and origin of this foreign worship, I have not been able to discover, further than that her being represented with the symbol of a galley seems to indicate imported religion. They conceive it unworthy the grandeur of celestial beings to confine their deities within walls, or to represent them under human similitude. Woods and groves are their temples, and they affix names of divinity to that secret power, which they behold with their eye of adoration alone. No people are more addicted to divination by omens and lots. The latter is performed in the simple manner following. They cut a twig from a fruit tree, divided into small pieces, which, distinguished by certain marks, are thrown promiscuously upon a white garment. Then the priest of the canton, if the occasion be public, if private, the master of the family, after an invocation of the gods, with his eyes lifted to heaven, thrice takes out each piece, and as they come up, interprets their signification according to the marks fixed upon them. If the result prove unfavorable, there is no more consultation on the same affair that day. If propitious, a confirmation by the omens is still required. In common with other nations, the Germans are acquainted with the practice of auguring from the notes of flights of birds, but it is peculiar to them to derive admonitions and presages from horses also. Certain of these animals, milk white and untouched by earthly labor, are pastured at the public expense in the sacred woods and groves. These, yoked to a consecrated chariot, are accompanied by the priest and king, or chief person of the community, who attentively observe their manner of neighing and snorting, and no kind of augury is more credited, not only among the populace, but among the nobles and priests, for the latter is consider themselves as the ministers of the gods, and the horses as privy to divine will. Another kind of divination, by which they explore the event of momentous wars, is to oblige a prisoner, taken by any means whatsoever from the nation with whom they are at variance, to fight with a picked man of their own, each with his own country's arms, and accordingly as the victory falls, they presage success to one or another party. On affairs of smaller moment, the chiefs consult; on those of greater importance, the whole community. Yet with his circumstance, it is what is referred to as the decision of the people is first maturely discussed by the chiefs. They assemble, unless upon some sudden emergency on stated days, either at the new or full moon, which they account as the most auspicious season for the beginning of any enterprise. Nor do they, in their computation of time, reckon, like us, by the number of days, but of nights. In this way they arrange their business. In this way they fix their appointments, so that with them the night seems to lead the day. An inconvenience produced by their liberty is that they do not all assemble at a stated time, as if it were in obedience to a command, but 2 or 3 days are lost in the delays of convening. When they all think fit, they sit down armed. Silence is proclaimed by the priests, who have on this occasion a coercive power. And then the king, or chief, and such others are conspicuous for age, birth, military renown, or eloquence are heard, and gain attention rather from their ability to persuade than their authority to command. If a proposal displeases, the assembly reject it by an inarticulate murmur. If it proves to be agreeable, they clash their javelins. For the most honorable expression of assent among them is the sound of arms. Before this council, it is likewise allowed to exhibit accusations and to prosecute capital offences. Punishments are varied according to the nature of the crime. Traitors and deserters are hung upon trees. Cowards, dastards, and those guilty of unnatural practices are suffocated in mud under a hurdle. This difference of punishment has in view the principle that villainy should be exposed while it is punished, but turpitude concealed. The penalties annexed to slighter offences are also proportioned to the delinquency. the convicts are fined in horses and cattle. Part of the mulct goes to the king or state, part of the injured Persian or his relations. In the same assemblies, chiefs are also elected to administer justice through the cantons and districts. 100 companions, chosen from the authority of the people, attend upon each to them, to assist them as well as with their advice as their authority. The Germans transact no business, public or private, without being armed, but it is not customary for any person to assume arms until the state has approved his ability to use them. Then, in the midst of the assembly, either one of the chiefs or the father or a relation equips the youth with a shield and javelin. These are to them the manly gown. This is the first honor conferred upon youth. Before this, they are considered as part of the household. Afterwards, of the state. The dignity of chieftain is bestowed even on mere lads, whose descent is eminently illustrious, or whose fathers have performed signal services to the public. They are associated, however, with those of mature strength who have already been declared capable of service, nor do they blush to be seen in the rank of companions. For the state of companionship itself has its several degrees, determined by the judgment of him whom they follow, and there is a great emulation among the companions which shall possess the highest place in the valor of their chief, and among the chiefs which shall excel in the number and valor of his companions. It is their dignity, their strength, to be always surrounded with a large body of select youth, an ornament in peace, a bulwark in war, and not in his own country alone, but among the neighboring states. The fame and glory of each chief consists in being distinguished for the number and bravery of his companions. Such chiefs are courted by embassies, distinguished by presents, and often by their reputation alone decide a war. In the field of battle, it is disgraceful for the chief to be surpassed in valor. It is disgraceful for the companions not to equal their chief, but it is reproach and infamy during a whole succeeding life to retreat from the field surviving him. To aid, to protect him, to place him in their own gallant actions to the account of his glory, is their first and most sacred engagement. The chiefs fight for victory. The companions fight for their chief. If their native country be long sunk in peace and inaction, many of the young nobles repair to some other state than engaged in war. For besides that repose is unwelcome to their race, and toils and perils afford them a better opportunity of distinguishing themselves, they are unable without war and violence to maintain a large train of followers. The companion requires from the liberality of his chief the warlike steed, the bloody and conquering spear, and in place of pay he expects to be supplied with a table, homely indeed, but plentiful. The funds for this munificence must be found in war and rapine, nor are they so easily persuaded to cultivate the earth and await the produce of the seasons as to challenge the foe and expose themselves to wounds. Nay, they even think it base and spiritless to earn by sweat what they might purchase with blood. During the intervals of war, they pass their time less in hunting than in a sluggish repose, divided between sleep and the table. All the bravest of the warriors, committing the care of the house, the family affairs, and the lands to the women, the old men, the weaker part of domestics, stupefy themselves into action, So wonderful is the contrast presented by nature that the same persons love indolence and hate tranquility. It is customary then for several states to present by voluntary and individual contributions cattle or grain to their chiefs, which are accepted as honorary gifts, while they serve as necessary supplies. They are peculiarly pleased with the presents from neighboring nations, offered not only by individuals but by the community at large, such as fine horses, heavy armor, rich housings, and gold chains. We have now taught them also to accept of money. It is well known that none of the German nations inhabit cities, or even admit of contiguous settlements. They dwell scattered and separate, as a spring, a meadow, or a grove may chance to invite them. Their villages are laid out, not like ours in rows of adjoining buildings, but everyone surrounds his house with a vacant space, either way by security against fire or through ignorance of the art of building. For indeed they are unacquainted with the use of mortar and tiles, and for every purpose employ rude, unshapen timber fashioned with no regards to pleasing the eye. They bestow more than the ordinary pains in coating certain parts of their buildings with a kind of earth, so pure and shining that it gives the appearance of a painting. They also dig subterraneous caves, and cover them over with a great quantity of dung. These they use as winter retreats and granaries, for they preserve a moderate temperature, and upon an invasion, when the open country is plundered, these recesses remain unviolated, either because the enemy is ignorant of them, or because he will not trouble himself with the search. The clothing common to all is a sagum, fastened by a clasp, or in want of that, a thorn. With no other covering, they pass whole days on the hearth before the fire. The more wealthy and distinguished by a vest, not flowing loose, like those of the Sarmatians and Parthians, but girt close, and exhibiting the shape of every limb. They also wear the skins of beasts, which the people near the borders are less curious in selecting or preparing than more remote inhabitants who cannot by commerce procure other clothing. These make choice of particular skins, which they variegate with spots and strips of the furs of marine animals, the produce of the exterior ocean and seas to us unknown. The dress of the women does not differ from that of the men, except that they more frequently wear linen, which they stain with purple, and do not lengthen their upper garment into sleeves, but leave exposed the whole arm and part of the breast. The matrimonial bond is, nevertheless, strict and severe among them, nor is there anything in their manners more commendable than this. Almost singly among the barbarians they content themselves with one wife, a very few of them excepted, who, not through incontinence, but because their alliance is solicited on account of their rank, practice polygamy. The wife does not bring a dowry to her husband, but receives one from him. The parents and relations assemble, and pass their approbation on the presents not adapted to please a female taste, to decorate the bride, but oxen, a caparisoned steed, a shield, spear, and sword. By virtue of these the wife is espoused, and she in her turn makes present some arms to her husband. This they consider as the firmest bond of union. These, the sacred mysteries, the conjugal deities, that the woman may not think herself excused from exertions of fortitude or exempt from the casualties of war, she is admonished by the very ceremonial of her marriage that she comes to her husband as a partner in toils and dangers, to suffer and to dare equally with him in peace and war. This is indicated by the yoked oxen, the harnessed steed, the offered arms. Thus, she is to live, thus to die. She receives what she is to return inviolate and honor to her children, what her daughters-in-law are to receive, and again transmit to her grandchildren. They live, therefore, fenced around with chastity, corrupted by no seductive spectacles, no convivial incitements. Men and women are alike acquainted with clandestine correspondence. Adultery is extremely rare among so numerous a people. Its punishment is instant, and the pleasure of the husband. He cuts off the hair of the offender, strips her in the presence of her relations, expels her from the house, and pursues her with stripes through the whole village. Nor is any indulgence shown to the prostitute. Neither beauty, youth, nor riches can procure her a husband, for none there looks on vice with a smile, or calls mutual seduction the way of the world. Still more exemplary is the practice of those states in which none but virgins marry, and the expectations and wishes of the wife are at once brought to a period. Thus, they take one husband as one body and one life, that no thought, no desire may extend beyond him, and that he may be loved not only as their husband, but as their marriage, to limit their increase of children, or put to death any of their later progeny, is accounted infamous, and good habits have there more influence than good laws elsewhere. In every house, the children grow up thinly and meanly clad, to that the bulk of the body and limb which we behold with wonder. Every mother suckles her own children, and does not deliver them into the hands of servants or nurses. No indulgence distinguishes the young master from the slave. They lie together amidst the same cattle, upon the same ground, till age separates and valor marks out the free-born. The youths partake late of the pleasures of love, and hence pass the age of puberty unexhausted. Nor are the virgins hurried into marriage. The same maturity, the same full growth is required. The sexes unite equally matched and robust, and the children inherit the vigor of their parents. Children are regarded with equal affection by their maternal uncles as by their fathers. Some even consider this as a more sacred bond of consanguinity, and prefer the requisition of hostages, as if it held by the mind of the firmer tie, and the family by a more extensive obligation. A person's own children, however, are his heirs and successors, and no wills are made. If there be no children, the next in order of inheritance are the brothers, paternal and maternal uncles. The more numerous are a man's relations and kinsmen, the more comfortable is his old age, nor is it here any advantage to be childless. It is an indispensable duty to adopt the enmities of a father or relation, as well as their friendships. These, however, are not irreconcilable or perpetual. Even homicide is atoned by a certain fine in cattle and sheep, and the whole family accepts the satisfaction, to the advantage of the public weal, since quarrels are most dangerous in a free state. No people are more addicted to social entertainments, or more liberal in the exercise of hospitality. To refuse any person whatever admittance under their roof is accounted flirtatious. Everyone according to how his ability feasts his guest. When his provisions are exhausted, he who was late to the host is now the guide and the companion to another hospitable board. They enter the next house uninvited, and are received with equal cordiality. No one makes a distinction with respect to the rights of hospitality between a stranger and an acquaintance. The departing guest is presented with whatever he may ask for, and with the same freedom a wish is desired in return. They are pleased with presents, but think no obligation incurred either when they give or receive. Their manner of living with their guests is easy and affable. As soon as they arise from sleep, which they generally protract till late in the day, they bathe usually in warm water, as cold weather chiefly prevails this. After bathing, they take their meal, each on a distinct seat and a separate table. They then proceed, armed, to business, and not less frequently to convivial parties in which it is no disgrace to pass days and nights without intermission in drinking. The frequent quarrels that arise among them, when intoxicated, seldom terminate in abusive language, but more frequently in blood. In their feasts, they generally deliberate on the reconcilement of enemies, on family alliances, on the appointment of chiefs, and finally on peace and war, conceiving that no time the soul is more open to sincere or warmed to heroism. These people naturally void the artifice or disguise, disclose most of the secret emotions in their hearts in their freedom of festivity. The minds of all being thus displayed without reserve, the subjects of their deliberation are against canvas the next day, and each time it is advantageous. They consult when unable to dissemble. They determine when not liable to mistake. Their drink is a liquor prepared from barley or wheat, brought by the fermentation by a certain resemblance of wine. Those who border on the Rhine also purchase it. Their food is simple: wild fruits, fresh venison, or coagulated milk. They satisfy hunger without seeking the elegances or delicacies of the table. Their thirst for liquor is not quenched with equal moderation. If their propensity to drunkenness be gratified to the extent of their wishes, intemperance proves as effectual in subduing them as the force of arms. They have only one kind of public spectacle, which is exhibited in every company. Young men who make it their diversion dance naked amidst drawn swords and presented spears. Practice has conferred skill at this exercise, and skill has given grace, but they do not exhibit for hire or gain. The only reward for this pastime, though a hazardous one, is the pleasure of the spectators. What is extraordinary, they play at dice when sober, as a serious business, and that with such a desperate venture of gain or loss that when everything else is gone, they set their liberties and persons on the last throw. The loser goes into voluntary servitude, and though the youngest and strongest patiently suffers himself to be bound and sold. Such is their obstinacy in bad practice. They themselves call it honor. The slaves thus acquired are exchanged away in commerce, and the winner may get rid of the scandal of his victory. The rest of their slaves have not, like ours, particular employments in the family allotted to them. Each is the master of a habitation and a household of his own. The lord requires from him a certain quantity of grain, cattle, or cloth, as from a tenant, and so far only the subjection of the slave extends. His domestic offices are performed by his own wife and children. It is usual to scourge a slave, or punish him with chains or hard labor. They are sometimes killed by their masters, not through severity of chastisement, but in the heat of passion, like an enemy, with this difference that is done with impunity. Freedmen are little superior to slaves, seldom filling any important office in the family, never in the state, except in those tribes which are under a regal government. There they rise above the free-born, and even the nobles in the rest, the subordinate condition of the freed men is proof of freedom. Lending money upon interest, and increasing it by usury, is unknown amongst them, and this ignorance more effectively prevents the practice than a prohibition would ever do. The lands are occupied by townships, in allotments proportional to the number of cultivators, and are afterwards parcelled out among the individuals of the district, in shares according to the rank and condition of each person. The wide extent of plain facilitates this partition. The arable lands are annually changed, and a part left fallow, nor do they attempt to make the most of the fertility and plenty of the soil by their own industry in planting orchards, enclosing meadows and watering gardens. Corn is the only product required from the earth. Hence their year is not divided into so many seasons as ours is. For, while they know and distinguish by name winter, spring, and summer, they are unacquainted equally with the appellation and bounty of autumn. Their funerals are without parade. The only circumstance to which they attend is to burn the bodies of eminent persons with some particular kinds of wood. Neither vestments nor perfumes are heaped upon the pile. The arms of the deceased, and sometimes his horse, are given to the flames. The tomb is a mound of turf. They contemn the elaborate and costly honors of monumental structures as mere burdens to the dead. They soon dismiss tears and lamentations, slowly, sorrow and regret. They think it the woman's part to bewail their friends, and the men's part to remember them. This is the sum of which I have been able to learn concerning the origin and manners of the Germans in general, but I now proceed to mention those particulars in which they differ from each other, and likewise to relate what nations have migrated from Germany into Gaul. The great writer, the deified Julius, asserts that the Gauls were formerly the superior people, whence it is probable that some Gallic colonies passed over into Germany, for how small an obstacle would a river be to prevent any nation as it increased in strength from occupying or changing the settlements as yet lying in common and unappropriated by the power of monarchies. Accordingly, the tract betwixt the Hercynian forest and the rivers Rhine and Main was pressed by the Helvetii, and that beyond by the Boii, both Gallic tribes. The name of Boiemum still remains, a memorial of the ancient settlement, though its inhabitants are now changed. But whether the Aravisci migrated into Pannonia from the Osi, a German nation, or the Osi into Germany from the Aravisci, the language, institutions, and manners of both being still the same, is a matter of uncertainty. For in their pristine state of equal indigence and equal liberty. The same advantages and disadvantages were common to both sides of the river. The Treveri and Nervi are ambitious of being thought of German origin, as if the reputation of this descent would distinguish them from Gauls, whom they resemble in person and effeminacy. The Vangiones, Triboci, and Nemetes, who inhabit the bank of the Rhine, are without doubt German tribes. Nor do the Ubi, although they have been thought worthy of being made a Roman colony, and are pleased at bearing the name of Agrippinenses from their founder, blush to acknowledge their origin from Germany, from whence they formerly migrated, and for their approved fidelity were settled on the bank of the Rhine, nor that they might be guarded themselves, that they might serve as a guard against the invaders. Of all these people, the most famed for their valor are the Batavi, whose territories comprise a small part of the banks of the Rhine, but consist chiefly of an island within it. These were formerly a tribe of the Catti, who, on account of an intestine division, removed to their present settlements in order to become a part of the Roman Empire. They still retain this honor, together with a memorial of their ancient alliance, for they are neither insulted by taxes nor oppressed by farmers of the revenue. Exempt from fiscal burdens and extraordinary contributions, and kept away from military use alone, they are reserved like a magazine of arms for the purchasers of war. The nation of the Mattiaci is under the degree of subjugation of the same kind, for the greatness of the Roman people has carried a reverence for the empire beyond the Rhine and the ancient limits. The Mattiaci, therefore, though occupying a small settlement and borders on the opposite side of the river, from sentiment and attachment act with us, resembling the Batavi in every respect, except that they are animated with a more vigorous spirit by the soil and air of their own country. I do not reckon among the people of Germany that those who occupy the Decumate lands, although inhabiting between the Rhine and Danube. Some of the most fickle of the Gauls, rendered daring through indigence, seized upon this district of uncertain property. Afterwards, our boundary line being advanced, and a chain of fortified posts established, it became a skirt of the empire, and part of a Roman province. Beyond these dwell the Catti, whose settlements beginning from the Hercynian forest are in a tract of country less open and marshy than those which overspread the other states of Germany, for it consists of a continued range of hills, which gradually become more scattered, and the Hercynian forest both accompanies and leaves behind its Catti. This nation is distinguished by hardier frames, compactness of limb, fierceness of countenance, and a superior vigor of mind. For Germans, they have a considerable share of understanding and sagacity, for they chose able persons to command, and obey them when chosen, keep their ranks, seize opportunities, restrain impetuous motions, distribute property, the business of the day, properly rather the business of the day, entrench themselves against the night, account fortune dubious and valor only certain, and what is extremely rare, and only a consequence of discipline, depend more on the general than the army. Their force consists entirely of infantry, who, beside their arms, are obliged to carry tools and provisions. Other nations appear to go to a battle, the Catti to war. Excursions and casual encounters are rare among them, It is indeed peculiar to cavalry soon to obtain and soon to yield the victory. Speed borders upon timidity. Slow movements are more akin to steady valor. A custom followed by other German nations, only by a few individuals, however, of more daring spirit than the rest, is adopted by general consent among the Gati. From the time they arrive at the years of maturity, they let their hair and beard grow, and do not divest themselves of this votive badge, the promise of valor, till they have slain an enemy. Over blood and spoil they unveil the continents, and proclaim that they have at length paid the debt of existence, and have proved themselves worthy of their country and parents. The cowardly and effeminate continue in their squalid disguise. The bravest among them wear also an iron ring, as a kind of chain, a mark of ignominy among that nation, till they have released themselves by the slaughter of a foe. Many of the Gati assume this distinction, and grow hoary under the mark, conspicuous both to foes and friends. By these, in every engagement, the attack is begun. They compose the front line, presenting a new spectacle of terror. Even in peace, they do not relax the sternness of their aspect. They have no house, no land, or domestic cares. They are maintained by whomsoever they visit, lavish of another's property, regardless of their own, till the debility of age renders them unequal to such a rigid course of military virtue. Next to the Gati, on the banks of the Rhine, where we now settled in its channel, it has become a sufficient boundary, dwell the Usipi and Tencteri. The latter people, in addition to the usual military reputation, are famed for their discipline in their cavalry. Nor is the infantry of the Gati in higher estimation than the horse of the Tencteri. Their ancestors established it, and are imitated by posterity. Horsemanship is the sport of their children, to the point of emulating their youth, and the exercise in which they persevere to old age. Horses are bequeathed along with the domestics, the household gods, and the rights of inheritance. They do not, however, like other things, go to the eldest son, but to the bravest and the most warlike. Contiguous to the Tencteri were formerly the Bructeri, but report now says that the Chamavi and Angrivari migrating into their country have expelled and entirely extirpated them. With the concurrence of the neighboring nations, induced either by hatred of their arrogance, love of plunder, or the favor of the gods towards the Romans, for they even gratified us with the spectacle of battle in which above 60,000 Germans were slain, not by Roman arms, but what was still grander, by mutual hostilities, as if it were for the pleasure of our entertainment. Many of the nations retain and perpetuate, if not an affection for us, at least an animosity against each other. Since while the fate of an empire is thus urgent, fortune can bestow no higher benefit upon us than the discord of our enemies. Contiguous to the Angrivari and Chimari, backwards lie the Dulgibini and Chaussari, and other nations less known. In front, the Frisi succeed, who are distinguished by the appellations of the greater and lesser from their proportional power. The settlements of both stretch along the border of the Rhine and the ocean, and include, besides, vast lakes, which have been navigated by Roman fleets already. We have even explored the ocean itself on that side, and fame reports that columns of Hercules are still remaining on that coast. Whether it be that Hercules was ever there in reality, or that whatever great and magnificent is anywhere met with is, by common consent, ascribed to its renowned name. The attempt of Drusus Germanicus to make discoveries in this part was significantly daring, but the ocean opposed any further inquiry into itself and Hercules. After a while, no one renewed the attempt, and it was thought more pious and reverential to believe that the actions of the gods were true, rather than to bother investigating them. Hitherto we have traced the western side of Germany. It turns from thence with a vast sweep to the north, and first occurs the country of the Chauci, which, though it begins immediately from Frisia and occupies part of the seashore, yet stretches so far to border on all nations before mentioned, till it winds round so as to meet the territories of the Catti. This immense tract is not only possessed, but filled by the Chauci, a people the noblest of the Germans, who chose to maintain their greatness by justice rather than violence. Without ambition, without ungoverned desires, quiet and retired, they provoke no wars. They are guilty of no rapine or plunder, and it is a principal proof of their power and bravery that the superiority they possess has not been acquired by any unjust means. Yet all have arms in readiness, and, if necessary, an army is soon raised, for they abound in men and horses, and maintain their military reputation even in inaction. Bordering on the Chauci and Catti are the Cherusci, who, for want of an enemy long cherished a too lasting and enfeebling peace, a state more flattering than secure, since the repose enjoyed amidst ambitions and powerful neighbors is treacherous, and when an appeal is made to the sword, moderation and probity are names appropriated by the victors. Thus the Cherusci, who formerly bore the titles of just and upright, are now charged with cowardice and folly, and the good fortune of the Catti who subdued them has grown into wisdom. The ruin of the Cherusci involved that of Foci, a neighboring tribe, equal partakers of their adversary, although they had enjoyed an inferior share of the prosperity. In the same quarter of Germany adjacent to the ocean dwelled the Cimbri, a small state at present, but great in renown. Of their past grandeur extensive vestiges still remain, in encampments and lines on either shore, from the compass of which the strength and numbers of the nation may still be found, and credit derived from the account of so prestigious an army. It was in the 640th year of Rome that the arms of the Cimbri were first heard of, under the consuls Caecilius, Metellus, and Papirius Carbo, from which era to the second consulate of the Emperor Trajan in 195 is a period of nearly 210 years. So long has Germany withstood the might of Rome. During this long interval many mutual wounds have been inflicted. Not the Samnite, the Carthaginian, Spanish, Gaul, or Parthian had given more frequent alarms, for the liberty of the Germans is more vigorous than the monarchy of Arsacidae. What is the East, which has itself lost Pacorus, and suffered an overthrow from Ventidius, to boast against us, but the slaughter of Crassus? But the Germans, by the defeat or capture of Carbo, Cassius, Scaurus Aurelius, Servilius Caepo, Gnaeus Manlius deprived the Roman people of 5 consular armies, and afterwards took from Augustus himself Varus with 3 legions. Nor did Gaius Marius in Italy, the deified Julius in Gaul, or Drusus, Nero, Germanicus in their own country defeat then without loss. The subsequent mighty threats of Caligula terminated in ridicule. Then succeeded tranquillity, till, seizing the occasion of our discords and civil wars, they forced the winter quarters of the legions, and even aimed at the possession of Gaul, and again expelled thence. They have in latter times been triumphed over, and then vanquished. We have now to speak of the Suevi, who do not compromise a single state like the Catti or the Tencteri, but occupy the greatest part of Germany, and are still distributed into different names and nations, although all hearing the common appellation of Suevi. It is a characteristic of these people to turn their hair sideways and tie it beneath the poll in a knot. By this mark, the Suevi are distinguished from the rest of the Germans, and the free men of the Suevi from slaves. Among other nations, this mode, either on account of some relationship with the Suevi or from the usual propensity to imitation, is sometimes adopted, but rarely, and only during the period of youth. The Suevi, even till they are hoary, continue to have their hair growing stiffly backwards, and often it is fastened on the very crown of the head. The chiefs dress with it with still greater care, and in this respect they study ornament, though an unabasing kind. For their design is not to make love or inspire it. They decorate themselves in this manner as they proceed to war, in order to seem taller and more terrible, and dress for the eyes of their enemies. The Semnones assert themselves to be the most ancient and noble of the Suevi, and their pretensions are confirmed by religion. At a stated time, all the people of the same lineage assembled by their delegates in a wood, consecrated by the auguries of their forefathers and ancient terror, and thereby public slaughter of a human victim, celebrate the horrid origin of their barbarous rites. Another kind of reverence is paid to the grove. No person enters it without being bound by a chain, as an acknowledgment of his inferior nature and the power of the deity residing there. If he accidentally fall, it is not lawful for him to be lifted or to rise up. They roll themselves out along the ground. The whole of their superstition has this import, that from this spot the nation derives its origin, that here is the residence of the deity, the governor of all, and that everything else is subject and subordinate to him. These opinions receive additional authority from the power of the Semnones, who inhabit 100 cantons, and from the great body they compose consider themselves as the head of the Suevi. The Langobardi, on the other hand, are ennobled by the smallest of their numbers, since though surrounded by powerful nations, they derive security not from obsequiousness, but from their martial enterprise. The neighboring Rudigni and the Avions, Angli, Varini, Edosus, Suardones, Nuithones are defended by rivers or forests. Nothing remarkable occurs in any of these, except that they unite in the worship of Hertha, and suppose her to interfere in the affairs of men and to visit the different nations. In an island of the ocean stands a sacred, unviolated grove, in which a consecrated chariot, covered with a veil, which the priest alone is permitted to touch. He becomes conscious of the entrance of the goddess into his sacred recess, and with profound veneration awaits the vehicle, which is drawn by yoked cows. At this season, all is joy, and every place which the goddess designs to visit a scene of festivity. No wars are undertaken, arms are untouched, and every hostile weapon is shut up. Peace abroad and at home are then only known, and only loved, till at length the same priest reconducts the goddess, satiated with mortal intercourse, to her temple. The chariot, with its curtain, and, if we may believe it, the goddess herself, then undergo ablution in a secret lake. This office is performed by slaves, whom the same lake instantly swallows up. Hence proceeds a mysterious horror, and a holy ignorance of what that can be, which is beheld only by those who are about to perish. This part of the Suevian nation extends the most remote recesses of Germany. If we now follow the course of the Danube, as we did that of the Rhine, we must first meet with the Hermunduri, a people faithful to the Romans, and on that account the only Germans who are admitted to commerce, not on the bank alone, but within our territories and in the flourishing colony established in the province of Rhaetia. They pass and repass at pleasure, without being attended by a guard, and while we exhibit other nations our arms and camps alone, to these we lay open our houses and country seats, which they behold without coveting. In the country of the Hermunduri rises the Elbe, a river formerly celebrated and known among us, now only heard of by name. Contiguous to the Hermunduri are the Narisci, and next to them the Marcomanni and Quadi. Of these, the Marcomanni are the most powerful and renowned, and have even acquired the country which they inhabit by their valor in expelling the Boii. Nor are the Narsci and Quadi inferior in bravery, and this is, as it were, the van of Germany as far as it was bordered by the Danube. Within our memory, the Marcomanni and Quadi were governed by kings of their own nation, of the noble line of Marodobus and Tudrus. They now submit even to foreigners, but all the power of their kings depends upon the authority of the Romans. We seldom assist them with our arms, but frequently with our money, nor are they less potent on that account. Behind these are the Marsigni, Gotini, Osi, and Buri, who close the rear of the Marcomanni and Quadi. Of these, the Marsigni and Buri in language and dress resemble the Suevi. The Gothini and Osi prove themselves not to be Germans, the first by their use of Gallic, the second of the Pannonian tongue, and both by their submitting to pay tribute, which is levied on them, as aliens, partly by the Sarmatians, partly by the Quadi. The Gothini, to their additional disgrace, work iron mines. All these people inhabit but a small proportion of a champaign country. Their settlements are chiefly among forts, and on the sides of the summits and mountains, for a continued ridge of mountains separates Suevia from various remoter tribes. Of these, the Lygian is the most extensive, and diffuses its name through several communities. It will be sufficient to name the most powerful of them: the Ari, Helvecones, Manimi, Elisi, and Naharvali. In the country of the latter is a grove, consecrated to religious rites of great antiquity. A priest presides over them, dressed in women's apparel, but the gods worshipped there are said, according to the Roman interpretation, to be Castor and Pollux. Their attributes are the same. Their name, Alcis. No images, indeed, or vestiges of foreign superstition appear in their worship, but they are revered under the character of young men and brothers. The Ari, fierce beyond the superiority of strength they possess over the other just enumerated people, improve their natural ferocity of aspect by artificial aid. The shields are black. Their bodies are painted. They choose the darkest nights for an attack and strike terror by the funeral gloom of their sable bands, no enemy being able to sustain their singular and, as it were, infernal appearance, since every combat the eyes of the first part subdued. Beyond the Ligi are the Gothones, who live under a monarchy, somewhat more strict than the other of the German nations, yet not to a degree comparable with liberty. Adjoining to these are the Rugi and Lemovi, situated on the sea coast. All these tribes are distinguished by round shields, short swords, and submission to regal authority. Next occur the communities of the Suiones, seated in the very ocean, who besides their strength in men and arms, also possess a naval force. The form of their vessels differs from ours in having a prow at each end, so that they are always ready to advance. They make no use of sails, nor have regular benches of oars at the sides. They row, as practiced in some rivers, without order, sometimes on one side, sometimes on the other, as occasion requires. These people honor wealth, for which they reason are subject to monarchical government, without any limitations or precautions against conditions of allegiance. Nor are arms allowed to be kept promiscuously, as among the other German nations, but are committed by the charge of a keeper, and he to a slave. The pretext is that the ocean defends them from any sudden incursions, and men unemployed with arms in their hands readily became licentious. In fact, it is for the king's interest not to entrust a noble, a freedman, or even an emancipated slave with the custody of arms. Beyond the Suiones is another sea, sluggish and almost stagnant, by which the whole globe is imagined to be girt and enclosed. From this circumstance that the last light of the setting sun continues so vivid till its rising as to obscure the stars. Popular belief adds that the sound of this emerging from the ocean is also heard, and forms of deities, rays beaming from his head, are beheld. Only thus far, report says, truly does nature extend. On the right shore of the Suevic Sea dwell the tribes of the Aesti, whose dress and customs are the same with those of the Suevi, but their language more resembles the British. They worship the mother of the gods, and as the symbol of their superstition they carry about them the figures of wild boars. This serves them in place of armor, and every other defense. It renders the votary of the goddess safe even among the midst of foes. Their weapons are chiefly clubs, iron being little used among them. They cultivate corn and other fruits of the earth with more industry than German indolence commonly exerts. They even explore the sea, and are the only people who gather amber, which by them is called glace. and is collected among the shallows upon the shore. With the usual indifference of barbarians, they have not inquired or ascertained from what natural object or by what means it is produced. It long lay disregarded amidst the other things thrown up by the sea, till our luxury gave it a name. Useless to them, they gather it in the rough, bring it unwrought, and wonder at the price that they would receive for it. It would appear, however, to be an exudation from certain trees, since reptiles, even winged animals, are often seen shining through it, which, entangled in it while in liquid state, became enclosed as it hardened. I should therefore imagine that, as the luxuriant woods and groves in the secret recesses of the East exude frankincense and balsam, there are so the same in the islands, continents of the West, which, acted upon by the near rays of the sun, drop their liquid juices into the subjacent sea, whence, by the force of the tempests, they are thrown out upon the opposite coasts. If the nature of amber be examined by the application of fire, it kindles like a torch, with a thick and odorous flame, and presently revolves into a glutinous manner resembling pitch or resin. The several communities of the Cetones succeed those of the Suiones, to whom they are similar in other respects, but differ in submitting to a female reign. So far they have degenerated not only from liberty, but even from slavery. Here Suevia terminates. I am in doubt whether to reckon the Perucini, Veneti, and Feni among the Germans or Sarmatians, although the Pircuni, who are by some called the Bastarnae, agree with the Germans in language, apparel, and habitations. All of them live in filth and laziness. Their intermarriages of their chiefs with the Sarmatians have debased them by a mixture of manners of that people. The Veneti have drawn much from this source, for they overrun in their predatory excursions all the woody and mountainous tracts between the Picuni and Feni. Yet even these are rather to be referred to the Germans, since they build houses, carry shields, and travel with speed on foot, all of which particulars they took differ from the Sarmatians, who pass their time in wagons and on horseback. The Feni live in a state of amazing savageness and squalid poverty. They are destitute of arms and settled abodes. Their food is herbs, their clothing, skins, their bed, the ground. Their only dependence is on their arrows, which for want of iron are headed with bone. And the chase is the support of the women as well as the men. The former accompany the latter in the pursuit and claim a share of the prey. Nor do they provide any shelter for their infants from wild beasts and storms, than a covering of branches twisted together. This is the resort of youth. This is the receptacle of old age. Yet even this way of life is their estimation happier than groaning all over the plough, toiling in the erection of houses, subjecting their own fortunes and those of others to the agitations of alternate hope and fear. Secure against men, secure against the gods, they have attained the most difficult point, not to need even a wish. All our further accounts are intermixed with fable, as that the Helusi and Oxione have human faces with bodies and limbs of wild beasts. These unauthenticated reports I shall leave untouched. End of the account from Tacitus. Darius the Great,
who reigned from 522 BC to 486 BC, was a formidable monarch of the Achaemenid Empire. Ascending to the throne following the assassination of the usurper, Bardia, he quickly consolidated power, significantly expanding the empire's territory and reorganizing it into several satrapies, thereby streamlining governance through advanced administrative and communication networks, including the famous Royal Road. Darius is also celebrated for his ambitious construction projects in Persepolis and Susa, where he built splendid palaces and centers of administration that showcase the empire's wealth and architectural innovation. His economic reforms included standardizing weights and measures and introducing the Daric, a new gold currency, to facilitate trade across the expansive empire. Moreover, he extended Persian influence westward, clashing with Greek city-states and setting the stage for continued conflicts with the Greeks under his successors. His rule not only enhanced the administrative efficiency of the empire, but also contributed to its stability and prosperity, cementing his legacy as a leader with remarkable administrative skill and a progressive approach to the diverse cultures within his vast realm. Hello, welcome to the channel. Here we are again, going a little further back today, back to the days of the Achaemenid Empire. As always, if you leave an interesting comment, you will perhaps be the person who gets pinned at the top of the comments section. Perhaps you'll make me giggle with your comment, or you'll make us all think with some astute observation. Well, that being said, let's all get comfortable and get on with the video. Well, Darius, of his 4 siblings, was the oldest. His father was Hystaspes. Well, Hystaspes was, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, quite a great man, and I'll actually begin it by setting the stage by reading an account from Ammianus Marcellinus about Hystaspes. Hystaspes, a very wise monarch, the father of Darius, who, while boldly penetrating into the remoter districts of Upper India, came to a certain woody retreat, of which with its tranquil silence of the Brahmans, men of sublime genius, were the possessors. From their teachings he learned the principles of motion of the world and of the stars, and the pure rites of sacrifice, as far as he could, and of what he learned he infused some portion into the minds of the Magi, which they have handed down by tradition to later ages, each instructing his own children and adding it to their own system of divination. Well, it's not bad to have that kind of review from Marcellinus. But what about his mother? Well, that's unfortunately a little bit less documented. A bit of a mystery. Seems to be a running trend with figures from that time period. It is thought by some that one Rodogune was actually Darius's mother, but there have been some recently uncovered records at Persepolis, which indicate that his mother was actually one Irdabama, a wealthy landowner descended from a family of Elamite kings in the area. The Behistun inscription of Darius states that in 522 BC his father was the satrap of Bactria, and according to Herodotus, Darius served as a spearman, Doriforos in the Greek tongue, for the Persian great king Cambyses II during his Egyptian campaign, which was in the 3 years between 528 and 25 BC, before assuming power. This is usually taken to mean that Darius had once held the rather prestigious role of being the king's personal spear carrier. Now, in terms of Hystaspes, his father, he was a military officer in Cyrus's army and a member of the nobility at his court. Now, before Cyrus the Great and his army crossed the Araxes River to face the Armenians, he named his son Cambyses II as the heir apparent, just in case he did not make it through the battle. Following his passage across the Aras River, Cyrus had reportedly seen a vision of Darius, who stood at the border between Europe and Asia, representing his domination over the known world, and apparently he had wings on his shoulders. After Cyrus had awoken from this dream, this vision, he concluded that Darius would someday rule the entire world, which of course presented a serious threat to the stability of the empire. Well, despite this, Darius's ambitions and potential for disloyalty were a source of concern, as he was not the legitimate successor to the kingdom, but rather Cambyses was, Cyrus's son. So you can see, Cyrus had gave Hystaspes instructions to go back to Persis and keep an eye on his son. Make sure he's not stepping out of line until Cyrus could return and figure out what exactly to do about this situation. Now, in terms of how Darius exactly came to the throne, there's a few divergent accounts. Of course, one is given by both Darius and the other one is given by the Greek historians, notoriously trustworthy ones too, like Herodotus. I'm joking. Well, the earliest historical narratives describe a convoluted sequence of events wherein Cambyses II actually went through a complete nervous breakdown, killed his brother Bardia, and eventually died from an injury to his leg, perhaps some kind of infection that is sustained through a wound. It's just a pretty common way to go back in those times. Well, later, Darius had traveled to Sikayavati with a group of 6 of the nobility in order to kill one Gaumata, the pretender who had taken the throne by pretending to be the rightful king Bardia during his absence. Well, of course, we have the secondary source, the Behistun inscription, which asserts that Cambyses II assassinated his own brother Bardia, although this act of fratricide remained concealed from the population. Well, as someone aspiring to seize power, known as Gaumata rather. Don't think we'd have Gautama Buddha coming to seize power in the Achaemenid times. Well, this Gaumata deceitfully presented himself to the public, and he convinced everybody that he was the true heir Bardia. In the absence of Cambyses, a revolution against his rule erupted in March of 522 BC, as the Iranians became increasingly dissatisfied with the state of affairs. Soon, the Iranian population elected Gaumata as their leader, known as, of course, Bardia. Well, none of the members of the Achaemenid family would dare rebel against Gaumata, even if it meant risking their own lives. Now, Darius, who had previously served as Cambyses' lance-bearer until the overthrow of the emperor, sought assistance, and in September of 522 BC, together with Otanes, Intafrenes, Gobrias, Aspathenes, and a few others, assassinated Gaumata at the stronghold of Sikayavati. Well, Herodotus presents a questionable narrative of Darius's rise to power. Following the assassination of Gaumata, Darius and the remaining 6 nobles convened to celebrate deliberate the future of the empire. Initially, the 7 individuals deliberated about the structure of the government. Antoninus, he advocated for a democratic republic, isonomia in the Greek tongue. Megabyzus advocated for an oligarchy, but Darius advocated for a monarchy. Well, Darius successfully persuaded the other nobles by arguing that a republic would result in corruption and internal conflict, whereas a monarchy would be governed with a focused determination that is unattainable in other forms of governance. Well, in order to determine the monarch, a test was devised by 6 individuals, with Antoninus choosing not to participate due to a reported lack of desire to become king. The individuals were instructed to assemble outside the palace, seated on their horses at the moment of sunrise. The individual whose horse emitted the first neigh in acknowledgement of the ascending sun would be crowned as the ruler. According to Herodotus, Darius possessed a slave named Oebarus, who would manually stimulate the genitals of a mare that Darius's horse showed a preference for. Upon the gathering of the 6 individuals, Oebarus positioned his hands next to the nose of Darius's horse, which subsequently became stimulated by the aroma and emitted a neighing sound. Subsequently, there was a display of lightning and thunder, prompting the rest to dismount and kneel before Darius as a gesture of acknowledging his seemingly divine intervention. Darius asserted in this narrative that he ascended to the throne not by deceit, but through cunning. He even went so far as to commission a statue of himself on a horse, accompanied with the words inscribed, "Darius, son of Hystaspes, acquired the rulership of Persia through the astuteness of his horse and the clever ingenuity of his friend Oebarus." Well, that is one way to get the job. Now, according to Greek historians, Cambyses II entrusted one Patizaethes with the governance of the realm as he had embarked on his journey to Egypt. Subsequently, he dispatched Prexaspes with the intention of assassinating Bardia. Following the assassination, Patizaethes installed his brother, Gaumata, a Magian who had a striking resemblance to Bardia, and proclaimed him the great king. Antoninus, along with 6 other Persian nobles, including Darius, uncovered Gaumata's fraudulent identity and devised a strategy to remove the impostor Bardia from power. Darius ascended to the throne the very next morning after eliminating the impostor. Of course, this information of Darius's ascent to power is widely recognized as a fabrication, and was actually employed to hide his overthrow and assassination of Bardia, who was the legitimate successor to Cyrus. In order to establish the legitimacy of his reign, Darius seems to have created a false connection between himself and Cyrus by declaring Achaemenes as the symbolic founder of their dynasty. Contrary to popular belief, Darius did not belong to the same lineage as Cyrus and his ancestors, who were the rulers of Anshan. Well, either way, He's in power now, isn't he? After being crowned at Pasargadae, Darius relocated to Ecbatana and discovered significant backing there for Bardia. Uprisings occurred throughout Elam and Babylonia, leading to Darius's arrest and execution of the revolutionary leader Asgina in Susa. The rebellion in Babylonia ended after 3 months. Darius also became aware of the rebellion in Bactria, which was actually on his side. Subsequently, uprisings occurred in Persis, Elam, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylonia, and Egypt. In 522 BC, widespread uprisings against Darius had erupted throughout the Achaemenid realm, leading to complete chaos. Despite lacking popular support, Darius commanded a devoted military force, including 6 nobles who aided him in overthrowing Gaumata. They successfully suppressed and extinguished all rebellions within the space of a year, eliminating the 9 deceitful rulers. Darius documented these uprisings extensively in the aforementioned Behistun inscription. But of course, it all sounds good and well when the victors write the histories. Well, what is history without a little bit of drama? We arrive to a pretty interesting incident in the early days of the reign of Darius, which is the one involving Intiphanes, or rather the killing of Intiphanes. He was one of the 7 aristocrats who had overthrown the previous ruler and helped establish Darius as the new king. Now, what had happened was the 7 individuals who originally were on Darius's team had reached a mutual understanding that granted them unrestricted access to the new monarch, with the exception of the occasions when he was in the company of a girl. Too busy, I suppose. Well, one evening, Intiphanes visited the palace to meet Darius, but he was intercepted by 2 guards who told him he could not get through. Well, he didn't like that. He had asked them, "Why will you not let me in?" And they told him it's because Darius was in there with a woman and they didn't want to interrupt him. Well, Intiphanes did not like that answer, so he unsheathed his sword and cut off the ears and noses of the 2 officers. Upon departing the palace, he dismounted his horse and securely fastened the 2 officers together using the bridle. Bad day at work, I suppose. Well, the officers approached Darius and presented evidence of the mistreatment they had suffered at the hands of Intiphanes. And because of this, Darius grew apprehensive about his personal security, suspecting that several noblemen had formed an alliance to actually overthrow him, and he interpreted the assault on his officers as an initial indication of rebellion. But also, if 2 of your officers can't take down one soft-handed nobleman, well, maybe you should have gotten better guards. Anyway, he dispatched a message to every nobleman, inquiring whether they sanctioned the deeds of Intiphanes. Of course, they repudiated any association with Intiphanes' acts, affirming their unwavering support for Darius as the King of Kings, that being his actual title in Persian. While Darius's decision to consult the noblemen suggests that he still harbored some doubts regarding his absolute authority. Early days after you depose a king are always a little unstable. Well, to prevent any potential opposition, Darius dispatched troops to apprehend Intiphanes, as well as his son, immediate family, relatives, and any acquaintances who possess the ability to arm themselves against him. You see, Darius held the belief that Interfernes was plotting an insurrection. However, upon his appearance in court, no evidence substantiating such a scheme was found. Well, Darius exterminated the complete family of Interfernes anyway, with the exception of his wife, a male sibling, and offspring. She was presented with the dilemma of selecting either her brother or her son, and she selected her brother to survive. The rationale behind her decision was that while she could potentially have multiple husbands and sons, she would only ever have a single sibling. Darius was rather impressed by her reply, and decided not to harm either her brother or son. Well, once Darius established his control over the entire empire, he launched a military expedition to Egypt. There he successfully destroyed the pharaoh's army and gained control over the territories that Cambyses had previously conquered. Additionally, he incorporated a significant chunk of Egypt into the Achaemenid Empire, and through subsequent military battles, he eventually achieved dominion over the vast extent of the empire, which encompassed regions ranging from the Balkans in the west to the Indus Valley in the east. Indus Valley being the northern parts of what we now know as modern-day India. Now, in 516 BC, Darius initiated a military campaign into Central Asia, specifically targeting Arya and Bactria. Subsequently, he advanced into Afghanistan and reached Taxila, which is located in present-day Pakistan. Darius resided at Gandhara during the winter of 516 to 15, making preparations for a conquest of the Indus Valley. And when 515 rolled around, he achieved the conquest of these territories adjacent to the Indus River. He exerted dominion over the Indus Valley, spanning from Gandhara to present-day Karachi. Additionally, he commissioned the Greek explorer Scylax of Carianda to undertake a voyage across the Indian Ocean, starting at the Indus River's estuary and concluding at the Suez region. Subsequently, Darius proceeded to advance over the Bolan Pass and subsequently retraced his steps through Arcosia and Drangiana, ultimately returning to Persia. Following the assassination of Bardia, there were extensive uprisings that took place around the empire, mainly in the eastern regions. Thus, Darius consolidated his authority as monarch by the use of military force, which is usually the most effective way to consolidate anything, leading his army across the entire empire and quelling each uprising one by one. Of course, of all the uprisings, we talk about the big one, the Babylonian revolt, commanded by Nebuchadnezzar III, the most prominent of all of them. This uprising took place after Otanes relocated a significant portion of the military from Babylon to assist Darius in quelling additional uprisings. Darius perceived that the Babylonian populace had used and duped him, prompting him to amass a substantial military force and advance against Babylon. Now, upon arriving in Babylon, he encountered sealed gates and an array of fortification designed to prevent him and his army from entering. No Darius allowed, I'm afraid. Thus, he faced derision and jeering from the rebels, who famously taunted him with the phrase, "You will conquer our city, when mules give birth to fowls. Insults were a little bit different back then, I suppose. Well, despite employing various tactics and plans, including imitating the methods used by Cyrus the Great to conquer Babylon in earlier times, Darius and his army were unsuccessful in capturing the city for a year and a half. However, according to the old story, the circumstances shifted in Darius's favor when a strategy was devised for one Zopyrus to assume the role of a defector, infiltrate the Babylonian encampment, and establish rapport with them. Of course, the strategy was effective as Darius's military forces ultimately encircled the city and triumphed over the insurgents. Well, it wasn't just the Babylonians giving them trouble. Amidst this uprising, the Scythian nomads capitalized on the turmoil and launched an invasion of Persia. After successfully quelling the rebellion in Elam, Assyria, and Babylon, Darius proceeded to launch an offensive against the Scythian invaders, chasing out the intruders, who guided him to a swamp. There he encountered unfamiliar foes and a mysterious Scythian tribe. While the Scythians were a collection of nomads from northern Iran who spoke a language that was known as Scythian. They invaded Media, engaged in battle with Cyrus and killed him, rebelled against Darius, and posed a threat to trade between Central Asia and the Black Sea region. They inhabited the area between the Danube River, the River Don, and the Black Sea. I've got a whole video on them. It's a little bit old, but you'll find it in the playlists. I've forgotten which playlist I put it in, but I know it's in one of them. Perhaps it'll be a fun game to look for it, Well, in 513 BC, Darius launched an ambitious military campaign into European Scythia, marking one of the earliest major incursions by the Achaemenid Empire. The campaign began with Darius traversing the Black Sea using a pontoon bridge near the Bosphorus Straits, showcasing the engineering capabilities and strategic planning of the Persian Empire. He led his forces into the vast and largely uncharted territories of Eastern Europe, targeting the Scythians. Now the Scythians were under the leadership of their ruler, Antoninus, who employed evasive and scorched earth tactics that frustrated Darius's efforts. They retreated eastward, drawing Darius deeper into their territory, destroying the landscape and leaving Darius's forces increasingly isolated in a very hostile environment. But despite these challenges, Darius's campaign did achieve some notable successes, such as advancing eastward through the cultivated regions of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, and capturing and destroying the city of Budini, a key ally of the Scythians. Either way, Darius was frustrated by the consistent lack of progress. The wheels were grinding to a halt. Thus, he sent an ultimatum to Antoninus, demanding that the Scythians either engage in battle or submit to Persian rule. Well, the response was defiant, stating that the Scythians would not fight unless the Persians located and attempted to desecrate their ancestral tombs. Well, Darius pressed on, constructing 8 massive fortresses along the Oarus River, which Herodotus noted was still standing centuries later. Unfortunately, they're all gone now. After a month of pursuing the elusive Scythians, Darius realized the futility of further pursuit and began the long march back to Thrace. Despite not forcing the Scythians into submission, The Persian forces captured significant territories, established strategic fortifications, and demonstrated the military might of the Achaemenids to the Scythians and other eastern tribes. The Scythians, on the other hand, successfully avoided a decisive battle with the Persians and managed to preserve their independence and way of life, albeit at the cost of their most valuable territories and the lives of many of their people. Plenty more where that came from. Although the Scythians employed evasive strategies, Darius's military expedition had thus far achieved a considerable degree of success. Now, according to Herodotus, the strategies employed by the Scythians led to the forfeiture of most of their valuable territories and caused harm to their faithful allies. While traveling eastward through the cultivated fields of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, Darius was able to sustain himself by receiving supplies from his fleet and relying on the resources of the land. While advancing eastward through the European Scythian territories, he successfully seized control of the heavily defended city of Budini and proceeded to set it ablaze. Darius ultimately commanded the cessation at the shores of Oarus, where he constructed the 8 formidable formations. Following a month-long pursuit of the Scythians, his military forces were experiencing casualties as a result of exhaustion, deprivation, and illness. But he had successfully captured the lands of the Scythians, at least the good ones, and that was enough to chalk up a victory. Now, Darius's European voyage during his reign was significant, starting with the conquest of Thrace and subjugating cities in the northern Aegean region. Macedonia, however, submitted and became a vassal state after being required to provide earth and water. Darius entrusted Megabyzus with the task of conquering Thrace and returned to Sardis to spend the winter. By 510 BC, the Greeks in Asia Minor and certain Greek islands had acquiesced to Persian domination. And to enhance the Persian-Greek relations, Darius invited Greeks to offer their services, granting them access to his court and treasuries. The Greeks fulfilled various roles under Darius, including statesmen, artisans, seafarers, and warriors. Now, Aristogoras orchestrated the Ionian Revolt, receiving assistance from Eretria and Athens. Persian military and naval actions led to the reconquest of Ionian and Greek islands, reassertion of control over Thrace, and the conquest of Macedonia in 492 led by Mardonius. Since the late 6th century BC, Macedon had been under Persian control in a state of tributary relations, but it did manage, barely, to maintain its independence. In 492, the war had led to complete subordination of the region, making it an integral part of the Persian structure. The first Persian invasion of Greece thus began through these military operations, leading to the expulsion of pro-Persian aristocrats from Athens and Sparta. Darius replied by sending his son-in-law's army across the Hellespont. However, a strong storm and Thracians' persecution forced the army to flee to Persia. Darius assembled 20,000 men under his admiral Datis and his nephew Artaphernes to counterattack against Athens and Eretria. And they won by taking Eretria and advancing on Marathon. Miltiades led 9,000 highly armed Athenian troops, 600 Plataeans, and 10,000 albeit weakly equipped, soldiers to victory over the Persian army at Marathon in 490 BC. The Persian foray into Greece thus ended with the Marathon conflict. Well, instead of delegating to his generals, Darius organized a separate military army which he would personally lead from the front. Before the preparations were finished, however, Darius died, leaving his son Xerxes in charge. Now, Darius descended from Hystaspes and Arsames. He married Cyrus's daughter Atossa, and he had 4 sons of his own: Xerxes, Achaemenes, Masistes, and Hystaspes, named after his father. He also married Cyrus's daughter Artistone. Arsames and Gorbrias were his sons from the union. Darius married Bardia's daughter too, Parmias, and he had Ariomardus. Darius also married his niece, Fratagune, and had 2 sons, Abrocomas and Hipperantes. Well, because of Atossa, Xerxes became Darius's successor, and the future emperor instead of Artabarzanes, Darius's eldest son. Atossa was powerful in the realm because Darius had loved her the most. Now, back to the Battle of Marathon. After the defeat, Darius prepared a military campaign against the Greek city-states. Now, Darius, not Datis, would lead the imperial army in this conquest. And after 3 years of preparing soldiers and ships for the battles, Darius faced an Egyptian insurrection, and the rebellion in Egypt worsened his health and prevented him from commanding another armed force. After 30 days of illness, partly due to his role in suppressing the uprising, he passed away at the age of 64. He was embalmed and buried in a rock-carved tomb at Nak-e-Rostam in October of 486 BC, a location that he had already prepared beforehand. Well, he's dead now, isn't he? But what made him so great? Well, before we go, let's have a look at a few of his achievements. Well, Darius wanted to reform the empire, and it was already very much an empire before he came around. He also wanted to improve the income system he had inherited from Cyrus and Cambyses at the start of his tenure. He created 20 satrapies, ruled by satraps, and required to pay fixed taxes. Herodotus' catalogue begins with Ionia and lists the subsequent satrapies west to east, save for Persis. Now, Persis was the Persian homeland, and that was the only province that did not need to be conquered. To pay tribute, silver and gold talents were used. Babylonian talent measured satraps' silver tributes. Now, gold-paid people were measured by euboic talent. The satraps paid less than 15,000 silver talents each. Most of the satraps were Persian and belonged to either the royal house or the 6 prominent royal families. Darius personally selected these satraps to oversee these territories. The provinces were subdivided into sub-provinces, each with its own governor, who was appointed either by a royal court or the satrap himself. A commission conducted an evaluation of the expenses and earnings of each satrap in order to appraise their tributes. Now, in addition, royal inspectors who served as Darius's surveillance agents conducted additional examinations and audits of the situations of each satrap. a complex system, quite ahead of its time. Think of the tax department coming out and assessing you, taking from you pretty much what you could realistically give while still being prosperous. Now, of course, the imperial administration was centrally managed, which had offices, the chancery, if we're going to use that kind of modern word, in Persepolis, Susa, and Babylon. Additionally, there were branches of the chancery in Bactria, Ecbatana, Sardis, Memphis, and Dascylium. Darius maintained Aramaic as the lingua franca, which rapidly disseminated across the empire, but nevertheless he assembled a consortium of individuals to devise an independent linguistic framework exclusively employed in Persis and by the Persians, known as the Aryan alphabet, which was exclusively utilized for official engravings. Darius also implemented the introduction of a novel global currency known as the Daric at some point before 500 BC. He employed the coinage system as a universal currency to oversee and control trade and commerce across the vast kingdom. The Daric currency gained recognition not just inside the empire's borders, but also in regions like Celtic Central Europe and Eastern Europe. There existed two distinct varieties of Darics, namely a gold and a silver Daric. Exclusive authority to produce gold Darics was reserved solely for the king. Prominent military leaders and provincial governors produced silver Darics, with the latter often used to enlist Greek mercenaries in Anatolia. Money talks, right? Well, the Daric significantly enhanced global commerce. Much easier just to pay with things with gold and silver measured out in certain values, rather than having to trade, I don't know, a box of fish for 2 fur coats. Well, he also constructed the Royal Road in order to enhance trade, which was a system for postal communication, as well as a commercial maritime network based on Phoenician methods. And the introduction of the Daric resulted in enhanced government income by facilitating the collection of new taxes on land, cattle, and marketplaces. Consequently, the land was surveyed and then subject to taxation. The augmented government revenues facilitated the maintenance and enhancement of current infrastructure, as well as the financing of irrigation projects in arid regions. The implementation of this new tax system also resulted in the establishment of state banking institutions and the development of banking companies. Well, I suppose it's not all good news. I hate banks. Well, Darius also constructed canals, subterranean water passages, and a formidable naval fleet in order to enhance the trade system. Herodotus states that the Qanat irrigation method was brought to Egypt, a claim that is corroborated by modern historians. He enhanced and extended the network of highways and way stations around the empire, establishing a system of travel authorization for the king, satraps, and other high-ranking officials. This allowed authorized travelers to receive food at designated stopping points along their journey. Now, in terms of spirituality, while there is no general consensus in scholarship as to whether Darius and his predecessors had been influenced by Zoroastrianism, it is well established that Darius was a firm believer in Ahura Mazda, whom he saw as the supreme deity. However, Ahura Mazda was also worshipped by adherents of the Indo-Iranian religious tradition too. Also, as can be seen in the Behistun inscription, Darius believed that Ahura Mazda had appointed him to rule the Achaemenid Empire, divine intervention. Now just quickly, Ahura Mazda is the good guy in Zoroastrianism, and Angra Mainyu is the bad guy, if we're going to boil it down to those terms. Well, Darius had a dualistic philosophical conviction and believed that each rebellion in his kingdom was the work of Druids, the enemy of Asha. Darius believed that because he lived righteously by Asha, Ahura Mazda supported him. In fact, we have many cuneiform inscriptions that denote these achievements, and he presents himself as a devout believer, perhaps even convinced that he had divine right to rule the entire world. However, his relationship with the deity was far more complex. There is an inscription that states, "Ahura Mazda is mine. I am Ahura Mazda's." Well, in the lands that were conquered by his empire, Darius followed the same Achaemenid tolerance that Cyrus had shown, and later Achaemenid kings would show. He supported faiths and religions that were alien to the Persians, as long as they were submissive and peaceful, sometimes giving them grants from his treasury for their purposes. He had founded the restoration of the Israelite temple, which had originally been decreed by Cyrus, and was supportive of Greek cults, which can be seen in his letter to the Gadatas, and supported Elamite priests. He had also observed Egyptian religious rituals related to kingship and had built the temple for the Egyptian god Amun. While undertaking his Greek expedition, Darius initiated construction endeavors in Susa, Egypt, and Persepolis. He connected the Red Sea to the river Nile by constructing a canal, giving it his name, the Darius Canal, which extended from present-day Zakazek to modern Suez. In order to inaugurate this canal, he journeyed to Egypt in 497 BC, where the ceremony was conducted with grandeur and jubilation. Darius constructed a canal to establish a connection between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. And he also financed extensive infrastructure development initiatives at Susa, Egypt, and Babylon, as well as, of course, Persepolis, constructing a magnificent palace complex in the northern part of Susa. The palace was, however, demolished under the rule of Artaxerxes I, as indicated by an inscription still surviving, although it was subsequently reconstructed. Today, only the glazed bricks of the palace are still in existence. Well, Darius completed all unfinished construction projects at Pasargadae that were initiated during the reign of Cyrus the Great. He also commissioned the construction of a new palace, which included an inscription honoring Cyrus the Great. Previously, it was thought that Cyrus was the one who built this building. However, based on the use of cuneiform script, we can now conclude it was actually Darius. Well, he also constructed numerous temples and undertook the restoration of the previously damaged ones in Egypt. Despite his devotion to Ahura Mazda, Darius constructed temples specifically devoted to the deities of the Egyptian faith, which is really nice of him, I think. How tolerant. a number of temples were discovered that were specifically devoted to the worship of Ptah and Nekhbet. He additionally constructed numerous thoroughfares and pathways across Egypt. Frequently inscribed on the mountains, he constructed with the official languages of the Persian Empire, including Old Persian, Elamite, Babylonian, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. Darius enlisted a multitude of craftsmen and artisans from many nations to build these monuments, and some of these laborers were individuals who had been deported and were hired expressly to work on the monuments. These individuals who were deported contributed to the empire's economic growth and fostered better intercultural connections. Construction efforts were still ongoing, however, at the time of Darius's death, with some things remaining unfinished. Xerxes, however, did accomplish most of these tasks, and in certain instances enhanced his father's endeavors by constructing additional edifices of his own. Or maybe video on Xerxes soon. He deserves one too. Druids. What exactly are they? Well, they were highly respected figures in ancient Celtic societies, we know that, serving as religious leaders, legal experts, keepers of knowledge. But this name, derived from the Celtic term for oak trees, highlights their deep connection to nature as well, and the spiritual significance of their oak groves. They were believed to perform religious ceremonies, including sacrifices, which were reported to have divinatory powers. While the rise of the Roman Empire largely diminished their influence in continental Europe, their practices, or at least what are imagined to be their practices, persisted longer in Ireland and Britain, until gradually fading with the spread of Christianity. Today, the image of the Druid has been revived in neo-pagan and New Age movements, often idealized and reconstructed based on what little historical evidence we have. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new, good to meet you. For those coming back, great to see you again. And I'll make you a deal. If you make me giggle with some interesting comment, your comment will be pinned for everyone to see. Just imagine the eternal glory of that. It's not a bad deal. Now, with all the introduction out of the way, we must remember that the topic of the Druids is pretty much seen through Roman eyes. Is it a historical record? Or is it propaganda to justify a conquest? We're not sure, but we're going to talk about as many angles as we can. And maybe by the end, we can make up our own minds about what exactly a Druid was. So let's get started. Nice and relaxed, as always. Both in Greco-Roman and vernacular Irish sources, there is a concurrence that the Druids held a significant role in the pagan Celtic culture. Julius Caesar described them as one of the two most significant social classes in the area, alongside the equites or aristocrats. They were responsible for managing religious rituals and sacrifices, predicting the future, and overseeing legal proceedings in Gallic, British, and Irish communities. Caesar had stated in his writings that they were immune to conscription and even taxation, and possessed the authority to ostracize individuals from religious celebrations, making them pariahs. Now, there was also Diodorus Siculus and Strabo who wrote about them,
two additional prominent ancient authors, and they wrote very heavily on the significance of Druids in Gallic civilization. According to their accounts, the Druids commanded such reverence that the mere intervention between two armies had the power to halt a fight. Diodorus describes the Druids as philosophers and knowledgeable individuals in religious matters who were held in great respect. Strabo states that the scope of their expertise encompassed both natural philosophy, but also moral philosophy, while Ammianus Marcellinus categorizes them as scholars who delved into obscure and profound subjects. Pomponius Mela was the inaugural source to assert that the education of the Druids was clandestine and occurred within the dark corners of caves and the hidden places deep within the forests. It certainly builds up an aesthetic, doesn't it? Well, Cicero reported seeing a Gaulish Druid who professed to possess a knowledge of nature referred to as physiologia by the Greeks. This Druid would make predictions, employing methods such as augury and speculation. Druidic knowledge encompasses a vast collection of memorized passages, and Caesar observed that it could require as long as 2 decades to fully complete the curriculum. The content of the teachings given to beginner Druids, this kind of course structure, if we could call it that, is unfortunately uncertain. There is no verifiably ancient verse from the Druids' oral literature that has been preserved, even in translated form. According to Caesar, the Gauls mostly relied on oral communication for instructions, but they also possessed a written language for everyday needs, which, by the way, utilized Greek letters. Pretty common for languages without written forms at that time to co-opt the Greek alphabet. It's just an easy way of doing things. Well, later on, during the reign of Caesar and his interactions with them, the inscriptions of Gaul had been transitioned from using Greek alphabet to using the Latin script. Caesar suggested that the Druids' preference for oral transmissions of knowledge and aversion to documenting their thoughts stemmed from 2 main reasons. The first was a desire to safeguard the knowledge of the Druids from widespread dissemination, and the aim to enhance the Druids' memory capabilities. Caesar states that a significant number of young men gathered among the Druids to get training, and that the Druids had certain privileges that the general public would simply dream of having. It's stated as well that in Caesar's writings, I quote, "A significant number willingly chose to pursue this occupation, while others are compelled by their families for practical reasons to become Druids." The Druids were often mentioned by Greek and Roman literature as those who engaged in the act of human sacrifice. According to Caesar, individuals who had been convicted of theft or other criminal acts were regarded as more suitable for sacrificial purposes. However, in cases when there was a shortage of criminals, innocent individuals would be deemed acceptable. Caesar documented a type of sacrifice involving the immolation of victims inside a huge wooden fire, sometimes referred to as a wicker man. An alternative version was provided by the Commenta Bernensia from the 10th century, which reported that offerings to the gods Teotates, Eosus, and Tyrannos
were made through drowning, hanging, and burning respectively. Diodorus Siculus claims that in order for a sacrifice to be deemed suitable by Celtic deities, it was necessary for a druid to be present while the sacrifice occurred, as they served as kind of like middlemen between the people and the gods, a communicator. He emphasized the significance of the prophets in druidic ceremonies in this way. I quote, "These men predict the future by observing the flight and calls of birds by the sacrifice of the holy animals. All orders of society are within their power, and in very important matters they prepare a human victim, plunging a dagger into his chest. By observing the way his limbs convulse as he falls and the gushing of his blood, they are able to tell the future." Well, archaeological evidence from Western Europe has extensively been employed to substantiate this hypothesis that Iron Age Celts engaged in ritualistic acts of human sacrifice. And in fact, they have discovered mass graves in Gaul that do date back to this time period. These tombs were found in ritual setting and are located in the region of the Belgae chiefdom. The excavator of these sites, Jean-Louis Brunel, interpreted them as areas of human sacrifices dedicated to a war deity. However, not everybody is in agreement. It's challenged by another archaeologist, namely Martin Brown, who proposed that the bodies might belong to esteemed warriors buried in the sanctuary rather than actually being sacrificial offerings. And of course there's skepticism among historians over the accuracy of the statements made by the Greco-Roman writers. It's observed that there was uncertainty regarding whether Druids actually carried out such things. This uncertainty arose because the Romans and Greeks had a tendency to attribute what they perceived as barbaric characteristics to foreign groups, and that includes the Druids, and even the Christians. Well, at least before the days of Constantine, seeing that image of the cross over the bridge. Well, the Pythagorean doctrine prevails among the Gauls, teaching that the souls of men are immortal, and that after a fixed number of years, they will enter into another body. Julius Caesar noted in his commentaries on the Gallic War, Book 6, and I'll read from that now. With regard to their actual course of studies, the main object of all education is, in their opinion, to imbue the scholars with a firm belief in the indestructibility of the human soul, which, according to their belief, merely passes at death from one tenement to another. For by such doctrine alone, they say, which robs death of all of its terrors, can the highest form of human courage be developed. Subsidiary to the teachings of this main principle, they hold various lectures and discussions on the stars and their movements, on the extent and geographical distribution of the earth, and the different branches of natural philosophy, and on many problems connected with their religion. End of the account from the Gallic War. Well, in 36 BCE, Diodorus Siculus documented that the Druids adhered to the Pythagorean doctrine, which suggests, of course, as we've said, that human souls are eternal, and after a specific period of time begin a fresh existence in a different physical form, a different vehicle, if we're going to use terminology like from Hinduism and Buddhism. And in the 3rd century AD, Diogenes Laertius stated that Druids communicate their teachings using enigmatic riddles and obscure expressions. These teachings emphasize the necessity of worshipping the gods, refraining from harmful actions, and upholding virtuous conduct. Now, onto a little bit of folklore, because we kind of tread the line a little bit with videos like these, which is okay. It's not a problem. This isn't an academic journal, after all. But folklore is folklore, and history is history, so the line is drawn. Well, if we're looking at the folklore around Druids, we find ourselves well and truly within the realm of Ireland. And at the time, within this confines of Irish folklore, the Druids typically serve as an esteemed, kind of like priest counselors to lords and kings, a wise man sort of archetype. They possess the ability to prophecy and possess other mystical powers. One notable example of a druid from folklore is Cathbad. Cathbad, the principal druid of King Concobar mac Nessa's court in Ulster, is prominently featured in numerous stories, primarily focusing on his exceptional skill in predicting the future. A handy guy to have around, that's for sure. Now, in the story of Deirdre of the Sorrows, which is considered the most tragic tale in the Ulster cycle, a druid made a prophecy in front of Concobar's court. The prophecy stated that Deirdre would become exceptionally beautiful, and that her beauty would lead to conflicts among kings and lords, resulting in a great deal of fighting and bloodshed. Furthermore, it was foreseen that Ulster's 3 most formidable warriors would be compelled to leave their homeland because of her. Well, the king disregarded the unfavorable prophecy, but ultimately it proved to be accurate. Sucks to be him, I guess. Well, Amergin Glungel, if I'm pronouncing the name properly, a renowned bard and judge, was considered the most prominent of the Druids within the mythological confine. He played a significant role in the mythological cycle as a representative of the Milesians. The Milesians were attempting to conquer the Tuatha de Danann and claim the country of Ireland for themselves. However, as they neared their destination, the Druids of the Tuatha de Danann conjured a powerful storm to prevent their ships from reaching the shore. Amergin invoked the essence of Ireland by reciting a potent spell, now referred to as the Song of Amergin. This incantation played a role in his successful arrival on the Irish shores, and subsequently in assisting his royal siblings to conquer and partition the land. As a result, Amergin was bestowed with the prestigious title of Chief Olam of Ireland. Additional fabled druids were Taugt Macht Nuach from the Fenian cycle and Mag Graith from a formidable tale of a blind druid from Munster. In Irish mythology there are several female druids too, because we can't leave the girls out, who frequently have comparably significant cultural and religious positions, just like their male counterparts. In Irish folklore there are multiple terms for female druids. One such term is Bandre, which means woman druid, and can be found in stories like Tain Bo Cowling. Another notable female druid is Bodmal, who was mentioned in the Fenian cycle, and was one of Fionn mac Comail's caretakers during his childhood. Additionally, there is Tlagta, a daughter of the Druid Mogdwaith. According to Irish tradition, Tlachta is associated with the Hill of Ward, a significant location where festivals in her honor were held during the Middle Ages. Birog, a Bandre woman druid from the Tuatha de Danann, plays a significant role in Irish folklore. In this tale, the Fomorian warrior Balor tries to prevent a prophecy that predicts his own grandson will kill him. To do this, he imprisons his daughter Aithne in the tower of Tory Island, isolating her from any interaction with men. Becuil, the offspring of the woods deity Fildias, is occasionally depicted as a sorceress rather than a bandre. In one narrative, she collaborates with 3 other members of the Tuatha Dé to vanquish the malevolent Greek enchantress Carman. And she's not the only bandre, of course. There's another Relbio, a Nemedian druid mentioned in the Book of Invasions, and she is shown as the offspring of the king of Greece and the parent of Fergus Lethderg and Alma One-Tooth. Dornall, a bandre in Scotland, specializes in training heroes in fightings, specifically Laeger and Conall. She is the daughter of Domnall Mildemail. So as we can see, in terms of this mythology and folklore, it's a very broad brush. Now, if we are sticking with this term bandre, we can usually find that within these folklore contexts and within those sources that they come from, that it is specifically mentioned that this is a bandre, the bandre so-and-so. But it's not as though the attributes are so strictly defined. There's a bit of movement between these folklore contexts. Well, moving on. The Galizene, as described by classical authors, were celibate priestesses who resided on the Ile de Seine, located off Pont du Raz in Finisterre, Western Brittany. And they're a little bit different to the bandre, a different categorization. The Greek geographer Artemidorus Ephesius was first to acknowledge their existence, followed by the Greek historian Strabo, who stated that their island was off limits to men, but the women would travel to the mainland to reunite with their spouses. The deities they revered, however, well, that remains a little bit of a mystery. We don't quite know. Now, Pomponius Mela states that the Galizene fulfilled the dual roles of advisors and also medical professionals, possessing knowledge that was tightly kept secrets within their islands. Once again, we see this prevalence of oral histories that always comes about with these sorts of societies. Sena, in the Britannic Sea, opposite the coast of Osisme, is famous for its oracle of Gaulish god, whose priestesses, living in the holiness of perpetual virginity, are said to be 9 in number. They call them Galizene, and they believe them to be endowed with extraordinary gifts to rouse the sea and the wind by their incantations. They turn themselves into whatsoever animal form they may choose, to cure diseases, which among others are incurable, to know what is to come and to foretell it. They are, however, devoted to the service of voyagers, only who have set out on no other errand than to consult them. Now, that's the end of the account from the classical authorship. Well, on to another classical source, the Historia Augusta. And as per this, Alexander Severus was informed of his impending death by a Gallic Druidess. In his book, Aurelian also interrogates a Druidess over the destiny of his children, to which they affirmatively respond in support of Claudius II. Flavius Vobiscus also mentions a prophecy that Diocletian had heard from a Druidess of the Tungri tribe. But the earliest extant textual evidence of the Druids, which is outside of a folklore context, originates from the classical civilizations of Greece and Rome. You've probably noticed the prevailing trend that we always have to go back to things like Julius Caesar and Diodorus Siculus, these sorts of sources. Now, there was an archaeologist, Stuart Piggott, who drew a parallel between the way classical authors viewed the Druids and the way that Europeans in the 15th and 18th centuries perceived the societies they were encountering in other regions, like, for example, the Americas and the South Sea Islands. He emphasizes this concept of primitivism in both early modern European and classical authors, as they believed that nations they saw were less technologically advanced and socially and politically underdeveloped. In fact, if you were to ask a Greek or a Roman what a barbarian was, in most times they would simply tell you that it's anybody who's not Greek. Or the Romans say, well, it's anybody who's not Roman. Now, historian Nora Chadwick, in a classification later accepted by Piggott, split the classical descriptions of Druids into two categories based on their method of studying the subject and the time periods in which they were written. It refers to the first group as Posidonian, named after one of its main proponents, Posidonius. It's highlighted that this tradition adopts a predominantly negative stance towards the Iron Age communities in Western Europe, emphasizing their, quote, barbaric characteristics. We're talking about the human sacrifice and all these sort of things, the strange ways in which they would tell the future by watching the entrails dance about on the end of a knife. Sounds barbaric. It's meant to. Of course, they may have done all of that. They may not have. Let's find out. Well, the second group, not the Posidonian, the second, is known as the Alexandrian group, and that is focused more on the scholastic traditions of Alexandria, Egypt. It is characterized by a more compassionate and idealistic perspective towards other peoples. Piggott made connections between this classification and the concepts of hard primitivism and soft primitivism, as described by historians of ideas A.O. Lovejoy and Franz Boas. Now, one perspective suggests that all of these narratives are intrinsically untrustworthy, and maybe they are simply all made up, fabricated works of fiction. It's been proposed that the concept of the Druid in general may have been a complete fabrication by classical authors simply to strengthen the notion of the uncivilized barbarian who resided beyond the refined Greco-Roman society. This would have served, of course, to justify the empire's conquest of these regions. Perhaps so. It's something to think about. But what about the earliest documentation? Because it does go back further than you might think. In fact, we can find it around 300 BC. It goes back to two Greek works around this time, a
philosophical history rather, authored by Sotion of Alexandria, and a magical treatise, which is sometimes credited to Aristotle, though we're not quite confirmed on that, at least not yet. Well, both of these manuscripts have unfortunately been misplaced. We don't have the originals, which is terrible, I know. But they are cited in the 2nd century AD publication Vitae by Diogenes Laertius. And this is a quote from the introduction of his work, Vitae. Some say that the study of philosophy originated with the barbarians, in that among the Persians that existed the Magi, and among the Babylonians or Assyrians the Chaldei, among the Indians too, and among the Celts and Gauls, men who were called Druids, as Aristotle relates in his book on magic, and Sotion in the 23rd book of his Succession of Philosophers. You see right there, he's mentioned that book on magic of Aristotle. And this is where we get this idea that is, 1, accredited to Aristotle, and 2, that we have a source from that time. Now, later Greek and Roman sources, dating back to the 3rd century BC, mention, and I quote, barbarian philosophers, which is a potential allusion to this concept of the Gaulish Druid. Of course, Julius Caesar's commentaries on the Gallic War, published in the 50s or 40s BC, that is our oldest surviving source that provides a more comprehensive description of Druids. Caesar, who had ambitions to conquer Gaul and Britain, characterized the Druids as those who were primarily focused on matters related to religious devotion, the proper execution of ceremonial offerings, whether in private or public settings, and the clarification of ritualistic inquiries. According to him, the Druids held a significant role in Gaulish culture, being one of the 2 esteemed classes with the Equites, known in Rome, by the way, as the privileged class above the common people. In fact, they were commonly referred to simply as horsemen. You know, the word equine being related to horse. Now, he also mentions in his works that one of the main responsibilities of the Druids was to effectively serve as judges. Caesar recorded that the Druids recognized a single leader who would rule until his death, when a successor would be chosen by ballot, or sometimes conflict. He claimed that they met annually at a holy site in Gaul's Carnute tribe. Considering Britain the center of the Druidic education, and that they were absent from German tribes east of the Rhine. Caesar wrote that many young men were trained to become Druids and had to memorize all the relevant knowledge and teachings, adding that their main belief was that souls were immortal and transitioned from one body to another after death, and that they were fascinated by the stars, celestial bodies and their motions, the universe and the earth's vastness, nature, and the eternal power of their deities. This suggests religious involvement included astronomy, as well as theology and cosmology, all together. Caesar thought that those who oversaw human sacrifice ceremonies, usually involving prisoners, as we've mentioned, were kind of like administrators. Now, many modern scholars take a look at the writings of Caesar and kind of tar it with a brush of historical inaccuracy, despite his reported personal encounters with the Gauls and the Druids.
Now, some historians note that Caesar acknowledged the Druids as a major force in Gaulish society, but did not mention them in his accounts of his victories. After Caesar's death, Aulus Hirtius didn't finish his Gallic Wars chronicle. It's believed that Caesar had portrayed the Druids as cultured, knowledge, and religiously devoted, but also savage in terms of the human sacrifice. This portrayal portrayed the Druids as a society worthy of assimilation into the Roman Empire, while imposing Roman governance and principles on their civilization. Basically, just barbaric enough that they need to be conquered, but just human enough to be left alive to add to the tax base. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And it's maybe a simplified view of it, but that certainly seems what he was getting at. Of course, Caesar's military campaigns were justified by this rationale. Caesar's accounts may be more accurate, say some historians, who says that the depiction of the Druids' role in Gaulish society may have been idealized from the 2nd century BC onwards. You see, the society before the Arverni-led Pan-Gallic Confederation was defeated in 121 BC inspired this tradition. Teutones and Cimbri invaded Gaul, and the demoralized and divided Gaul of Caesar's time is simply not accurately described. By the mid-1st century BC, the Druids' social influence in Britain was declining as paramount chieftains established new power structures. Some researchers believe that Roman conquest caused the Druid order's decline. Caesar provides the most accurate and abundant information about the Druids according to archaeologists Miranda Aldhouse Green. She argues that his records were accurate because he may have exaggerated a few details to justify Roman conflict, but he did not create a Gaul and Britain social hierarchy. This is especially true because he was accompanied by several Roman senators, who would have also sent conquest reports to Rome and questioned his inclusion of significant falsehoods. Well, additionally, other renowned authors provided observations regarding the Druids. Cicero, who lived around the same time as Caesar, mentioned that he had met in person a Druid named Divitiacus from the Aedui tribe of Gaul. Now, he was reputedly knowledgeable about the natural world and practiced divination using augury. However, there is a debate about whether he was truly a Druid. Now, Caesar, who was familiar with Diviaticus, referred to him as Diviciacus, which sounded more Gaulish and therefore more genuine. However, Caesar never described him as a Druid, but rather portrayed him as a political and military leader. Now, of course, Diodorus Siculus had his say too. He provided a description of the Druids in his work Bibliotheca Historicae in 36 BC, shortly after other writers had also discussed the topic. In addition to the Druids, whom he referred to as Droidas, whom he perceived as philosophers and theologians, he observed the presence of poets and singers in Celtic civilization, whom he referred to as bards. Strabo, writing in the 20s CE, elaborated on this concept, stating that Gauls recognized 3 distinct categories of esteemed individuals. The individuals referred to as bardoi were poets and singers. The ovates were diviners and experts of the natural world, and the Druids were scholars who focused on the study of moral philosophy. And then there's Tacitus,
a Roman writer who was also a senator and historian, who recounted the events when the Roman army, under the command of Suetonius Paulinus, launched an attack on the island of Mona, which is, by the way, in Welsh known as Anglesey. Upon landing, the legionaries were reportedly struck with awe as they witnessed a group of Druids with their hands raised to the sky, uttering fearsome curses upon the invading forces. According to him, these objects caused great fear among the soldiers, who had never seen anything like it before. And of course, there's only one reasonable course of action. Just start swinging the swords around. According to the Roman historians, the Romans quickly overcame their concerns and vanquished the Britons, causing them to flee. Additionally, the Romans destroyed the sacred groves of the Druids on Mona. Well, Tacitus is the sole primary source that provides descriptions of Druids in Britain, although in a negative light, depicting them as uncivilized and lacking knowledge. Of course, during the Middle Ages, following the Christianization of Ireland and Wales, Druids are mentioned in several recorded sources, primarily in tales and stories like Tain Bo Culling, as well as in the biographies of several saints. All of these, by the way, were authored by Christian monks. Now, in Irish literature, Druids, which is Druid, plural of Drawe, are sorcerers possessing extraordinary abilities, who are held in high regard throughout society, particularly for their aptitude in divination, this fortune-telling. Now, the Dictionary of the Irish language provides a definition of a Druid as a practitioner of magic, wizardry, and divination. Within the realm of literature, the Druids possess the ability to perform incantations that result in the transformation of individuals into animals, or even turning them into stone. Additionally, they have the power to inflict curses upon crops, causing them to wither away and become blighted. During the early Irish sagas and pre-Christian Irish saints' lives are typically depicted as having elevated social standing. The law texts, documented in the 600s and 700s AD, provide evidence indicating that the advent of Christianity led to a significant decline in the social status of Druids in Irish society. They were increasingly perceived as sorcerers who could be sought out for spell-casting or healing magic, resulting in a corresponding decrease in their prestige. According to the ancient legal document Breitha Clorlig, the amount of support that should be provided to a druid, satirist, or brigand while they are unwell is no greater than what should be provided to an ordinary freeman. Orakect Brek, a legal text, includes the druid as of the Dor Nemed or professional classes, who rely on patron for their social standing. This places them in the same category as a lot of other trades like blacksmiths, wrights, or entertainers. But in contrast, the Fili, who were the only ones to have independent Nemed status, had a significantly higher level of freedom. Now, although Druids were frequently depicted in numerous medieval Irish sources, they were far less common in their Welsh counterparts. In contrast to the Irish writings, the Welsh term drew was widely employed to specifically denote prophets rather than sorcerers or pagan priests. According to one historian, Ronald Hutton, there are two explanations for the use of the term in Wales.
Now, the first explanation suggests that it originated from the pre-Christian era when Druids were referred to as ancient priests. The second explanation proposes that the Welsh borrowed the term from the Irish, just like the English did. The English used the terms dry and drycraft to refer to magicians and magic, likely influenced by the Irish terms. So, what exactly are we left with? Well, the idea of the Druid that exists in people's subconscious, especially the Welsh, the Irish, the English, has been preserved. We have modern communities who are keeping the tradition alive, what they know of the tradition. But like a lot of things, it's been subject to this great amount of romanticism. And, well, a lot of these modern sort of perceptions of what it is seem to be equal to cosplay meetups. This is not to disparage anyone. It just seems to be the reality. Well, perhaps there's always time to develop new traditions. And perhaps in 1,000 years, the modern conception of the Druid that we have now, or perhaps that will be looked back upon and we'll be having the same kinds of conversations. Perhaps in 1,000 years, somebody will be making a video about Druids in the 2020s. Who knows? It certainly won't be me. I'm going to be around for a while, but certainly not that long. Well, with that, we get to the end of the video for the Druids. I'd like to thank the patrons and supporters who keep the channel going. Dark, Kerry, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Erin, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, and Jessica. Thank you all very much. Know that very appreciative of your contributions. And that's it from me for today. I will see you again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Lots of love to you all. Goodbye for now.